Let me. I just want to say thank you for everybody that has came out tonight. We could be all doing something else, but today there's a very, very special agenda item, so I appreciate everybody giving their time to come out. If you attend virtually, you can, for those that are online or on the other screen, you could go and hit us up at bit.ly/Daly City NOV 14 Zoom, or on Comcast channel 27, or on our YouTube Daly City channel. Okay. All right, so with that, I want to go ahead and go ahead for the pledge to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Ms. City Clerk, if we can go ahead and do roll call, please.
Okay. Ms. DiGiovanni,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester,
Len Sylvester, present.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Present.
Ms. Manalo,
Present.
Dr. Rod.
Present. Okay. So we have before we go ahead and start the different agenda items, we have some proclamations here. First off, we have proclamation United Against Hate. So I have a proclamation here, United Against Hate, November 13 through 19. Whereas the United States is a nation of immigrants whose strength comes from its diversity, and whereas the Constitution of the United States confers equality on all individuals regardless of race, gender, orientation, religion, or political beliefs, and whereas recent rhetoric has generated a toxic environment that encourages the propagation of racist, xenophobic, anti-Semitic, sexist, homophobic, Islamophobic, and other negative views by emboldened hate groups and individuals, and whereas deep divisions within our country are the result of extreme ideology, further strengthening a cycle of mistrust and suspicion fueled by fear, anxiety, and insecurity, and whereas the number of hate crimes across the United States has increased dramatically over the past couple of years, and whereas the city of Daly City is committed to being a welcoming, inclusive, tolerant, and safe community for all, and whereas education, compassion, and cooperation are key to unlocking understanding and embracing differences between people, and whereas the city of Daly City joins other communities around the state in recognizing United Against Hate Week as an important step in bridging divisions as well as strengthening our communities. Now therefore, I, Roderick Dasmagboal, Mayor, and the members of the City Council hereby proclaim November 13th through 19th, 2022 as United Against Hate Week in the city of Daly City, and encourage the Daly City community to stand together against hate and recognize that it is an important step in bridging divisions and healing communities. And today is Anthony Rodriguez, who is online with us virtually. So Anthony, if you'd like to go ahead and say a few words.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor.
Das Magbual. My name is Anthony Rodriguez, and I am the senior advisor to Mayor Adigan in the city of Berkeley. On behalf of him, on behalf of the co-founders Jacqueline McCormick and Patrice O'Neill, Not in Our Town, and the organizers of United Against Hate Week Northern California, I'd like to extend our appreciation and gratitude to the city of Daly City for their commitment to standing up against hate. Beyond the symbolism of this proclamation, this act taken by the city demonstrates our region's growing unified support to come together as one to pacify and stop acts of hatred in its various forms from precipitating in our communities. On average, bias-motivated incidences have increased in major U.S. cities by 39% and in the largest 10 U.S. cities by 54.5%. The bulk of this increase is directed at Asian, Black, and Jewish residents. We can do something in our local communities. Local communities can make a change that can be felt in people's lives directly. UAH is a call to action to bring diverse communities together to stop the spread of hate. I want to thank you for your ongoing support for Unite Against Hate. And in its 5th year, the week of events now spans from November 13th to 19th and has expanded throughout the state and grown to almost 200 communities and organizations. Working together, we can be stronger than hate. With that being said, we'd like to extend an invitation to you all to join the City of Berkeley's signature UAH event during this Wednesday, November 17th. At 6:30, we will be welcoming guests at the UC Theater for a screening and discussion of Repairing the World, Stories from the Tree of Life. This 80-minute documentary film highlights the city of Pittsburgh's inspiring action in the city's aftermath following the assault of 3 congregations at the Tree of Life Synagogue. It is a hopeful view of what communities can do to get together as one in a country with rising hate and racism. Thank you again all, and have a lovely evening.
Great, thank you so much, Anthony. I can just go ahead and share some words. Start with Pam.
Yeah, first of all, Anthony, when you brought up the Tree of Life, I appreciate that you're going to do that on Wednesday. I'll see, if I can make it over there, and that we have to recognize and then bring awareness. Like you said, I think that's the first step, and being able to talk about it and being able to, because there's such division. And we are the creators, and we are the people that can bridge that divide. And to thank Berkeley and your leaders for putting this forth, please, and let them know that love can conquer evil any day, and not to give that hope up. Because we've seen it throughout history. We've seen it through the Holocaust. We've seen it through the darkest times, and in our country right now where there's a division. So it's those that allow us, and then verbally, they don't realize is just as powerful as physical. So when people say words hurt, words are powerful, and they can't take them back. So it's up to us to denounce and to stand up for what is right, what is kind, what is loving. And I thank you for your leadership, the mayor over there, and you guys have really done a lot of great things, and look forward to uniting together. And you have already proven that by having this grow. It's grown like a flower because it was done with love. So thank you very much, and I look forward to meeting you in person at some point. And definitely with the Tree of Life, that's pretty hurtful. And I knew some people that it happened to. So thank you very much, and be love, be kind, and denounce. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Did you want to? Just let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for all your work on this. Standing United Against Hate has really been so important in our communities. And Daly City has done events in the past to ensure that there's unity, and really standing for love and ensuring that as a community that as diverse as we are, there never should anyone ever feel unwelcomed, and no one should ever be told you're not invited to anything. We are an inclusive community. Daly City is so special, and the community members that you see in this audience today come from all over the world. With 34 years living in Daly City and going to all the public schools, Daly City is so diverse with all its students and its roots. and they come from all over the globe. And so with this city, we need to remember to accept everyone and to continue to live through actions. I think that's what's so important, is to live through actions, and it's the smallest things that you can do. And, you know, we've seen the increase of violent crimes that need to decrease. Never should ever anyone feel unwelcomed or ever feel fearful for their lives. So your work is extremely important. Thank you so much. We will continue. I think some of you have seen in the businesses in the city of Daly City, if you want a sign that says Daly City stands united against hate in your homes, that's, you know, you can ask staff. We have some available for each and every one of you, for the residents and the businesses. And we stand in solidarity. Thank you for your amazing work.
Any other comments from Councilmember Sylvester?
Thank you, Mayor. This is going to be very short. I'm always long-winded all the time. Thank you so much for the work you do and that you continue to do. I think the important issue in getting this out is the awareness, and that the awareness that hate exists in our community. But what we need to do is make sure everyone knows any type of hate will not be tolerated, and it's not good. I mean, in my old age, I can think back years ago in law enforcement. I drive around town, and even though I wear the uniform, I go up to a certain area and I say, uh-oh, I don't belong here. And that has passed. But even to this very day, if I'm driving in a particular town, I say, ooh, I don't belong here. We need to get rid of that and continue to spread the awareness that you are welcome to go anywhere. So again, thank you, keep up the great work, and looking forward to more. Thank you so much.
Anthony, thank you for all the work that you've done. And as a person that teaches ethnic studies, I always make it a point about understanding where does hate come from. And when we talk about hate, we have to talk about like the different structures that create hate, right? From the highest level of ideological oppression to institutional oppression, interpersonal, and how does oppression affect people internally? Because words do matter, words do hurt, and if we're gonna practice love, we gotta close the distance between what we say and what we do. And that's like a quote by one of my favorite educators, Paulo Freire, a Brazilian educator. So when we talk about Unite Against Hate, we gotta close the distance between what we say and what we do. Okay? All right. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Next up, we have a proclamation for Small Business Saturday. So on November 26, 2022, whereas the city of Daly City celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions that make to our local economy and community, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 33.2 million small businesses in the United States. They represent 99.9% of firms with paid employees, and they are responsible for 65.1% of net new jobs and create 1.5 million jobs annually. And whereas small businesses employ 47.1% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, 88% of U.S. consumers feel a personal commitment to small businesses in the wake of the pandemic. And 92% of small business owners have pivoted the way they do business to stay open during the pandemic. And whereas 97% of small business Saturday shoppers recognize the impact they can make by shopping small, 85% of them also encourage friends and family to do so too. And whereas 56% of shoppers reportedly shopped online with a small business and Small Business Saturday in 2020, and more than 50% of consumers who reported shopping small endorsed a local business on social media or shopped at local business because of social media recommendation, and whereas Daly City reports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, I, Roderick Doss-McBoyle, Mayor, and the members of the City Council hereby proclaim November 26, 2022 as Small Business Saturday in the city of Daly City, and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small business and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. Signed and sealed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Daly City this 14th day of November 2022. And I'd like to open up to my colleagues for any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Small businesses are the backbone of our communities. And so for those small businesses that are out there, thank you so much. We know it's been some trying times over the pandemic, but we definitely understand and will be there for each and every one of you. We do have a small business commission. If you want to bring forth any ideas that you'd like, please bring it towards the Small Business Commission or even send it out to us here on the City Council. Thank you for all of those that are out there. As you know, we are a bedroom community here in Daly City, and our restaurants, our small businesses, each and every one of you are definitely the backbone of our community. So thank you very much. And for those of you that aren't business owners, thank you for shopping, eating, and dining in the city of Daly City. It's so important that we support one another. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Right
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, our small businesses, some of you are here tonight that need to know that you're supported and that, you go through trying times and sometimes you don't know where to look for resources, but our city will provide and give you the resources and just contact us. I think that there's still, because, that we just came through that, we're not really all the way out of it, but we're kind of out of the COVID, but still the financial impact that it had. And then for all of us who go and shop at all different retails and there's different items that we need, it's a great time to support these family-owned businesses that have been here for 30, 40, 50 years. And many of them are culturally sensitive and to where they carry what the people have in their homelands so they can find familiarity and get the things that they need. And we need to keep them. We need to keep them for that, whether they're Middle Eastern, whether they're Filipino markets, whether they're the kanji, the Korean markets, no matter what the market is and no matter what products they sell. We need to let them know that we care about them and that we support them, and we don't want everything taken over by big corporations, especially here in Daly City. And I think that those are the things that we need to be crafted and to be vocal about. So, and it's getting the season, and I know the prices are high, and the markets are trying to make it. They're trying to stay in business, and it's a real struggle for them to stay in business and be competitive with the inflationary prices of the products that they have to purchase. So if we just hold back a little bit, and then when we need our items to go to them, we can keep them here. We can keep them and let them know that they're family in Daly City. So thank you very much, Mayor, and it shouldn't just be Small Business Week, small business all year round that we support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. Are there any other comments from my colleagues? All right, seeing none. Yes, I just want to concur with my colleagues. Let's support small businesses. A lot of them are like backbone institutions for Daly City. Mm-hmm. When they think of Daly City, they think of like certain businesses, and just want to recognize the holidays are coming around and people like, local gifts. So shop local, support small businesses. Okay. All right, moving to the next proclamation for Native American Heritage Months. So Native American Heritage Month, November is the month of November. We celebrate Native American Heritage Month, also known as American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month, as a chance to recognize the rich and diverse cultures, traditions, and stories and important contributions of Native American people. along with acknowledging the population's hardships and struggles both throughout history and continuing today. And whereas Native American Heritage Month first evolved from American Indian Week and was later expanded by Congress and approved by President George Bush in August 1990, designating the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month and later changed to Native American Heritage Month under President Barack Obama. And whereas the history and culture of our great nation have been significantly influenced by American Indians, indigenous peoples who account for 2.9% of the U.S. population, approximately 9.1 million people, and over 175 indigenous languages spoken. And whereas the contributions of American Indians have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of America today, and their customs and traditions are respected and celebrated as part of their rich legacy throughout the United States. And whereas in honor of Native American Heritage Month, community celebrations as well as numerous cultural, artistic, educational, and historical activities have been planned across the United States through the month of November. Now, therefore, I, Roderick Dosmack-Boal, Mayor and the members of the City Council, hereby proclaim November 2022 as Native American Heritage Month in the city of Daly City and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to observe and celebrate this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Signed and sealed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Daly City, this 14th day of November 2022. And with that, I'd like to open it up to my colleagues for any type of comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it is so important as we stand on the Ramaytush Ohlone land here today. I am grateful for you to bring this forward, and really to the indigenous peoples of this land. Thank you, because this is your land. In 1998, I had the opportunity at San Francisco State University to witness the Richard Oakes Multicultural Center be birthed at San Francisco State University. And really what it did is to provide an opportunity to celebrate the Native peoples, their right to sovereignty, justice, respect, and control over their own destinies. You know, I know that as we continue to learn and educate ourselves about their plights and, you know, and their experiences, we need to continue to honor them. And I really appreciate you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this proclamation forth to our City Council.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. As most of us know in our area, the Ohlone Indians, I wanted to point out that they're one of the only tribes that is not listed on the federal registry, and so they're not recognized and not given the due that they really deserve. So it's a fight that we should all support for them and let them know they are recognized. There used to be a celebration at our Hillside Park of the Ohlone tribe with San Bruno Mountain Watch, and maybe through the mayor and council, maybe we can revive that to let them know and bring them in, because they used to have it annually. And they, you know, because it is their land to begin with, especially where the Daly City Dunes is and where it sits on that particular area. So and not only that, another interesting thing that people really didn't know, that in World War I, there were 13,000 Native Americans that fought in World War I and lost their lives, and they did not have citizenship, nor were they ever offered citizenship. So we hear this a lot, but these are things that we need to remember and learn more about, because as of today, they have made some remarkable changes, and there is today the very first woman Native American astronaut. Her name is Nicole Mann. Nicole Mann actually is 45 years old, who never thought she could be an astronaut because she was Native American. She came from the Round Valley Indian tribes, and so they had a big interview with her. So I encourage everyone to learn more about, of course, your own culture, but share with others. Sit down, break bread with them, and learn what they have had. Look at the struggles that they've had, and we have a commonality with one another, and that we can all come together, because this is the land that they were on, And this is the land that we sit on today, and that needs to be respected, honored, and remembered as we move forward, as we are building projects and anything we do, that we have to remember that and their lost loved ones as well. And they lost their way of life, ended up on reservations, and ended up with canned salmon. To this day, that story stuck with me as a child because they could fish, and they never fished more than what they could eat. They never took more than what they could eat for their children and survive. But then it came in with governments, and then they were pushed and forced into eating canned salmon. And so those little things we need to remember. So I appreciate that you brought it forth and made sure that we don't forget them, and perhaps we can bring in that celebration again with the San Bruno Mountain Watch and start celebrating who they are, and maybe we can help support them on the Federal Registry. So thank you very much, and for all of you out there, and Valerie, who lives in Southern Hills as well, she's Native American, and we have people that live amongst us. So thank you very much. Much respect. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. Are there any other comments from my colleagues? With that, I want to just share just a really, really short thing. I always begin all my classes with a land acknowledgement, acknowledging that we're on Ramaytush, Ohlone, Muwekma, and the many tribes that have stewarded this land for many generations. And I hope that we can create something here in Daly City where we can work with some of the native tribes that are still trying to fight for their own self-determination, where we work together and do something to understand their history and that they are here. Because that's one of the stereotypes that, you know, because we took their land, that they're non-existent, but they're still here. And also, I encourage everyone to really deconstruct and do their real history about Thanksgiving. Next week is when we'll be talking about Thanksgiving, and I don't have all the time in the world to talk about the real Thanksgiving, but I would encourage everyone here and at home to really Google it. What happened to the real Thanksgiving? And when we talk about honoring Native Americans, we have to think about the trauma that was bestowed on them, and you know, what is our responsibility to unearth those atrocities towards generational healing. Okay, so with that, move on to the approval of minutes. Can I get a motion for the approval of minutes for the regular meeting of October 10?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. We know when you're ready, Glenn. We go. Okay, okay.
All good now.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so we, can I get a motion to approve, approval of agenda?
Motion to approve agenda?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
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 Next up, we have public appearances and oral communications. So now I'm opening up public comment. So this portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. And let's see here. In accordance with the Brown Act laws governing regular meetings, the City Council is not authorized to speak or take action on any other items in this meeting. Members of the public joining in person who submitted a speaker card may come up to the podium one at a time when their name is called. Members of the public joining by Zoom may click the raise hand button feature to request to speak. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. When you hear your name called, you will receive a request to unmute your microphone. Okay, so I'll begin with those joining in person. So please come up to the podium when you hear your name. So, yes.
Mayor, we have a lot of speaker cards, but it's all for item number 16.
Okay. So are there any other public comments for anything that's outside what we're talking about on this agenda? If not, I'll hand it over to Leilani for the virtual comments.
We have two hands raised. Last called speaker is joining by, give it a few moments. We have a few more hands raised on Zoom. Okay, it looks like we have 6 hands raised. Last called speaker is Fernando. First speaker, Al.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Al Camoli. I am with Citizens for a San Mateo County Gun Buyback, a group that has raised funds to give out during buyback events. I wanted to let your city know that there will be a gun buyback in San Mateo County on Saturday, December 3rd from 10 a.m. to 2 o'clock in the afternoon in San Carlos at 1000 Skyway Road, right off 101. This event is anonymous. Please transport firearms unloaded and in the trunk of your vehicle. $100 will be given out for handguns, shotguns, and rifles, and $200 for assault weapons and ghost guns. There will also be $50 given out for non-functioning firearms. While our group assists in a few additional ways, the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office manages operations at the buybacks with assistance from Belmont and Redwood City officers and support from the City of San Carlos. This will be the 6th countywide buyback since 2018. During the previous 5 buybacks, more than 2,000 unwanted and/or unsecured firearms have been turned in. Our group has been proud to partner with the San Mateo County's office for providing a safe, voluntary option to rid one's home of firearms. Please help us spread the word to residents. A few weeks ago, our group passed on a flyer to your city clerk's office for the event in the hope that you can help us promote it. We hope to see you there. Thank you so much.
Next, we have caller by phone. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, so this is John Daly again. So we sent you guys an email the other day about November 11th, Veterans Day, and it looks like you guys picked up on it, but you didn't invite the public again. So that happened either last Veterans Day or the Veterans Day before, but you need to invite the public. You need to give us ample time. It needs to be on the website. So we've done this over and over and over again. There's no transparency. There's no disclosures from the city. Now, with regards to Ray, you haven't come forward. It's been 49 days. 49 days since Pam had a charge filed against her. Manalo and Ray are still sitting up there. They're sitting up there like potted plants. They don't care. They're racist. They're scum. They're vile. They're filth. They would throw their mother and their father and their grandparents under the bus. So we need to have somebody step forward. Somebody's lying again. As I mentioned, it's Ray and Manalo. So you guys need to step forward. Rod, if you guys want to do your research, September 13th, 2021, Rod called in city council. Rod called Pam out on her skin color. He laughed at Mr. Sylvester about his BIPOC and his color of skin. So Rod is a racist. He doesn't belong on council. He's a piece of trash again. Sylvester, you need to really learn the difference between an ordinance and a resolution. You also need to stop eating on council too. Pam, I don't know what to say about those people that say that you're a racist. They need to prove it. They need to have that. The DA needs to really get involved, step it up. It's been 49 days, 7 weeks. Trust is still not there. Dave Canepa lost the election. He cost private donors $800,000, more than $800,000, so he needs to pay that back. Hats up to the DCPD and the SFPD. They're trying their best. They're trying to get the truth. They're trying to fight the Pelosi issues, everything going on between Pam and Manalo and all this other stuff. For the record, there's 331 million people in this country, and there's 400 million guns. So the guns are not the problem. It's responsible gun ownership.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Michelle.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Your 2 minutes has begun.
Okay. Hi, my name's Michelle Magot, and I'm just calling in because I support Classic Bowling, and I heard that they are there's a parking issue where they're going to restrict parking to 1 to 2 hours, which actually would be very
Michelle?
detrimental to their business. So
Michelle?
I hope yes.
We're not at that point of the agenda yet, so if
Oh,
you would
okay.
like to hold on to your comments till we get down to that agenda item, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Apologies. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. And we have last called speaker, Fernando.
Hi, good evening. Can folks hear me?
We can hear you. Your 2 minutes has begun.
Awesome. Hi. All right. Good evening, council members, city council. I just wanted to raise an issue in regards to pedestrian safety, road safety. I live in the neighborhood that has Westmore High School, Thomas Edison Elementary, Fernando Rivera, and Daniel Webster. And the streetlights have been off for a couple of weeks now. And it's very concerning knowing that, with winter coming in soon, there's going to be shorter days and longer nights. And my neighborhood is very active with pedestrians and cars coming in and out of this neighborhood. So it's a safety issue. And, I just wanted to make sure that this is on your radar and that we do something about it, because as a commuter myself, as a pedestrian and as a driver, I think that we need to really improve our infrastructure, our street lights, and just ensure that our roads and our sidewalks are safe enough for people to walk and drive through. So hopefully this gets resolved soon before winter comes and before the days get shorter and the nights get longer. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, we have one additional hand raised.
Yeah, it's, sure. Let's take it.
Okay. Caller by phone. You can press *6 to unmute.
Hello, I'm speaking for Marianne Martinez once more. She would like to add a few comments with regards to the situation at City Hall. She wants to make sure that everyone is aware that the May 2021 event that Jocelyn Manalo had was illegal. It was when everybody was on COVID lockdown. So everybody who spoke up against the event and said it was an illegal event, it was actually illegal. It was comparing to Gavin Newsom having dinner at a restaurant when he should not have, because we were on COVID lockdown. So everybody who makes a big deal like Christy and Stephanie or whatever their names are, it was actually an illegal event. It should have never took place. So it's very, very important to understand that, because they seem to make a big deal about Pam saying it was about racism and everything else. The biggest racists on the council are indeed Rod, Manalo, and Ray. Ray's behind everything, as we've mentioned before. Ray is, he should just go back to Quezon City. I know his wife's divorcing him because, he's really a piece of garbage. But so we need to have him removed. We need to do either a recall or he just needs to leave and just resign, because it's not really worth it, because you're going to keep hearing this stuff. It's going to be your legacy. Your kid's going to hear it. Your family's going to hear it. The whole community is going to hear it, because you were the one that set up Manalo and Pam.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Leilani. Moving forward, we'll have, can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Moving on to public hearings, item number 15, introduction of an ordinance for the 2022 California Building Standard Codes and adoption of the 2022 California Fire Code and 2021 International Fire Code amendments to recycling and diversion of construction and demolition debris ordinance. And we have our staff, Mario Segala.
and I serve as the building official for the Economic and Community Development Department. Alongside me is Chief Whitner of North County Fire that will help to provide technical assistance. I'm here to present to you an ordinance that will repeal our currently adopted building and fire codes and adopt by reference the 2022 California Building and Fire Codes with local amendments. In addition, we are proposing amendments to Chapter 15.64 of the Daly City Municipal Code titled Recycling and Diversion of Construction and Demolition Debris. The California Code of Regulations are composed of 28 separate titles and contains the codification of regulations by state agencies. Title 24 is reserved for the Building Standards Code and consists of 12 parts which collectively represent our building and fire codes. These codes receive major updates every 3 years and are based on model codes developed by the International Code Council, the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, and the National Fire Protection Association. The purpose of Title 24 is to establish and provide a reasonable level of building safety for the general public welfare via setting minimum requirements such as structural strength, means of egress, stability, access to persons with disabilities, sanitation, energy conservation, sustainability, fire and life safety features, and to provide safety to firefighters and emergency responders during emergency operations. New Title 24 requirements become effective starting January 1st. Health and safety codes allow local enforcement agencies to make amendments to building standards if such amendments are more restrictive, reasonably necessary, and address a unique local climatic, geological, or topographical condition. In addition, green building standards may include local environmental conditions. Findings must be made and filed with the Building Standards Commission. Changes to administrative standards are not required to be justified. Prior Daly City legacy amendments that are largely related to our proximity to the San Andreas Fault are being carried forward. Outdated and redundant amendments were deleted, and remaining amendments were reformatted and renumbered to align with the appropriate code language and/or section. Staff is proposing the following additional amendments: adding definitions for efficiency kitchen, sleeping room, and attached deck. Additional code language to provide clarification for fire resistance construction requirements related to residential decks built within the defined fire separation distance. For REACH code related amendments, staff is proposing to carry forward all prior amendments by relocating them to the Cal Green Building Code. In addition, on the building electrification side, we are proposing to enhance the scope of requirements by eliminating the affordable housing exception, as well as including alterations and additions to replace 50% or more of the building foundation or framing. We have also taken this opportunity to propose amendments relating to our recycling and diversion of construction and demolition debris ordinance to help reduce waste disposed in our landfills and to help meet our climate action goals. Staff is proposing to change the diversion rate to automatically align with the Cal Green rate to reduce confusion among staff and the public, as well as adding language to allow for the use of defaulted funds to help administer this program and create additional programs to increase the participation of the diversion and recycling of demolition and construction debris. Thank you for your time. This concludes my presentation. I'm here with Chief Whitner to help answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mario. So with that, I would like to open it up to my colleagues if you have any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. In the last slide that you have, it says propose the following amendments in regards to the use of diversion deposits that are no longer eligible for refund. for the following purposes. Can you explain further what that means in regards to no longer eligible for a refund, the diversion deposits?
Yeah, so in our ordinance, the way that we have it structured is that when you pull a permit and you exceed a certain building valuation, you're required to put down a deposit. And once you've demonstrated that you've recycled or diverted construction debris from our landfills, you would receive the refund of that deposit. If you allow a certain amount of time to pass, then that essentially becomes defaulted, then you're no longer eligible for the refund. The reason we have that in place is sometimes we get requests from, years that passed, and that's why it's in our ordinance. To use the funds now is just to administer the program and exclusively for the use of said program to help improve our diversion rates, such as like maybe brochures or handouts.
Do you have a calculation of how many deposits go into default or are no longer eligible? Do you have a number on that per se? I'm just curious to see whether, how many people actually over the course of time have forgotten about their refund, and if so, I'd like to understand what that calculation is to date.
Yeah, the exact number I don't have. It's quite a few, but if we could use the defaulted funds to help educate the contractors and the community on how to properly divert construction materials from our landfills, that would assist in getting more refunds out there. That's the big challenge that we face, is that most contractors, they really don't understand what it takes to divert waste created from construction sites out of our landfills. In most cases, they just want to take it to the landfills, and that's not participating in the program.
No, I think that's great that you want more education to ensure that people recycle properly, and they actually take the steps. I'm just curious to understand if there's actually an amount of dollars that we are not recovering and how much that total is. Because if there is an amount that is not, I just want to know how much that is, because then,
I could get that number for you.
Okay,
I don't have the number off the top of my head now.
I think I'm in agreement so that there's educational programs around recycling. We all want our, earth to remain and make sure that, climate change is real. And so this is definitely part of that. It's just understanding over time, like how many people don't get their refund or forget, or like what's the smallest amount of refund, and over the course of time, where, what's that amount? That's it. So if you can just go back into with your team and just find that dollar amount, that'd be helpful.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You said, Mr. Segarra, you said something that caught my attention when you said it eliminates the affordable housing exception. Could you elaborate on more on what that means?
So I've spoken with stakeholders, and by eliminating the affordable housing exception, that would require that affordable housing would need to provide full electrification to the building, meaning that they would be prohibited to use gas. By prohibiting the use of gas, that increases the quality of indoor air, and those benefits get shared not only with Daly City, but those that are living in affordable housing.
So what does that do in terms of, I think we're probably all in agreement that the need to adopt REACH codes and address the issue of climate change so I'll just tell you, one of the criticisms of us as a city is that we have too much in terms of the permit process, that builders don't want to come here because our permit system is so strict and so unworkable that we are losing the opportunities that we would have otherwise gotten if we were not so strict. Now, I understand the safety aspect of needing a rigorous safety system. But I guess what I'm curious is what do the affordable housing people tell you when it comes to building and whether or not this kind of exception will hamper their development of affordable housing?
So the concern is to get all the departments to work together to come up with a reasonable solution. When you do provide additional electric vehicle charging infrastructure, that comes along with additional equipment. So reaching out to the other departments, they've provided feedback that they are willing to work with the affordable housing developers so that we can find locations for this equipment and come up with a reasonable solution. What I got back from the developers was that was their biggest challenge because of the price of land in Daly City is so expensive that they want to utilize as much as they can. But if we work together with all the departments, then we can come up with a viable solution.
I see. And then my question is there an urgency to adopting this proposed building code adoption? Or is there some time to, let's say, for example, we wanted to expand it and have the planning department sort of have a real honest discussion on our permit system and see, because I imagine if we pass this, then it's done, right? We can't undo it.
No, not necessarily. So the Title 24 building standards, those go into effect automatically. It's the amendments that you make to those standards, those must be submitted to the Building Standards Commission prior to the adoption.
And what is the timeline for that? Is there an urgency to that?
We are right on track to have our amendments be enforced January 1st. If we delay that, then we have to, our amendments will not be effective until we report them to the building standards. Having said that, I could pull out the amendments relating to REACH code and do more analysis, speak with the stakeholders, work with Peninsula Clean Energy to come up with a tailored ordinance that will address your concerns. If you would like to do that, we can do that.
Okay. Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to start off, Mr. Segala, good presentation. I see some interpretation, in other words, you're doing fine. So I just wanted to put that out there, okay? So we're just putting you on the hot seat and you're doing a good job. The Vice Mayor had alluded to some of the questions I was going to ask you, and I'm going to continue that line of questioning. Now, Daly City passed recently the REACH codes, which pertains to the electrification of new developments. And it was my understanding that homes utilizing gas are grandfathered in. They don't have to convert their homes to electric. Is that correct? They're grandfathered in.
Well, if we approve the ordinance that I am proposing, that would not be correct. If they made alterations, more than 50% of the existing building foundation and or the framing.
You answered my question because that's what I was leading to next. So if I owned a 4-unit building and I want to remodel 3 of those units, which are currently using gas, the permit will not be approved unless I can show that I'm converting my stoves, my heaters to electric. Is that correct?
That's a sort of a complicated question without looking at the submitted construction documents, but more or less, yes.
Okay. Okay. You made mention about low income and affordable housing. Now, new developments will generally comply with the REACH codes, all electric. Will there be a provision that it includes a mechanism for EV charging?
Yeah, so REACH codes have three components. First component, as you spoke about, is the electrification portion. The second component is the EV charging portion, and that's what you're asking about now. So yes, there is that component. And the last component is the solar panel component.
Oh,
So we did maintain all three components in the ordinance, and we're carrying over what we approved in the prior REACH code.
okay, so hypothetical example. A developer comes in and is building 100 units. Out of those 100 units, how many stalls will be available for EV charging? I'm just,
Yeah, so
I mean, will that be a requirement?
it is a requirement. It's a requirement, it's an enhanced requirement to the adopted Cal Green requirement. We're gonna take a more deep dive into that
All right,
and determine that we are providing an enhanced requirement. And I will work with
Okay.
Peninsula Clean Energy
Of course.
to ensure that we are more stringent than the minimum code required by the California Green Building Code.
okay. Last question. I recall during adoption of REACH codes that there would be certain exemptions. One of those exemptions is, for instance, a small business owner who wants to open up a pizza shop, and they want to use gas instead of electricity. Do they still have the capability to apply for that exemption?
Yes,
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Segala.
thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. Great presentation. It looks like we're moving forward in the diversion rate. Would you mind going back to that slide where it had the definition? I think you believe it says small room.
Oh, sleeping
Sleeping room?
yes.
Yeah, sleeping room. So the new proposed amendments, so when someone comes and just like a scenario, efficiency kitchen, what is defined as a sleeping room, if you don't mind a little further?
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's a good question. I'm glad you asked that. Sleeping room is a minimum of 70 square feet and shall not be less than 7 feet in any direction. A study, sewing room, sitting room, office, den, or similar room shall be considered a room designated for sleeping purposes if it contains a closet, alcove, indentation, or wing wall, which creates an area greater than 12 inches in depth.
Okay, so, and that's applicable, obviously, we know if someone does an ADU, correct?
Right, this is applicable in any residential project.
Okay, so if someone already has their home structure and they want to have a room and they turn it into, well, like an office, and then I think I heard that as well, right?
Yes, this would apply to that.
Okay,
The big concern is to capture the requirements for sleeping rooms, such as emergency escape and rescue openings, a minimum level of heat. There's also a minimum level of light and ventilation. There could be additional fire protection requirements.
okay,
So this is to capture that.
okay.
So it provides more clarification and direction to those that are submitting for permits.
Because we have a lot of older structures, so I was looking at the fire resistance construction residential code, and are we now on new construction requiring more fire resistance materials so that we don't hear of these sad structure fires? And that are we stronger than a lot of the other cities in that? And is that going to be a requirement? I guess our fire authority would know that as well, and you. How much of the materials and what type of materials in the construction area would we require?
Yeah, as codes evolve, we learn from tragedies, unfortunately.
Correct.
And the requirements for fire resistance rated construction become greater and greater. Providing the clarification that we are proposing is adding more code language to make it clear what the requirements are. And it does save us quite a bit of time when explaining to the applicant that we can point to a certain code
Yeah.
section.
So that's also, so this is applicable to also new and those that do the remodeling.
Correct.
So we can make sure that the residents are safe and they have escape routes, because we've had a lot of issues of that, as we know, sadly, in our community. And that's why we want people to know that when they do ADUs or adjustments, it seems a hindrance in some areas, but we really need to, the safety is key.
Yeah, so this is to provide a minimum level of safety, and from what the building community has learned through those events, those tragic events.
Yeah, I figured we would make them stronger. So are ours just as strong than others? Are there a way to make it stronger, or do you feel comfortable to where we're at in this particular proposal?
Yeah. So it is a very delicate balance of coming up with a reasonable amount of safety, and to say that we're stronger than most cities, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I do say that we are strong in enforcing those requirements.
Yeah. Is that attributable to also the materials and the cost of the materials?
Yeah,
For construction?
Yeah, as technology increases and develops, these material prices start to go down. And this has been in the code for quite a while now, so
Yeah.
they are readily available and I would say economical.
Okay, for anyone
Yes.
to obtain?
Yes.
And that thing, okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, that's something else to look at. But I appreciate the research, and the safety is one of the biggest ones for me. And I know that we did do the other REACH codes as well from before, to switch from the gas to become climate friendly and do our own. And then our mayor sits on PCE, and then Peninsula Clean Energy has been really good about that, and partners. So thank you for reaching out to them. And I think our affordable housing, we actually, doesn't matter whether you're affordable housing or what type of housing, we want to make sure the residents are safe. And the definitions of the efficiency kitchen also is is that any cooking appliance or any?
Yeah, this provides clarification for efficiency kitchen as it's laid out in the building code. The building code doesn't necessarily have a definition for efficiency kitchen, so I'm proposing to add that definition.
Okay.
And this is for the cooking appliance, to limit the size of the cooking appliance to reduce the fire hazard.
Yeah, that's good, because a lot of parents are having their children come from college and they can't afford to live, and they've been coming in, and then we want to make sure that they're safe as well, our elders in our community, with the cost of living here and the inflationary problem. So thank you very much, Mark. Great job, and thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate it, and all the work. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Councilmember DiGiovanni. You just toggled something in my brain regarding the presentation, and that's pertaining to sleeping rooms. So I want to give you a hypothetical. I have a bedroom, 20 by 14, and I decide to erect a wall in between, right smack in the middle. And I separate the heating portion so that both sides can get heat. Is that legal?
Yeah, again, I'd have to look at the submitted set of construction documents, but as long as both the wall that you've constructed has not blocked the main means of egress or the emergency escape and rescue opening, which is typically the window, you would be allowed to do that.
Yeah, okay, I'll take out the one big one and put two windows in. I'm just playing the devil's advocate here,
Yeah.
because enforcement is an issue. And basically, you cannot just go in someone's home unless somebody complains and our code enforcement would go out. But there's been instances where someone has erected a wall and considers that a sleeping room. The fact that you have defined the dimensions of the sleeping room at a minimum will go a long way to, whether it will come back to the landlord or the owner should a tragedy occur, which we don't want to happen.
Yeah.
So great on that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good.
All right, so with that, I'd like to have a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any? No? Okay. Seeing that there's none, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close?
Can I get
Second.
a second? All those in favor say aye.
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 Can I get a motion for the city attorney to read by the title only?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second?
Second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. This is an ordinance of the City of Daly City, repealing and replacing chapters 15, 1508, 1510, 1514, 1516, 1520, 1522, 1524, 1532, 1560, and 1565, with the addition of Chapter 1512, amendments to Chapter 1564 of Title 15 of the Daly City Municipal Code, and we will now have a council member introduce the ordinance.
I'll go ahead and introduce the ordinance. Okay, is that it? Okay.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
All right, so moving to, thank you, Mario, for all intricate presentation you had, and look forward to making this all work out.
Yeah, excellent.
Moving down to item number 16, amendment to PD 47, plan development standards and approval of parking management plan for King Plaza Shopping Center, 950-980 King Drive, zone change 7C-09-21-015-237. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to the staff.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. If you just give us a quick second to load the presentation. That's okay. Okay, there we go. Again, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, this is a request to amend a portion of Plan Development Zone number 47, which we all know as the King Plaza Shopping Center. The City Council will recall this item was before the Council in terms of a determination of the Planning Commission's recommendation, and the City Council had determined that the City Council would like to hear this item, and it is therefore before the Council tonight. The parcel that is proposed for rezoning is the blue area. For clarification, this is again the block surrounded by Callan, Warwick, Shipley, and King Drive in the southern part of Daly City. I think we're all familiar with it. The shopping center is the only portion of this block that's proposed for rezoning, even though the whole block is zoned PD 47. The classic bowling center is not part of the proposal. By way of background for the council, this property was originally all one piece of property when the shopping center and classic bowling alley were constructed in 1973 and 1985 respectively. In 1997, the property was subdivided. There were some planned development zone changes that had occurred in the previous years, but the subdivision of this property into two properties occurred in 1997. And at that time, there was a requirement for a parking management plan put in place and strengthened at that time by the City Council, in place at that time. And the parking management plan, it does not appear to the city staff, had ever been developed or approved by the city. And so this hearing and all of the events culminating up into it is quite actually an old issue. It's approximately a 30-year-old issue. And it's something that the city staff and the property owners have worked on for quite some time. And of course, the public has over the years, including in the subdivision and the rezoning of the property to plan development number 47, the public's expressed some concern about the parking related to this shopping center. So the issue of parking at the shopping center is not a new one. It's been dealt with by previous city councils. And kind of a culmination of events has occurred, and the current property owner and the Classic Bowling Center have been involved in some litigation that's outlined in the staff report or mentioned in the staff report. And the item is before the City Council tonight in terms of the parking management plan and some of the text amendments to Plan Development Zone number 47. Here are some site photos of the shopping center. This is looking to the south from, I believe, Warwick Street, and this is Manila Market. Parking field in the foreground. This is taken from King Drive looking to the north, and this is Classic Bowling Center on the right side, which with some of the smaller tenants in the shopping center on the left side. And this is looking up the driveway that serves both of these uses. So we've summarized the proposed amendments to PD 46. The applicants, the owners of King Plaza Shopping Center, that is, have provided a strikeout and underline for the council consideration of what they would like changed in the plan development zone. So this is in addition to the approval of the parking management plan. There's text amendments to the PD 46. The first of which pertains to Manila Market parking delivery truck hours. And there's a specification that this truck can park longer than 24 hours. Staff has taken no exception to this. All other trucks, that being defined as 2 axles or more, can park between 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. 7 days per week, with the provision of occasional deliveries after 1 p.m. Monday through Friday. Again, staff has no issue with that either. The removal of the requirement for a monument sign at the corner of Callan Boulevard and King Drive. We do believe that this monument sign was at some point moved from this location closer to the intersection of King and Skyline, sort of a community entry sign. So we have no issue with that. Removal of the requirement that the King Plaza Shopping Center property and Classic Bowl property share a common set of CCNRs related to maintenance. Staff has also had no issue with that largely. Most of these changes, and we've worked through some of them with the applicant, there's been an evolution since the Planning Commission meeting, as outlined in the staff report, are of no concern to the city staff. So most of the items we do recommend approval for. With regard to delivery, we have made some recommendations that just to clarify where deliveries can occur, and where most deliveries actually already do occur, which is at the lot that's immediately adjacent. This would be the northeast lot adjacent to the intersection of Callan and King. So the city staff has indicated there are essentially 3 stipulations about deliveries. Deliveries can occur by any vehicle, including passenger cars, so long as they don't occupy or block ingress or egress to any of the shopping center's required parking spaces identified in the parking management plan. There are some little nooks and crannies in the shopping center that would be largely unaffected, and so long as it's okay with the fire department, unloading and loading can occur at these locations, and that's what number 1 says. Number 2, delivery shall occur in the upper lot and shall not block ingress or egress to any parking space. Now, nor shall any such vehicle block an access lane required by the fire department. So at the upper lot, this is at the northeast of the northeast corner of Callan and King, is where deliveries can occur. And the city staff has, in number 3, recommended that there be a striping plan included so that when motorists, patrons of the shopping center, and actually we'll get into in a moment, what will hopefully more likely be employees of the shopping center enter that lot, they know where they can park their car without getting blocked by truck parking, because that is really a part of what has brought this issue to the forefront for the city staff, is complaints about motorists being blocked in their parking spaces. And so we want to make sure there's a sign program and striping on the ground that makes it very clear to anybody entering that lot where they can park and not get blocked in. So moving on to the parking management plan, which has been, and this is illustrated in a lot of the correspondence you've seen. The City Council's been made aware of this issue through the application, of course, and also the attached letters from the attorneys representing both the King Plaza Center and the Classic Bowl site. There has been a considerable amount of public input. The City Council itself has been a party to that in the last presentation the staff made on this topic. And the parking management plan is what is proposed, that is proposed by the shopping center, is what is on the screen in front of the council now. And what the management plan is essentially is a time limitation that is placed on various parking spaces. And it's actually less than half the parking spaces where a time limitation would be imposed, and they're color coded. And this graphic is provided in the City Council packet. And again, this is the proposal by the applicants, the owners of the shopping center. And the council would like, we can go through this in some detail. There are no time limits associated with any of the, what we'll just say the pink or salmon colored spaces. So beginning with that, it's immediately surrounding Classic Bowl and in the corner parking lot. Some of the center spaces here, anything identified with the E, so starting with there is no limit. There is no limit in any of the E spaces. Moving on to 2-hour time limit, or this parking spaces identified with a D, and these are the green colored spaces. So these would be subject to a 2-hour limit. Spaces identified with an A and a B would be subject to a 1-hour limit, and these are those in front of Manila Market. So this is the Manila Market building, just to orient the council, and this is the L-shaped building, which is some smaller tenant spaces in the shopping center. And there is also 980 King, which is a couple of smaller retail spaces. Right in front of 980 King, there are 3 parking spaces with, I believe, a 20-minute time limit. And that is essentially the proposal. So some 1-hour spaces, some 2 hours in the light green, 2-hour spaces in the darker green, and then unlimited in the pink or salmon colored spaces. The parking lot that I'd mentioned previously, this is just to orient, this is King here, and this is Callan, and this is the upper, what we call the upper parking lot. And that is proposed for unrestricted time limit. If there's any questions about this, we can stop on it, and if any of the council members have, this is again a proposal by the shopping center, and we can answer any of those, or we can continue with the presentation.
I have a question. On the pink, no time limit, how many spaces? I can't.
Yeah, that is, as a matter of fact, we have that on the next slide. Let's take a look at that.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, so the E is 159 parking spaces. So we blew this up because it is hard to read, and it's also hard for me to remember. 159 unlimited parking spaces, and there are no limit on some ADA spaces. So when we add these up, actually the majority of the parking spaces have, in fact, no time limit on them. The D is the 2-hour time limit, and those are the darker green spaces here and at the periphery. Sorry, we're kind of moving backward in the letters, but then the 1-hour limit are the spaces that are right up against both Manila Market and some of the smaller retailers and some of the smaller restaurants.
How many?
And those are 1-hour limit, 54 parking spaces. We created this table to show the distribution of spaces. There are 326 parking spaces, as well as attribute a percentage so that the council can see what proportion of spaces are allocated to the various time limits. So this is an important table, and it provides a general description, of course, of where those spaces are. So between this and this is a staff-developed table, but it just represents what is proposed. So in its evaluation of the applicant's proposal, the city staff made several observations. We visited the site a number of times, and we've actually done so over the history of having reviewed this issue. This has been an issue that has been brought to the city staff since the 2007 sale of the property. Not long after that, we've had meetings with the property owner, and this issue's been before us. We started taking a look as a result at what was actually going on at this shopping center, of course more intensively after this application was made. But we have made observations, and probably the most fundamental or important observation is that the parking lot at the northeast corner of Callan and King Drive is woefully underutilized, at least during the day and during the workday, and even on Saturday mornings. This changes a little bit in the afternoons of the weekends. And there is, in our observation and opinion, there's an underutilization of this parking lot by the people who work in both the Classic Bowling Center and the shopping center. And you'll see in a moment, it's for this reason that we're recommending that all employees park in this lot. And this isn't just an observation that's been made by the city staff, it's also been made by parking consultants who have looked at this issue over the years. And so that's a very important one. Moving on to the second, in the morning, the lot is occupied by this lot at the northeast corner of Callan and King is occupied by larger delivery vehicles. They don't occupy a huge portion of the lot. There are as many as 5. We have photographs, I believe, in the presentation about that. The third bullet, employees of both the shopping center and bowling center are not using the upper corner lot. Employee parking is therefore occurring on the shopping center site or in an adjacent street. So the people who we think, anyway, that the people who work in the center and at the bowling alley actually park either in the city street or in the parking lot that is in between the buildings of the shopping center and not at that corner parking lot. Street parking surrounding the shopping center remains fairly abundant. Again, during the morning and early afternoon, becomes scarcer in the afternoon, evening, and weekend, and that's probably because there are a number of residents who live around the center. The area is characterized by single-family homes, and as people come home, they tend to fill up the parking in the city street. We did make some observations over time that there were some vehicles that didn't seem to move for quite some time. Those could be also residents parking in the lot. We've also made a recommendation with regard to that issue. These are just some photographs that show the parking issue by trucks that we observed. This is actually a delivery that's occurring in Callan, but yeah, larger trucks. And this is the backside of a grocery store, so very naturally we're going to have large deliveries, and what we're trying to do is find a way to accommodate that. Just some more sort of illustrating the usage of the corner lot. Again, some of these photographs are getting close to the lunch hour on the top, and here. Not a lot of use of the parking lot there, but again, both the bowling alley and the shopping center are in full operation at the time that these photographs are being taken, at least the top left and bottom right. So with regard to the proposed parking management, the staff's made some observations that I've already mentioned. More than half the parking spaces on the property would remain unrestricted, approximately 51 to 52%. 80% of the parking spaces would either have no time limit or would be limited to 2 hours. all of the parking spaces immediately surrounding the Classic Bowling Center, including 32 spaces in Shipley Avenue and 8 parking spaces in King Drive, are proposed for no time restriction. Of course, those are parking spaces that, some of those are parking spaces in the public right-of-way, so they're not part of this parking management plan, but still, they are parking spaces that existed in the city street. Our last observation is that most patrons are present for less than 2 hours, representing an acceptable turnover for parking spaces. This has been some sort of point of contention, this observation by the staff. It is one that we do believe is true and is sort of key to the 2-hour versus more or less hours that some of the parking that apply to some of the parking restrictions. There are, as I mentioned previously, a number of automobiles that are stationary on the shopping center's main lots for longer than 1 hour and longer than 2 hours. So when we came back over time, we saw that some of the parking spots did not receive turnover. Those could be employees or residents of the nearby neighborhood that are using the private lot. The city staff, as indicated in the staff report, is supporting the parking management plan as proposed with some changes. So part of the topic is whether there should be a parking management plan at all. Just to review how this got to the city staff and to the city council, a parking management plan is required for this when the subdivision of the land that created the Classic Bowling Center site and the King Plaza Center occurred in 1997. It does not appear that there was ever an approved parking management plan, and the applicant has made an application to basically rectify that situation, bringing the city a parking management plan that it could approve or review, and that's exactly what we've done. So they've thrown something out there, and we are responding to it as the city staff. City council, of course, can make modifications to this fully within the right of the council, and essentially what we are recommending is that the upper corner lot at King and Callan be used for employee parking. Now, anybody could actually access it. It wouldn't be employee parking only, but the city staff is recommending that the council adopt a parking management plan that requires that in all new leases and any renewals of leases in the King Plaza Center, that the applicant build into each one of those leases the requirement that the employees of all of the businesses park in that corner lot. If this lot becomes full, and it can be by other employees in the shopping center or even the public, if this lot becomes full, then they're to use the city street for parking. The employees not adhering to this requirement shall be a party to a lease violation. So this is something that's a very key thing that we wanted to consider. So the second thing is that none of the time restrictions identified in the parking management plan shall apply after 7 p.m. The time Manila Market currently closes 7 days per week. There's some language in there about revising that should the market change its hours, but the city staff feels because the market's closed that there's no need to time restrict any of the parking spaces after 7 p.m. The third bullet, the paragraph in the draft parking management plan concerning large-scale events shall be stricken completely. Part of the city staff's charge is to protect the city to some degree. We want to make sure that we don't create a enforcement issue, and that is what we found with the large-scale evening event proposal. The implementation of this is nothing that we saw or we found to be kind of challenging, and we thought that the enforcement would ultimately land on the city's lap. And it's an important thing, and we should take a moment to think about enforcement of the parking management plan, because it is something that the city staff, even though the shopping center itself will be implementing this, the city staff could receive complaints about, and we need to consider how this will be enforced. If we look at the parking management plan, the applicant proposes to enforce the plan by towing vehicles. And so what will happen if, and this is, and we've outlined this in the staff report, it's a little unclear how exactly it would be determined which vehicles are towed away. So we want to make sure that the city doesn't get itself mired into this issue of vehicles towed away. And we, even though we're supporting the parking management plan with some changes, we didn't feel that the large-scale evening event item could be enforced by us, and we have therefore recommended its removal. The last bullet is installation and maintenance of striping areas for truck parking during the allowable hours. This is something that I discussed previously in the presentation. We want to make sure that it's very, very clear to any motorist arriving at that corner lot that where they can park and not expect to be blocked in by a truck. This again is the essence of one of the things that's actually brought this issue to the planning division staff and the city council. The we can forget this slide. It was summarized in the previous slide. Forgive me for that. The proposals exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. We found this exemption applicable to the proposal. We don't see any environmental consequence that results from this proposal. In reviewing the checklist that is embodied in CEQA, there are none of the items that are there slightly affected by this proposal, and we therefore determined that there is no environmental consequence as a result of adoption of the parking management plan. The city staff is recommending the approval of the zone change requested, the approval of the parking management plan as proposed for amendment by the city staff, as well as that the city council find the proposal exempt from CEQA. If there's any questions, we are available to answer those, as the applicants, as well as representatives from Classic Bowl, are also available to answer any questions council members may have.
With that, just open it up to my colleagues if they have any questions or comments for the staff. After? Okay. So I'd like to have a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open public hearing?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So we have a big, nice stack here. Go with Felicia Leong, Chief Executive Officer of the Daly City Colma Chamber of Commerce. And then number 2 will be Tammy Ho, just to be.
Good evening, everybody, and good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Felicia Leong, and I am the CEO of the Daly City Colma Chamber of Commerce. We are here tonight to let you know about what Classic Bowling Center does for the community. They have been in business for 38 years and have done many community events. From donating to the Daly City Colma Chamber of Commerce Scholarship Foundation, toy drives, canned food drives, free bowling to the kids. During the summer, helping deliver toys for Operation Santa Claus, and they host annual bowling turkey bowls, which actually donate to our scholarship program for our high school students who go to college. Classic Bowling Center is a pillar in the Daly City community. We can only hope that whatever the parking plan is decided works for all businesses. I also wanted to say personally, wearing a different hat, I live about 10 blocks away from King Plaza. I have been living there for about 10 years. I actually shop at Manila market 3 times a week. I don't have a problem with parking. I actually go in the evening. I'm not a bowler, but Classic Bowling Center has a restaurant. I also go visit Mr. Fong's, and I also buy pastries, and I go to the Vietnamese restaurant. I may have to circle a few times to get a space during, depends on what day it is and what time. But I do always find a space, and I've been living here for over a decade. So the population of Daly City, coming from my point of view in statistics, actually is growing, but that only happens because the city is doing so well. So I'm here to talk for the business community and actually as a representative of a citizen in this city, that you fairly look at this plan. There are a lot of people involved in this that surround the city.
Alicia, I think the time is up.
Okay,
But
thank you very
for your
much.
comments. Before we go up, we have representatives from both King Plaza and both Classic Bowl. I'd like to call on Mark Hurock and Gary Black. And we have like a special 10 minutes for you to speak, and then I'll give King Plaza and Janet Fogarty 10 minutes afterwards.
Did you want the applicant to go first, Mayor?
Whatever.
May not?
Oh, well, whatever.
It's entirely up to you. We'll go if you're ready.
Okay. Well, I have you right. Since you're at the podium, go right ahead.
Thank you. And we have a PowerPoint that Michael was going to put up. Gary, is that your first time? Okay, all right. Members of the council and Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for allowing us to have a little extra time here to present. We've given you a lot in writing, and I know that you reviewed it carefully, so I'll try not to repeat. And there's many people here tonight. I hope they understand why they're here and why we find ourselves in this pickle, if you will. And it's not because of any change in the operations by the Classic Bowl. We've heard that Sierra Bowl closure had some effect. That was 10 years ago. No, we're here for one reason, and that's because progressively, the shopping center has replaced retail tenants with food uses, which, as the staff report acknowledges, requires a lot more parking than retail or personal service. And as that has increased, parking has gotten worse. It's also a violation of your zoning code, which required the shopping center to have a balanced tenant mix, and they've done just the opposite. But rather than taking them to task for that, they come here and ask you to reward them by segregating off about half of the parking spaces for their own exclusive use. That's not fair, it's not equitable, and it will be fatal for Classic Bowl. Why isn't it going to work? As I explained in my letter, it's like going to the movies and parking in a 2-hour space because that's all there is. Well, by the time you get in, buy your ticket, get your concessions, go through the trailers and watch the movie, it's going to take more than 2 hours. And you're not enjoying your experience because you're worrying about your parking. Then if you get out there and you've got a ticket or you've been towed, guaranteed you're not going back. That's what's going to happen here with the classic bowlers, and there's many of them here tonight to tell you just exactly that. 159 spaces would be untimed under the applicant's proposal, and that sounds like a lot until you do the math. And you realize that those 159 spaces have to accommodate about 100 bowlers during good times, plus about 10 employees, plus 90 to 100 employees of the shopping center, plus anybody else who's a diner or a shopper who wants to park in one of those spaces. All of a sudden, you add them up, and 159 spaces is nowhere near enough for all the purposes they're supposed to serve. The shopping center also wants to have you take away the requirement for joint CC&Rs. Well, that's not an issue about the cost of maintaining those parking spaces, because DBP and the Classic Bowl have been paying their fair share all along, no question about that. But what they want to do is start to charge Classic Bowl for using parking spaces, a starting fee of $96,000. Is that okay with you? But once you've given up control over that, that fee could go up to $200,000 or $500,000 a year, and all of a sudden it becomes unmanageable because you gave up your authority over that. Don't do it, please. We've offered a reasonable alternative that was agreed to by the experts for both parties. And if you've ever been in litigation, you know the chances of expert witnesses agreeing on everything is about as often as snow in Daly City. But that 4-hour parking program that they propose does exactly what we need to do, which is to get the employees off the main lot and onto the peripheries, and then everybody else, whether you're a bowler, a diner, or a shopper, can share that main lot. And once you've gotten rid of 100 employees, there's going to be plenty of spaces in that main lot. So at our last meeting, Mr. Sylvester observed quite cogently, we need to try something, and we agree. So let's try the 4-hour time limit. As the physicians say, first, do no harm. We know that's not going to put anybody out of business, and the experts all agree that it should be effective. And then, if it doesn't work after a reasonable trial, maybe we have to come back. But let's not start a trial that could put somebody out of business. In the end, we're asking the council to make a data-driven decision, one that's based on expert advice, not on emotion or frustration or unsigned parking management plans. That would be fatal mistake for Classic Bowl. Let me turn it over now to Gary, who is our parking consultant, and he'll go through his slides with you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Gary Black with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. Oh, thank you. We've been studying the parking out at the bowling center and the shopping center for a number of years. We've done a number of counts and observations out there, so I just want to share a couple slides with you about that. And as was already stated by Mark, this slide shows in red are the food uses in 1990, and then here are the food uses in 2022. So there has been a substantial increase in the number of food uses at the center, which puts some additional pressure on the parking that wasn't there originally. This table shows the results of some of the parking counts that we did out there, and we counted how long the cars are parked, what they're parking for, and how long they stay there. It's a little hard to read. I don't have a pointer, but I can just show you that there is a pointer. Well, anyway. Oh, there it is. There we go. So on this survey day, the average time that bowlers were parked was a little over 3 hours. My pointer went away. And on this day, it was about 3 hours. And on this day, it was a tournament day. It was just about 4 hours. In contrast, here's how long the other patrons were parked for all of the other uses in the center, which was about a little over or a little under an hour on average. So you can see there's a big difference between the parking duration for the bowling alley versus the other uses in the center. Why we're saying that a 2-hour time limit is just not going to work. This is an average duration for the bowling alley, which means some people park longer, some people park shorter. And this graph shows on a Saturday, and I want to be clear that the problem days are Saturday and Sundays. I think we can stipulate that during the week, we don't really have a problem, but on Saturdays and Sundays, the center is totally full. And this shows the time on the bottom and the number of parking spaces that were occupied. And you can see at the peak, when this survey was done, we counted there around 350 spaces. The number of spaces kind of varies over time. And they were completely utilized at around noon. And what's interesting, if you look at this, and this down here, this line that's the bowling center. That peaked also about noon with roughly 120 cars parked. So if you add 120 for the bowling alley plus 100 for employees, that's about 220. So the 159 it's not nearly enough. What's interesting about this also is if you look at 8 o'clock in the morning, before really most of the stores are even open and the bowling center is not open, there's already 80 cars parked there. So those are clearly employees that are parking there. And that reinforces what we say, that there's at least, we estimate 100 employees. So this is the proposal. We actually worked with another parking consultant a couple of years ago that was hired by the King Plaza. So we were hired by the bowling center, and he was hired by King Plaza, and we were told, put your heads together and come up with a plan that works for everyone. That's what we were asked to do. And this is what we came up with, which is these lots here in this orangish color would be unlimited and marked for employee parking. And there's about 85 spaces or so here. It's not quite enough for all the employees, but it's pretty close. And then these spaces would be 4-hour spaces. So you'd still get your turnover. 4 hours would be long enough for the bowlers, so they wouldn't be forced off of the site. But on the other hand, you wouldn't have the employees filling up all of these spaces. And just the last slide I wanted to show you is this was a count of on-street parking that was done. This was actually done by the parking consultant for the King Plaza. And this shows the parking occupancy on street, also within the center, but also on street on a Saturday at 1 o'clock. And red means 100%, basically 100% of the spaces are taken. So the point of this is that it's not possible for bowlers to find on-street parking during the middle of the day on weekends. So that was the end of my presentation. I think also the end of our time. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right. And then as follow-up, I'll have Janet Fogarty come, and you'll have as well as equal time, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Well, as you recall from earlier presentations, I'm a land use attorney and I represent King Plaza Center and the Ho family, who are the owners of King Plaza Center. There are 3 matters before you tonight, as your staff has outlined. One is a parking management plan that provides half the spaces at King Plaza Center with no time limit restrictions, and half the spaces, a little less than half, with either 2 or 1 hour limits. And all who come to the shopping center are treated alike. There are also zone text amendments. We've talked to your staff at length, and we're in agreement with what is being recommended by staff for the zone text amendments. And then also before you are a set of CC&Rs, but I'll speak about each of these things separately. So as to the parking management plan, we in fact did have an expert. The expert's report is with your staff. The expert is called Walker Consulting. And Walker Consulting also found that employees need to be moved to the upper lot. It's a very logical conclusion. But Walker Consultants also found that the spaces nearest the short-term uses are the spaces that need either 1 hour or 2 hour. And the spaces that are near the bowling alley and away from where short-term uses are, and you see all of those pink-colored spaces, can be unlimited. And the unlimited spaces can be for the bowling alley, if those bowlers are going to be there longer than 2 hours. And as you've been told by your staff, not all bowlers are there longer than 2 hours. And they can be used for employees. And there is a parking management plan which will reduce the number of employees using the shopping center to park. And that is going to be in conjunction with your Transportation Demand Management Association, which we've already consulted, so they're ready to go with incentives and disincentives. And we have agreed to have a lease requirement that the employees must park in the upper lot. And then after the upper lot fills, on-street parking. I have to tell you that consultants don't always agree. Even though they may find the same information, they may put different interpretations on it. The beauty of the plan that we proposed is, first of all, it's easy to understand, so that once employees know they're supposed to park in the lot, they go park in the lot. People who are there to pick up bread or to go do their grocery shopping or to have a meal, they'll look for the shorter term parking lots because that suits their needs. People who are going to be for the longer term, they'll look for longer term parking because that'll suit their needs. Now, DBP, through Mr. Hudak, comes at this late hour with a new proposed parking plan developed by their expert without consultation with the owner of the land that they're proposing this parking plan for. Because of that, there's no opportunity to dig into those numbers and to find out what the assumptions are with that 4-hour plan. But the biggest problem with that 4-hour plan is that it doesn't turn over these spaces often enough to be of benefit to the businesses that need short-term parking. You know, restaurants try to turn tables so they can fit more people in. Well, the experts try to turn parking so more people can fit in. So one of the things that our consultant said is we have a finite number of spaces, and the way to increase the parking on that finite number of spaces is to turn them over. You have to have 2-hour spaces to turn them over fast enough to accommodate those uses. And the ordinance said the parking management plan has to accommodate all of the uses in the shopping center, not just the bowling alleys. As your staff told you, 2-hour parking is reasonable, it's fair, it works.
Can I get order, please?
So you've heard about numbers, so we don't dispute those numbers. DBP says they have 100 bowlers they need spaces for, and they have 10 employees they need spaces for. There are 159 spaces that are recommended for unlimited parking. There are 326 spaces on site, and there are 76 spaces on the street. We believe, and our consultant believes, with an employee parking plan to reduce the number of employees parking on site, that should be enough. If you look at those numbers, that's pretty fair that the bowling alley has unlimited parking for half the spaces. You look at the numbers, look at their own numbers, and there should be sufficient parking in those unlimited spaces for both the bowlers and the employees, because our expert believes that we can reduce that number of employees considerably below the 100. They're talking about reducing it to 60, reducing it by 40%. So when you consider the fairness, consider that DBP, who owns the land Classic Bowling sits on, sold off the King Plaza Center after getting approval from the city in 1998 to reduce the number of parking spaces they need by 20%. They got a variance by 20%. And the city approved that with conditions. And again, as your staff pointed out, those conditions have not been met since 1998. One of those conditions was to have a parking management plan. And one of those conditions was to have CC&Rs that spoke to the maintenance in the shopping center, how the garbage was taken care of in the shopping center, and who paid for what, for all of that. There have never been CC&Rs submitted to the city for approval until now. There has never been a parking management plan that's been approved by the city, although there were attempts at it. There's nothing been approved by the city. So right now, the owners of the land who bought the land after it was segregated, after it was sold off, have come to you to try to bring this property into compliance with your regulations, because they recognize that that's important to control the parking, to control what happens on their land, to maintain the value of their land, to maintain their land as an asset to the community. So you have a zone text amendment before you. Again, I won't go over it all again. Your staff has done an excellent job of describing what's in there. One of the issues is that it changes the requirement to have common CC&Rs, allows the owner of each parcel to have CC&Rs as to what happens on their own parcel. Again, if you owned a piece of land and you wanted to build condominiums on it, you would have CC&Rs for your condominiums. You as a landowner would do that. The landowner wants to do that. They want to make sure that this property is properly used by the people who come to use it. You do that with CC&Rs. Now, the CC&Rs proposed by the applicant were provided to the city attorney. Your staff clarified that the city attorney needs only to address in the CC&Rs whether or not they include the provisions that are in the ordinance, which has to do with maintenance. The CC&Rs that we applied for were broader than that. We would like to have the council clarify tonight, because it seems ambiguous to us, whether in fact the CC&Rs need to be approved by the city, or whether the CC&Rs just need to be submitted to the city attorney to make sure that they're in compliance with what's in the zoning code. And so we ask that you not act on the text of the CC&Rs tonight, but rather that you clarify, put into the record the process involved, and then we will submit revised CC&Rs to the city attorney in order to make sure that it's in compliance with what's in the ordinance. So I thank you very much for your consideration in taking this on tonight, in finally doing something to solve this parking problem, and in addressing the issue of the owner of the property trying to bring this property into compliance with your zoning code, finally, after all these years. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. I just want to just to give you all some, just be respectful for when everybody talks. There's a lot of people that will be talking, and if we could just hold the applause. We want to get everybody to speak, or we'll be here till like 4 in the morning. And I got to work tomorrow, so. Next person to speak is Tammy Ho, who's the owner of King Plaza.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council, member of Council. My name is Tammy Ho. I am the owner of the King Plaza Center. I came to the United States over 50 years, and I worked very hard to make money and save money so I could buy. Thank God I'm able to buy King Plaza. And King Plaza, the reason I like King Plaza is I see the number of the business there. They serve a large population in Daly City, and also Manila Market also serve a large Asian community. I have been received a lot of complaints from my tenant about the parking issue. My attorney already addressed a lot of things, but I really don't understand. Now, planning, Michael is here. I really like to ask you, why 30 years ago or 40 years ago, when Bowling built the building, they have 60 lanes. Why they don't need to compliance parking space? Again, I just heard you said they subdivide on about 30 years. And at one time, I understand Bowling owned part of the land. Why he have to sold all his land to other? I pay a lot of money to buy the center and all the parking land. The reason I pay that a lot of money to buy all the land is because I want to ensure my tenant have enough parking space for their business. I feel my parking plan is very fair. I think Bowling should thank me to let them, use my own land, and then I share 100% of my own land to let them share the parking. Do you think I'm not fair? You know, my whole parking lot, I put 50% of unlimited parking space. And then there are 25%.
Tammy, if you could wrap it up. Your 2 minutes have been up.
93, I know I reached, but I have a lot to say. Please
I know, but we have this amount of people that need to speak, so I just want to be respectful.
I just say one more minute.
No, Tammy, we gotta wrap it up. I'm sorry.
I just ask the council, please help improve my fair parking plan.
Hey, thank you.
Good night. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Tammy. All right, next is Joji Mercado, and then after is Lisa De Luna. Joji Mercado. Okay. And then after will be Lisa De Luna.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Joji Mercado. I own a small karate school and a King Plaza Center. And my operation is just around 5 to 6 hours every day, usually late afternoon and early evening. During the day when you go to the center, you'll see parking. I would get parking, in the morning, early afternoon, or lunchtime. But when it comes to my hours of operation, where usually it's after work, parking is just dense. My students are having a hard time looking for parking. So it's one of my concerns that I got from my students. And, as a small business owner, it affects my business. I'm not as big as other business, but it's still my business and I do care. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joji. Lisa DeLuna, then we have Harry Brown, and then James Barrett.
Good evening. My name is Lisa. I'd like to thank you for having us here tonight. I'll make it short and sweet. I'm here in full support of Classic Bowling Center. I've literally grown up there and spent my entire life and have brought my children there to enjoy bowling amongst other activities and events. We feel safe and at home there. They do a lot for the community, which helps keep kids off the streets. And parking restriction would definitely hinder the business and negatively affect the owners and patrons. Please do not allow this to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. We have Harry Brown, James Barrett, and then Charles Davis. So Harry Brown. Harry Brown, James Barrett, then Charles Davis.
I had no idea. This is my first time. You guys got a tough job. Hey, I'm 77 years old. I love to bowl. It's really that simple. I love to bowl. The bowling alley's been there for almost 40 years. And it isn't that they aren't trying to help this out. When I first started bowling, the average team, the bowl was 5 people. I bowl in 2 leagues now, and I have 3 people. We're 3 people. So the bowling alley is making an effort. I mean, it definitely doesn't work to their advantage, so we have 3-man teams instead of 5. So they are making an effort. I bowl with people in their 80s, 90s. A few have hit the century mark. It's something we look forward to. It keeps us vital. It keeps us active. It's good for us. Don't take that away from us. We cannot live with 2-hour parking. It will put the bowling alley out of business. That is not fair. They've been there almost 40 years. They have to be able to stay in business. Thank you.
Then we have, excuse me.
I'm Charles Davis.
We have James Barrett, then Charles Davis, then
I agree with him.
Danny Mendoza.
It's like, I've been bowling since I was 50 years old, and I'm 72 now. And the Classic Bowling Alley has to have at least 4 hours because the major leagues that they have takes 4-man teams, and it takes anywhere from 3.5 hours to 4 hours to finish once you start over setting up. So they need at least 4 hours for parking. That's all I got to say.
thank you. That was James. Charles Davis, Danny Mendoza, then Stacy DiVincenzi. So Charles Davis.
That was Charles.
Oh, that was Charles. Did we already have James Barrett, Manila Market? Oh, go ahead, James. Then it's
Good evening. My name is James Barrett. Mr. Mayor, Council, I've heard a lot of things, and I will tell you, I'm here on behalf of Manila Oriental Market, a market that's been there for 30 years in that shopping center, starting before all of this and living through all of this, including surviving the pandemic. Now, how does Manila survive? Manila survives by providing the community the center anchor tenant of King Plaza. People shop at Manila for all the goods in that community. Now, how do people shop? They come and they leave after they buy their goods. But their stay is an hour, could be less than an hour. And that's why the parking plan that's proposed by planning staff addresses that need. So when we're looking at the planning that addresses the need for the people that come to Manila Oriental Market, we're actually supporting the community for what it needs to keep the market open. Manila's a small business, a family-owned business that's been there all this time, and they support the entire community. What I brought here tonight that I was just given are 36 pages of signatures of residents in and around that community that I'm submitting to planning tonight. These signatures indicate something to the entire community. They believe that Manila and King Plaza needs to have the community shop there when they need to shop. I'm not here to speak negative about Classic Bowl. I'm saying look at the other stores that are there that need the parking spaces. One last thing that planning brought up, the other part besides customers is delivery for customers. So what planning has suggested on the delivery of the 7 to 1 p.m., 7 days a week is well within the realm, specifically as written by planning. So as I stand here tonight, Manila stands behind the proposal of the applicant, and we propose that this council make a decision that brings this controversy to an end tonight. Thank you.
Okay. So next up is Denny Mendoza, then after Denny is Stacy DiVincenzi, and then after Stacy is Peter Kwok.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to support Classic Bowling Center. I'm a senior bowler there. I bowl two leagues in a week, and it provides a fun, safe place for seniors and people of all ages to go to. I do not agree with the 2-hour time limit, because if you're bowling in a league or in tournaments, it does take at least 3.5 hours to 4 hours to finish. Prolonging the time limit placed on bowlers would only have us there longer, in my understanding. I do agree with the 4-hour time limit for bowlers and maybe a no time limit at all. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Danny. Next we have Stacy DiVincenzi, then after is Peter Kwok from Manila Oriental Market, and then after Peter will be Kenneth Dolar.
Hi, City Council members. My name is Stacy, and I thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate you listening to the community before making such an important decision on the proposed parking plan. I worked at Classic Bowling Center for over a decade and want to provide my perspective on the current parking situation and how the proposed plan will not work as intended. I work at Classic 5 days a week and sometimes on weekends, so I'm very familiar with this parking situation. I understand the proposed parking plan designates half of the spots with the time limit and the other half with no time limit. However, the untimed parking spots will mainly be used by employees instead of customers, which brings us to the upper parking lot. As a Classic Bowling Center employee, I've been instructed to park in one of the 60 spaces in the upper parking lot, which I do. But often, a large portion of those spaces are blocked by semi-trucks delivering goods. On multiple occasions, I've even received notes on my windshield to not park in certain spots because trucks can't load and unload their goods. I fully support all of the businesses in the center and want to see them all succeed, but the proposed parking plan only negatively impacts one business, and that's Classic Bowling Center, which is why I'm against the parking plan. Thank you.
Next we have Peter, then Kenneth, and then after Kenneth will be Keith O.
Hi, my name is Peter Kwok for the owner of Manila Oriental Market. Hi, Honorable Council and everybody. I have been busy 30 years and everything looked good, but 2012, then the bowling, they closed down, and then every bowling, they come into the bowling. Then the parking lot started a big trouble. Why? Because bowling have a lot more events. Maybe I think about 30 to 40% more events before 2012. And for the attorney of the bowling say try to 4 hours, I'm sure that 4 hours like no limit, because every time they bowling, they take at least 4 hours. And why during the time event, not even one space available? Why? Because when the 60 land event they come in, they come in the same time. The parking lot, someone when they go out, they take over. Go out, they take over. I saw the parking lot full, and I saw my customer come in, they go out. I feel very sad. And for the last 10 years, my business go down to 10–15%. And I think the bowling, the revenue will go up about 40% because there are a lot of events. That's the big trouble. And I think I saw the parking business plan. I'm very happy. At least we have the 93 2 hours for all the tenants of the King Plaza Center use that to turn around. So they have 115, 190 something for unlimited, and if they come in event at the same time, they fill up, then they can find space, they can parking outside or something, or while they parking something. I think this business will be very good. At least all the 10 King Plaza have some space available during the time they event. Now during the time, we go out, they come and take over, and every time 4 hours.
Thank you, Peter.
And with that.
All right. We have Kenneth, Dalar, Keith O, and then after Keith O will be John Lee.
Hello, Mayor and Council people. My name is Kenneth Kendo Dolar, and I'm just here as part of the community. I do a lot of events for the city of Daly City. I used to work for the city of Daly City a long time ago, Park and Rec, so I live and breathe the community. I grew up at Classic Bowling Center, and I've been helping out with fundraisers and all that stuff for the past decade or so. It's been an anchor in the community, and limiting the parking to 1 to 2 hours, it's really detrimental as these recreation centers get more and more scarce. We got to do what we can as a community to keep, community squares like this open. When I go to Classic Bowling Center, I don't go just to go bowling. I go get some star bread. Sometimes I go to Toast. So it really is an anchor that brings people in. And that's the intangible that let's not all forget. So please, let's come to a consensus, be adults, and just try to recreate and actually have time to recreate. I don't want to go bowling and just rush with my kids. I want to have a good time. I want to spend time at the restaurants after I bowl. So let's just all come together. That's all.
And then we have Keith O, John Lee, and then after John Lee, we have Richard Pazderka.
Hello, everybody. So I only have 2 minutes, so I had to write it down, make sure I do it fast. All right. So thank you, Daly City Council, for putting this forum together. Not an easy job, obviously. Since I have 2 minutes, we'll start. I come today as a person who's bowled at Classic Bowling Center since I was a kid, but also worked there for the last 25 plus years. It is very unfortunate that it's come to a point that Daly City Council is now involved. I am sure no one wants any of the businesses to close. It is obvious that parking is an issue. I've come to the conclusion that it is more about the weekends, because on weekdays, it's pretty easy to find parking. I wrote this before I realized there was a 4-hour parking option, and I actually like that. No matter what the outcome, I hope both businesses overcome and stay in business. Both have survived over 35 years, both important. I will share some of my events that I've done and hosted during my career at Classic Bowling Center. I have my own community event, Keith Kids Day, where local celebrities come out and meet and greet and talk with the kids and free bowling. And that started in the 90s. I do my annual toy drive, and I do food drives, and we have hosted, and I've been lucky enough to be master ceremony of the Special Olympics events, also at Classic Bowling Center. In the early 2000s, I was junior director of Classic Bowling Center. We had 500 plus kids, so obviously it's a family-friendly business. The community business, okay, and we also do school tours and so on, good social events, and a good place for families and dates. Some of you may know that I actually met my wife at Classic too, so a little bit more extra important on that part. I truly respect the Daly City Council and whatever you may vote. it is what you feel is right, and thank you for listening and making this happen for the community. I know it's not an easy job, but like I said, nobody wants any business to close, and so thank you for your time.
Next, we have John Lee, Richard Pazderka, and then after Richard, we have Joe Sylvester.
Hello, City Council. My name is John Lee. I represent or am here on behalf of Classic Bowling Center. One of the main things that I want everyone to understand is that you guys have parking and, consultants. You have experts. You guys have talked about this. We're talking about two owners who are rich, own square, right? And we feel for all that. My biggest point is that when you zone this out, you're not going to look if it's a 4-hour. You're not going to look if it's a 1 hour. You're going to get the one that's closest to your thing. You're going to have 10 guys in 4-hour parkings going to Starbread. You're going to have us as bowlers who do spend 3 to 4 hours on the square, and that's part of the thing. If you're trying to come for a parking at 10 a.m., 11 a.m. on a Saturday, it might be kind of hard, right? But most of us know, hey, if you go downtown and you can't find a parking, let's try going at 3 o'clock. Let's try going at 7:30 after dinner rush. There's a way to work around all of this, but these two businesses have been in business for almost 30 years. And so the biggest thing that I say is just whatever side you're on this, right? We all just try to work together. But in the last 30 seconds, the main point I want to make is Keith just spoke on. I have so many friends who have gotten married in our league because of our leagues, family oriented. Bowling alleys are closing at an incredible rate all over the Bay Area. We lost Sarah 10 years ago. Maybe Seabowl might have a problem in a few years. When during a pandemic, all of the bowling alleys suffered. Bel Mateo and San Mateo almost closed, right? Bowling alleys are more than just a business. And so I would just say that on behalf of bowling alleys everywhere, please don't put us out of business.
Next, we have Richard, then Joe Sylvester, and then after Joe, we have Robin Sylvester. Is there a Richard? Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Richard Pazderka. I am here to support Classic Bowling Center. Specifically, I've been asked to speak on behalf of one of the many leagues at Classic. We are 82 strong in our league. Out of that, 28 are seniors. I bring that up specifically for the reason that there's been a misconception I've heard multiple times tonight that it takes 2 hours to bowl. That's not true anywhere. League takes at least 3 to 4 hours. I don't know how many of you have been junior bowlers or enjoy bowling, but that is the reality. And for a senior to not be able to park or have to park in a time zone where they have to quit in the middle and go move their car is just unreasonable. And they cannot do this, which would lead to a lot of them, and this is what they've told me, to have to quit bowling or not go as often. For a lot of these people, this is not just their social avenue, but it's also their exercise, and it's great for their mental health as well, getting out there. We all saw how the pandemic negatively affected so many people. Seniors was a very, very large part of that. As a father, I also go to the bowling center during the week, during the daytime and on the weekends, and I can tell you that trying to get my kids in and out in 2 hours is not possible. Also, I am also one of those people that when I go to King Plaza, I don't just go to the bowling center. We all shop at Manila Oriental. The place is awesome. We all like to go and get Starbread, Vietnamese food. Everything there is really, really good. Having to park and then repark or try and find a spot was not a reasonable accommodation for everybody. And that's what we're going for, is to include everybody. Thank you for your time.
We have Joe Sylvester, And then after Joe is Robin, and then we have Rob Petroni. So, Joe?
Joseph Sylvester, glad you could hear me tonight. I'm here for Classic Bowl. I've been bowling there for about 10 years now, and it does take more than 4 hours. Everybody knows that, and sometimes takes longer because I do come out and go to the Asian market and go to the bakery and pork buns. I mean, there's plenty to do up there, so it does take more than 4 hours, and you know, I mean, be reasonable. That's all I'm asked. Used up my time. Thank you very much.
Joe, we have Robin Sylvester, then Rob Petroni, then Irene Morales. So Robin.
First of all, I'd like to say good evening, City Council. My name is Rob Petroni. I'm the league coordinator at Classic Bowling Center. And you're going to hear probably some of the same things you've been hearing over and over again, but I just want to make it clear. You know, we provide a place for seniors to exercise, socialize, and to stay active. During the pandemic, I lost a lot of bowlers because when I called them to come back after a year and a half, I got told, oh, the ball's too heavy. Oh, I fell the other day. Oh, they were inactive. They were just sitting around the house. That's what could happen if you limit the parking, especially for the seniors. Putting the time limit on the parking could create a hardship for senior bowlers. They have to carry their bowling balls. If they're parking and they can't get one of those 65 free spots and have to park, that's a long way to go for a person in their 80s and 90s carrying their bowling equipment. The 65 parking places for unlimited time is not always available to the senior bowlers. The last time this tried to be implemented, you'll still see some 1-hour parking signs on the ground that was put before. All the employees from the businesses parked in those 65 spots. I'd come to work at 9:30 and the whole place surrounding the bowling center be already parked. You're asking seniors to carry the balls and walk further instead of people who may have to carry lighter parcels if they're shopping. In addition, we provide a tournament and 2-hour practice sessions for the Special Olympics. There's no way that the Special Olympics, that the needs of the bowlers, special needs athletes can find parking, bowl for 2 hours, and then get back to their car in time. So we would eliminate the Special Olympics. I even have a letter, if you want it, from the lady who runs the Special Olympics who couldn't be here today. Many of our customers patronize the other businesses. Like some of them said, you know, they come bowling, and after bowling, especially in the daytime during the week, after they're done bowling, they go shopping. They go to Manila Market. They're Manila Market customers. I'm also curious how the restaurant would survive, because there's no way you're going to have a wedding reception or a banquet that goes for just 2 hours. If you've ever been to one of those 7, 8, 9-course meals, that's well more than 2 hours. Lastly, the parking situation has been a problem for 37 years, and we all still have our customers. I'm not sure the same could be said if there's restrictions. So I'm just asking you, don't choose convenience over hardships. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rob. Is there a Robin Sylvester? Robin Sylvester or Irene Morales? And then after Irene will be Chris Cham and then Matthew Chan.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Irene Morales. I work at Classic for 10 years. I'm the junior director. I ran the junior program for the last 10 years at Classic. So all I have to say is I oppose the limited parking. There's so many youth right now that's experiencing depression, anxiety, anger management, and I have some of those due. That's bowling at the center. And the center is giving them the place, I think, that they can feel relaxed, be comfortable. It's like a solace place for them. Also, a lot of parents that I spoke to are telling me, because nowadays kids are very, very concentrated on all this passive activity. Bowling is something that, you know, they can get the kids out of their home. So that's why I'm hoping that, you know, that you will reconsider to not agree to this 2-hour limit parking. And also, Classic have helped so many in the community. Children, youth, providing scholarship, and I even can attest to that because my kids benefited from Classic Bowling Center. And in fact, my daughter used to work here. She's a city planner. So she did benefit from all of this, scholarship. So that's why you need to take into consideration the benefit that this center is offering the community. You need to look at the whole picture, not just one-sided of the business. And also, a lot of people are complaining that, the other businesses are like losing business. No, more than half of customers from Classic are patronizing every single businesses around. Even me as an employee, I go to Mr. Pong, I go to the Manila Oriental, and I have parents that lives in San Francisco that also shop at Manila Oriental. So I do not believe that they're losing business. Thank you.
We have Chris Cham, Matthew Chan, and Robert Hiroka.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Chan, and I oppose to the proposed parking plan at Classic Bowling Center. I've been a Daly City resident since 1996. My kids went to school here, from kinder and now they're in high school. Since they were young, they loved bowling. Now my oldest son works at Classic for part-time while going to school. Bowling is one thing we love to do as a family. I get to bowl with them on a junior adult tournament. Classic is not only a bowling center, but serves as a community for adults, senior, and kids. Knowing that my kids are there after school or on the weekend, as a parent, gives me a peace of mind that they are safe. It's not only a safe place, but also kids earn scholarship towards their college education. We only not bowl there, but we also eat and go grocery around the center. I believe parking issue is not only at King Plaza, but it's everywhere, like at Skyline Plaza. Thank you for your time.
We have Matthew Chan, and after Matthew Chan, we have Robert Hiroka, and then Norman Gershons.
Hello and good evening to everyone. My name is Matthew Chan, and I'm here in support to Classic Bowling Center. I'm a youth bowler at Classic, and I've been one for more than half of my life. I go to Classic almost every day, not only to bowl, but to see friends and build memories. Many people just see Classic as a bowling center, but to me, Classic is like a second home, where I've met so many people whom I like to call my second family. I spend many hours a week to practice for tournaments where I have the opportunity to earn college scholarship money, which would really help me further my education after high school. I see many kids with their families, having birthdays, bowling with friends, and just hanging out at Classic. It makes me happy seeing so many people enjoying the sport, which I love. Bowling is something anyone can enjoy regardless of age, and Classic is a perfect place to go. Going bowling after school is something I look forward to after a long day. And also, bowling is a way which me and my family bonds and spends time together. And it's a way for me as a teen to get to know other people through a common interest. So you see, Classic is not only a bowling center, it's a welcoming community for anyone to join. And the 2-hour parking plan will just not work. Thank you for listening.
Next we have Robert Hiroka, Norman Gershons, and then after Norman will be Gabber Shalalbi.
Good evening. My name is Robert Hiroka. I am representing the San Francisco Nisei Bowling Association and my family, also Classic Bowling Center. I am a third-generation league tournament bowler at Classic Bowling Center. My parents met at the bowling center 34 years ago. I was also an employee there for 10 years. Once a year, Classic Bowling Center hosts our San Francisco Nisei Bowling Association annual tournament. With it, we're there for about 14 hours of the day. We take about 30 lanes, and it's representative of the Japanese bowling centers, or Japanese bowlers from all over the state of California. People come from Los Angeles, and they come up and bowl. Also, the Daly City Chamber of Commerce just hosted their Turkey Bowl community event, which most of the council members were there. If they stayed for the entirety of the event, most of them were there for more than 2 hours. Now imagine after the 2 hours, you guys having to stop what you're doing to move your cars. Imagine that's what we would have to do every 2 hours as the bowlers. It's just not easy for us to do, especially if we're there for 14 hours. So that's 7 times, which is now going to take up more time. The people are going to be there longer than the 2 hours implemented, now having to move their cars. We hope that we're still open next year if you do. Sorry, I'm not good at public speaking. We're just hoping that you guys make a decision that benefits everybody in the center, not just the one side. Thank you.
Next we have Norman Gershons, and then we have Gaber Shalabi. And then after Gaber, we have Stephen Suin.
Hi, thank you for letting us speak tonight. I'm the director of an educational nonprofit which inspires children to love nature and teaches them how to protect biodiversity on Earth. Classic Bowling has hosted our annual fundraiser for over 10 years. And the event brings together a diversity of people, adults, children, families, all to raise funds to bring educational outreach to underserved inner city students in Daly City, and also throughout Bayview and Hunters Point. The event itself takes 4 to 5 hours, from the time my staff arrives to the time we close it out. I bring in 150 plus people into Classic Bowling on that evening. There's no way, if you put time limits on parking, that's going to take place. Also, I know that your decision, it should be data-driven. And as I was listening tonight, I heard that some of the analysis was really not looking at the entire time period. It did look from 8 a.m. to 12 to 1, but as I've heard tonight, that the weekend is the issue. And I think that it's worthwhile to look at the data from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and on. So I'm not sure that was really looked at. I did hear about this other proposal, looking at 4 hours. I think it's something to consider before a final decision is made. So I would ask you to look at the data, maybe perhaps again, and also consider the 4 hours as a possibility. And as have you said, if it doesn't work, perhaps you have a different management plan. Thank you so much.
Next we have Gaber Shalabi, and then Stephen Suin, and then after Stephen we'll have Lee May.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all member, for giving me my short briefing, my COPD. I remember last time we came here and we spent a lot of time, and all what we were asking for, take in turn, like Mr. Sylvester said. But today what I'm seeing, like cited, and 4 is not enough, 2 is not enough. All what we ask for, just like take in turn, that's one thing. The planner, he doesn't even look at us. You know, I'm disabled. He doesn't even put 1 seat for the planning. He's putting 159 parking place for amusement, and the rest, which is half, for an essential. And at this time, we're looking at essential things more important than anything else. We're here. COVID, after COVID, essential is still and the COVID, and after the COVID is the most important for us. So all what we ask for, turn. That's it. Not 50% amusement, 50% essential. It's not fair. I just want to be able to park. As you can hear my breathing, a long term and you're a doctor, you know, long-term disease, I have a hard time to find market. That's all what I ask. I don't care. This part or this part out of business, this part out of business. I just want to be able to buy. So I think term is very fair. Not fighting about 2 hours not enough, 4 hours not enough, just take term. That's all what I ask for. And also, I'm not taking also part of any side, but it's not fair to go for a lady that she invests all her money, because if it wasn't her, it wasn't be no this part or Manila or anybody. We shouldn't be when somebody invests his money to make us happy. Thank you so much.
Next is Steven Suen, and then after Steven's Lee May, and then Henry Lay.
Is it
Or Hen-
possible, bring up the parking plan up on the screen?
You have 2 minutes.
No, is it possible to bring the plan up? That parking lot management plan, is it possible to bring it
No,
up?
I mean, this is just public comment, so we just want you to just speak what you need to say, and then
Okay. So there's no question, Classic Bowl, Manila Market, King Plaza tenants, they all contribute to the community big time. So, but we come together tonight, okay, before the city council to determine how we can come up with a plan so that the parking can be equitable, that would be benefiting to all of those people within that space. So there was observations, okay, from Classic Bowl's expert witness. They said that most people spend less than 2 hours, but then for Classic Bowl people, it's 4 hours. So we have to really take that into consideration. And also the city planner has take observation that basically concur with that. Now, the employee parking lot, great. Okay, so that solved the employee problem. But there was also a observation that residents in the neighborhood is parking in that lot. We don't know how many, maybe 50. So at 8 a.m., they say that they observe 80 parking space taken. So there may be a lot of residents. So if we put parking limits, at least all of the space, instead of unlimited parking, 4 hours, maybe 5 hours, that will rid all of the residents' parking. Also, at the same time, this 2-hour parking is essential for people who want to swing by and get a carton of milk, okay, or some grocery. So it's very important that these limits are placed in that space. So think community, think sustaining all of these businesses, and think revenue. When you have more turnover, what do you have? You have more sales tax. More sales tax for the city of Daly City. That's numbers, okay? And I
If you could wrap
understand
it up,
everyone
please.
has, my time's up, okay, good.
Thank you. And then next we have Lee May, and then Henry Lay, and then we have Zhu Ping Ma. Do you have Lee May, Henry Lay, or Zhu Ping Ma? We'll go to the next round. We have Di Huing Wang and Wang Wai Nyang and Louisa Chu. Di Ching Wang, Wang Wai Nyan, or Louisa Chu. Louisa, go right ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Louisa Chu. I'm here is just sharing my experiences. It's like when I go shopping in King Plaza, especially weekends. It's harder to find a parking, and because like a lot of space occupied by bowling alley people, so it's also with traffic jams over there. It's unsafe. So I'm here to just let you guys know that if you guys can solve this problem, I'm not here for whoever, but just sharing my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right. Again, is there a Ching Wang or Wang Young? All right. We'll just go to the next set. We have Sherby Vergara from the House of Salon, Mustela de Lucera, Ageless Seniors Club, and Reina Meafua. Sherby Vergara. And then after Sherby, we have Mustela de Lucera from Ageless Seniors Club. And then after Mustela, we have Reina Meafua / with Dory Paninsa.
I have my own, and then from Jefferson High School, they give me authorized me to read their comments. So I am gonna start mine first. Is that okay? Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, as a community leader and a businesswoman and a president of 150 or more of Ageless Senior Members Club for Wednesday Group, I am here so that our voices could be heard regarding about the parking lot situation and the King Plaza Center and how it could be solved. I am hoping for the fair decision. To the owner of the King Plaza, Tommy and family, my mother kept telling me, Dory, always fight for your right. This is your land, it's my land, and you protect your land. Okay, I'm not mad. I just express my feelings. I'm just expressing my feelings, sir. I'm sorry. I'm not mad. Okay, this is the Jefferson High School Polynesian Club headed by Reina Meafua. They're not here because of the school. People keep saying that Classic Bowling are been donating this. And these people, they're donating also the community of Daly City, not only Daly City, in South City, all the seniors. So we're not using about the donation here. It's about the legality here. Okay, this is her message, all the students there in Polynesian Club. This is the way how to pay back to your sponsoring them. Okay, with the Manila Oriental also, thank you. Especially during the pandemic, the King Plaza or the Manila Oriental donated 30 boxes of chicken for adobo feeding for the community of Daly City. So now you need to know too. Okay. This to approve the proposed parking plan that allows 2 hour time spots to create it and enforce the King Plaza Center. We are calling the attention of the City Council to approve such petition because of doing so. The customer will all experience the advantages of having a proper parking management, like reducing traffic, better parking experience, increasing protection, preventing the increased demand for even more parking, and preventing vehicle accident to a named few. I know one of my friends got accident there, somebody hit the car. It is clear indication that approving that petition will prevent some ill effects like congestion, accident, obstruction, and journey time and delay. In view of this, we are hoping that this petition will have a good result, that 2 hour time spot will come into reality, which is very beneficial to all the customers. This is from Jefferson High School, including Jefferson Polynesian Club. Thank you.
Thank you, Dory. All right. Is there a Sherby Vergara or a Mustela de Lucera? Okay, if not, we're moving on. Dory's already went. Dustin Chase, Brian Chen, and Ken Wong. Dustin Chase. Oh, okay. Dustin.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you. I'm here to express my opposition to the parking management plan at King Plaza due to the potential negative impacts to the Classic Bowling Center. Simply put, this plan is overkill. And as mentioned by several people, many of these unlimited, quote-unquote, unlimited spots will be taken up by the employees of the plaza. I'd like to remind you that Classic Bowl was forced to close due to COVID mandates multiple times between March 2020 and May of last year, totaling over 14 months of closure. COVID has created terrible setbacks for many businesses, however, much more so for Classic Bowl. While other businesses were allowed to reopen in modified capacities, bowling centers were not able to do so. Now it feels like this business is being kicked while they are still on the ground attempting to recover. The role of this city should be one to foster business success, economic prosperity, jobs, and tax revenue. The proposed parking management plan has the potential to do just the opposite. I believe this council must take into consideration the unique nature of this business. Many bowling alleys have been forced to close over the last few years. Entrepreneurs are not opening bowling alleys. Once they die, they are not being resurrected. While you may not kill this business all at once with the proposed changes, you will create an open wound that will not heal. And you will make it more difficult for people to patronize this business. Classic Bowling Center is a destination and important entertainment venue for our local community and, importantly, our seniors. You have received pleas from many disabled and senior citizens tonight expressing how bowling is an important social and physical activity for them. I would ask you to listen to them. Have a heart, make the right decision. There are better alternatives to this plan, and you've heard some tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Chen, Ken Wong, and Rich Bonomi.
Hello. My name is Ken Wong. I live in Daly City. You know, I see you guys, every one of you, I see your posters in the mall. You guys never been up there, shop, or do anything? Parking is a big problem, okay? Parking is a big problem. You guys eat at Wesley Joe's, shop at Trader Joe's. We, the poor people, we shop at his place. We eat at Mr. Fong's. There's no place to park, man. You guys see your posters up there? Never see you guys up there. Listen to her. She's paying millions of taxes. She owns the mall, okay? Her words matter. Her petition matters. You guys, okay? I respect you guys. You know, you guys are high up there, but listen to the poor. We all want to, the poor people, we go to work. We go in there, find a place to park, go and grab our fish, grab our vegetable, and we take off. There's no place to park here, no place to park. So please listen, you know, to the owner of the mall and her story. She paid millions taxes to you guys, okay, to the government. So please honor her and do something. Your action matters. All these years in action, it goes by wayside. Take action, okay? Listen to the people. The poor people, we either go in there, buy stuff. Thank you, you know, the owner of the, thank you guys, okay? And, you know, that's all I gotta say. I'm representing many people that still work at the restaurant, the kitchen, the owner, they cannot be here because they have to man their own place. There's no place to park up there. So please take action, support her, okay? Thank you.
That was Brian. So Ken Wong.
My turn?
Ken?
Brian.
Oh, Brian. So who? Oh, Ken went. So it's Brian. Okay.
Good evening, City Council. Yeah, I'd like to go to the King Plaza
but this time it's very hard to find parking. I usually am not more than 2 hours. I just like to eat some food and buy some grocery and maybe haircut something. So if we have the 2 hours, it's very good for more people to go there and good for the business. That's very obviously. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Next up is Rich Bonomi. After Rich is Paul Lee, and after Paul Lee is Jack Wu.
My name is Richard Bonomi. I've been a resident of Daly City for about 15 years. I've been to the King Plaza many times. Okay, what I'm feeling is a lot of people support bowling, and that's fantastic. That's great. 2 hours, it might be difficult to finish your bowling. My kids have been there. I've enjoyed it, but parking is an issue. This should never have been allowed to progress. Folks, you exist for us. We don't exist for you. Handle this. Look at the data. Go there. Sit in the parking lot and have a meal. Go bowling. Okay? Folks, you need to handle this. Okay? Yes, I know I'm not representing the owner. Okay? But she needs to have this rectified. Sure, there should be 2-hour parking. Unlimited parking, I don't know about. Maybe they need to hire a parking enforcement officer and pay him more than minimum wages, okay? Where he takes an interest in this parking plaza, okay? You have residents parking there. Now, it has escalated between the owner and the bowling company or the bowling alley. Yes, the bowling alley does a tremendous service to Daly City and San Mateo County. But if we can stop the people that aren't supposed to be there, maybe this conversation would never have taken place. This is Daly City. This is not San Francisco, okay? Or Oakland. It's Daly City, okay? You guys have all, you folks, not to sound genderish, have all taken an interest in our businesses, in the crime patterns, okay, in the residency. Hey, don't let these people down. I'm not here to speak about how great the bowling alley is great. Okay, or how great the restaurants are. They are great, okay? But we have to take everybody's interest the same. The same. And there are many people that wanted to come here that are working right now in their businesses. But hey, folks, take care of this. I'm not your boss, I'm a voter, okay?
Thank you.
And I saw all your faces on the signs. You guys take good pictures, all right? Well, thank you again for allowing me to speak. Okay.
All right, we have Paul Lee next, Jack Wu, and then Lyman Chow. Paul Lee.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councils. I spoke last time, but I hear the bowling side, the bowlers, the concern. We're not trying to close them down, just want to be fair and equitable. Now, I think they all said they need 4 hours or more. 2 hours will not work for them. But if we do not change the to time parking limit, then they'll be there 4 hours, and they said they even patronize the shops afterward. So 4 hours plus maybe a couple more hours eating. That's 6 hours. So if 60 lanes, that's 60 spaces. And if they park there, they took the spot first. After they finish, of course, they still have the parking. They can go patronize other restaurants or shops. But then what about the rest of the shoppers for other spaces? We're here suffering because one business. So I don't think that's fair and equitable. And also, the owner could have requested all 100% 2-hour parking, but she's not. She's doing only half of it. And also, keep in mind, nobody had mentioned the corner lot for employee parking. That's her own private lot. And she has donated that lot to the supermarket and everybody else. That's her own private lot. It's not part of the plaza. So keep in mind, the planner, they keep saying they observe that lot is being vacant. Yes, that's a private lot. Why should she donate that private lot to the public? She's already doing it now. So she's giving to the community. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Jack Wu, Lyman Chow, and Leslie from Classic Bowl.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Lyman Chow, and I eat there, eat at King Plaza. I get my hair cut there. I bowl there, so I totally understand. 4 hours, typically when I bowl, yes, it's 4 hours. But when I shop there, when I eat there, I need an hour, and parking is tough. So having some type of plan is necessary because, if there's not enough space, you know what, maybe I'm not going to go buy food. Maybe I'm going to just go Westboro Market or something like that. So I think both sides do need to talk a little bit more, and hopefully they can come to a good solution that works for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Lyman Chow.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, my bad. Okay. That's Lyman. Jack Wu. Leslie. Leslie. And before we begin, if people could keep it down back there.
Hi, good evening, Daly City Council members, and thank you for all of your time. My name is Leslie, and I fully support Classic Bowling Center and do not agree with the 2-hour parking. I have lived in Daly City and surrounding cities my whole life. I'm even a nurse for 15 years at a local hospital. At my hospital, we have a Filipino association, which spreads cultural awareness, but also supports kids by giving away scholarships. These scholarships are very much appreciated by the deserving scholars, especially at a time like this when costs of living, tuition, other school-related costs, etc., are just so high. When we do these fundraisers, we frequent Classic, and 2 hours can't and won't work for us and many others. The Filipino organization is not the only group that does fundraisers at the Bowl. There are several others. So imagine all the organizations who are committed to making positive changes locally that will be affected by this poor parking plan. We plead with you and just want you to really take your time, deep consideration, before dropping the hammer on a decision that doesn't affect just parking alone, but this decision affects the whole local community and surrounding communities. Classic Bowling Center is a landmark in Daly City, so please don't let the demise of the bowling center be a part of your legacy by this poor parking plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. We have Matt DiVincenzi, Ann Radell, and Ken Holmes.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Matt DiVincenzi, and I'm the General Manager of Classic Bowling Center. We've been operating in Daly City for almost 40 years. We're proud to be a huge part of this community, and hope that we're here for another 40 years. We are hopeful to come to a compromise with the current parking issue at hand. I see the parking problems every day. I listen to our bowlers when they say parking has gotten worse over the past few years. Something needs to be done, but it has to be fair for everyone. First, I want to say that 1 and 2 hour spaces do not work for bowlers. They want to come and enjoy their games and friends. We know that this takes 3 to 4 hours for them, particularly the seniors. So the 1 and 2 hour spaces will not work. Under the proposed plan, half of the spaces will be off limits to the bowlers, and that's not fair. Second, we haven't changed our operations. Our business is about the same as it was before the pandemic. Sierra Bowl closed over 10 years ago, but our business has remained the same. We're not the cause of the problem. At the last council meeting, Glenn, you mentioned about the change in profitability due to the closing of Sierra Bowl, and I understand that. I believe, too, we do need to remain profitable to stay in business, but that's not what drives this company to continue. What drives us is to provide the best possible experience for our customers in this community. We believe in the journey, not the destination. If we continue to support the community and provide a safe place for kids, adults, and seniors, their support in return will keep us in business. The experience here includes bowling, eating, drinking, and parking. If they're unable to park in an untimed space or in a space that restricts their time, it can ultimately end up in a bad experience, in which case they may never return. Many of our bowlers for league, tournaments, and recreation require more than 3 hours to park. If the proposed parking plan is approved, it will be the beginning of the end of my business. I'm here to stand up for my bowlers, the community members, and many community organizations such as Special Olympics, Champion Summer Camp, SaveNature.org, and Janet Pomeroy. Hundreds of bowlers have signed the petition, which I just sent you more today, so we have about 1,000. Many others are standing by to tell you this in person tonight. So my ask is that this proposed parking plan be revised to be inclusive to all businesses, not just a select few. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Ann Rodell, Ken Holmes, and Vanji Yamas.
Hi, my name is Ann Riddell. I'm one of the senior citizens they've all been talking about. I have been a resident and voter in Daly City for over 50 years. I've been bowling since 1962. I have bowled at and watched 2 bowling alleys close in the past. I am a bowler in one of the many senior bowling leagues at Classic Lanes. They have senior bowling leagues every day of the week, some days 2. We senior bowlers are not as fast as the younger bowlers, but a 2-hour parking limit would hurt many of the senior bowlers. Most times it takes a lot longer than 2 hours for us to complete our games. Even though I have handicap plates on my car, when they repaved that parking lot, they were not thinking of everyone. They took all the handicap spots from in front of the bowling alley and put them only in front of the restaurants. When I get there at 12 o'clock to bowl at 1 o'clock to account for parking, all the handicap spots are taken by the restaurants, and there's no room for other seniors. A lot of us can't take the walk. I don't know anybody that parks by Manila groceries to bowl at the bowling alley. There's not 73 parking spots on the street. I'm sorry, that's a fallacy. I have been a widow for 2 years, and the only activity I do is bowling. I've been bowling since 1962. It gets me out of the house when I don't normally leave. I see other friends, other seniors, and the 2-hour parking would be a terrific hardship for me and any other seniors to be hampered. I mean, the seniors, they even have a 100-year-old bowler on Mondays who just celebrated his 100th birthday, and he's still bowling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. We have Ken Holmes, Vanji Yamas, and after Vanji, we have Estella Sullivan.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, City Council. My name is Ken Holmes. I work for the City of Daly City Wastewater Department. I also am a coach at Jefferson High School for track and field. I understand everyone wants a piece of the pot. Everyone wants to push forward. And we don't want anybody to go out of business. When I go to the bowling alley, I don't see race, I don't see age, I see friends. Yeah. I push for this. Outside, you don't always see it. When I get to the bowling alley, it's just, hey, how are you doing? How have you been? So the bowling alley itself is a community. We're just all in one little spot for 3, maybe 4 hours. I may not see them again. I only bowl on Thursdays. I go to tournaments somewhere else. But I love these people. I've been here 30 years. Both my kids graduated from Jefferson High School. One went away to Rhode Island, got a scholarship to Rhode Island to play football. My other one went to Oklahoma to run track. We are pushing forward for this. We understand it's only 159 spots. That's unlimited is not really a problem. Unlimited is a problem only on Fridays and Saturdays. All these other days, really not really a problem because everyone gets in there and shops. I go over to Lingnan, get the little bread or whatever it is, the star bread, and I'm good to go. I might even go get the popcorn chicken. I patronize wherever I go. Toast may not even be there anymore. Can't go to the laundromat because it's always packed. This is a good community to keep having. This is the only way to get any exercise for all the older folks that come in there, and I'm happy to see them. They're still up and around and kicking, and they're helping the city thrive. Thanks, that's all I had.
We have Vanji Yamas, Estella Sullivan and Ann Wong. Vanjie, Estella, or Ann? Going once, going twice. All right. Next up, we have Merlin Edwards, Chelsea Bendolana, and Jennifer Faz Young Vong. So Merlin.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Merlin Edwards, and I'm here in support of Mrs. Ho and the King Plaza. I want to start at the very beginning. I think what people don't understand is that about 40 years ago, when the place was actually built, there was a proposal to put underground parking at the bowling alley. That did not happen. So that's not the fault of anybody in the future. That was the fault of those people who built the bowling alley and not go through with the plans that they had to put underground parking. So fast forward, it was split into 3 different parcels. The city attorney of Daly City recommended that they not do that because of parking, that they should make allowance for some of the parking. Didn't do that. So Mrs. Ho bought 2 of those 3 parcels. And if you look at those plans that you've seen on the board, and I think you've got some in front of you, the bowling alley had only 18 spaces allotted to them. So what the people that are arguing today about the spaces is that Mrs. Ho owns all of the parking spaces with the exception of 18. They're saying, well, you own those spaces, but you should let us park in those spaces. And she's saying, well, yeah, that's reasonable. I'll let you park in some of the spaces with no limits, but I've got to have some of them with some of the limits. So what they're saying is, what I hear them saying is, we don't care about you doing your limits. We want all of it to be free parking, or at least 4 hours of parking. To me, that is unfair to the person who owns the land, which is Mrs. Ho. So my recommendation is that she's worked with the city, she's come up with a plan, it's a reasonable plan. They've got 159 parking spaces. They could have had more had the bowling alley did what they were supposed to have done in the very beginning when they built the bowling alley. They didn't do that. So now they're coming back saying, we want to take some of your land, not take it permanently. We want to take your land so that we can park there and forget about the people that's shopping and going to the restaurants. When we have our bowling tournaments, we need to have those spaces. So it just seems to me that she's not the one that's being unfair. They're the ones that's being unfair. So I would suggest that the city look at the plan again, accept the plan that she's worked with staff, and she's giving up parking spots that she really didn't have to do. She could have come to the city and said, well, you know, I don't want to give them 159, I want to give them 100. But she didn't. So she's trying to work with the bowling alley.
Mr. Edwards, if you could please wrap up,
But the bowling alley
please.
is not trying to work with her. Thank you.
Next, we have Chelsea, and then Jennifer Faziavong.
Hi,
Chelsea?
my name is Chelsea Vanderbilt. I
Oh, there.
fully support Classic Bowl, and I do not approve of the 2-hour parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Next, we have Jennifer here, Faxianavong, and then Bob Newman and Christy Leong. Jennifer? Is Bob Newman here? Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm going to echo a lot of what you've heard tonight. I'm not going to say I'm in support of Classic Bowl. I'm going to say I'm in support of what's fair and what's right and not damaging a business in the community. I wrote an email to you guys. I don't know if you guys read it, but I'm going to go through a little bit. Lifeblood of any bowling center is league bowling. Leagues are generally 3 games made up of 4 to 5 bowlers. So I don't know where people are saying 100 bowlers per night, because to me, 60 lanes and four per lane, that's 240 bowlers. Anyway, finding parking, getting loose, grabbing a bite from the restaurant, bowling 3 games, cleaning up, getting back to your car, you're looking 3 to 4 hours. When you're putting zoning on these spaces, you're really limiting the business. What Classic's done for the community, all summer long, they've got a program called Kids Bowl Free. The bowling alleys fill up every afternoon through the summer months, and kids collecting their free games in a child-friendly environment. Who knows what might be happening if they're out on the streets. I see special needs juniors and adults bowling on a daily basis. I love that they have the opportunity to get out and be part of the general public and with the great sport of bowling. I see vans of kids pull up and pile out onto the lanes from boys and girls clubs from around the Bay Area. Are you guys going to ticket kids for coming from different parts of the Bay Area because they have to get out and move a car, move a van? Let's talk about the seniors. Senior citizens come out and bowl leagues several times a week during the day. I'd rather them be doing that than sitting home watching TV all day. It's a way to get away from the boredom, and you can't tell me that they don't stop and shop at the markets and eat in the restaurants. I'm sure most people asking for the zone have no idea the impact it's going to make in the local bowling community. Restricting the parking is a direct attack on Classic Bowling Center, as well as the groups of people I used as the examples above. Please consider the consequences before you guys make your decision tonight. Thank you.
Bob. We have Christy Leong, Connie Chan, and Margie DeLuna.
Good afternoon, or sorry, good evening, council members. My name is Christy Leong, and I am here to support the bowling center and the 4-hour or more parking restrictions. So I have something short that I wanted to say. So growing up on Callan, right down the street from the King Plaza Shopping Center, my family was among the early mainstays at the bowling center. My father was the first resident professional bowler who operated and managed the pro shop when the bowling center opened in the 80s. My sisters and I grew up at Classic Bowl, and we bowled leagues until the junior leagues there until the 90s. Currently, my husband and I bowl league on Thursday nights, and my 8-year-old daughter bowls league on Saturday mornings. And when the bowling center hosts tournaments on weekends, we are often there to bowl as well. In addition to bowling, we frequent the Ling Nam, Manila Oriental, Mr. Fong's, and the bakery when we're in the area. Parking in the parking lot has always been an issue. Even as a child, I remember having to park on the street because the parking was full, and still to this day, more than 30 years later, we're still faced with the same parking issues. I'm not exactly sure what the solution is, but I know that implementing time limits on parking spots is not the answer. In my 40 seconds, I just want to say, for the people that are not bowlers who say that it takes 2 hours or that the 2-hour time limit is appropriate, it's not. We spend 5, 6, 7 hours a day there. And to ask us to get out and move our cars from spot to spot is not only going to create more issues in the parking lot, but like somebody else said, it's going to be a safety concern. So we support the bowling center, and we are opposed to this 2-hour parking time limit. Thank you.
We have Connie Chen, Margie DeLuna, and Justin Liu.
Mayors, Vice Mayor, and council members, I'm Connie Chen. I live near the King Plaza, in fact, only a few blocks away. I'm off Callan. As you may know, I shop there. I go there to buy roast duck, have dim sum, even get my nails done. There are times that I went to the plaza, I couldn't get parking. I couldn't get my nails done. So now I don't even go there to get my nails done because I know I couldn't find parking. Now, I find out a lot tonight from all the presentators. I don't think that, parking issue, is limited to 4 hours, 2 hours. The problem is this is a fundamental design flaw. This is a 16-lane bowling alley. Just do some simple math. If 2 or 3 cars per lane, plus people hang out at the bars, people work there, it takes up the whole parking lot. If we consider 2 lanes, 2 cars per lane, it takes up 120 parking space, which I just find out that you have about 240 parking space, right? 300, it takes up like 1/3 or even half of the parking space. It's a design flaw. Come to think about it, only one business take out half of the parking space of the whole mall. It's not fair. And I understand that I see a lot of bowling folks here. They talk about their wants, their needs. But problem is, I know their needs, I know their wants, but let's talk about fairness. I felt like I'm being bullied here. You know why? I just find out that Mrs. Ho owned the parking lot, owned the upper parking lot. Why? You know, she has to give up her space because of a design flaw. This is basically an eminent domain. Don't you agree? It's an eminent domain. Also, I applaud you guys talk about supporting small businesses, giving proclamation
Please
to
wrap it up,
people
Ms. Chan.
with minority. This parking lot, this mall, owned by 100% mom and pop businesses. All of the business owners are immigrants or children of immigrants. If we talk about supporting small businesses, you know, how many malls in Daly City left with no national chain, all mom and pop? It's not too many. You may know the number more than I do.
Thank you,
So
Ms. Chan.
I don't support eminent domain.
Thank you. Next, we have Margie DeLuna, Justin Liu, and Neldon DeYogi.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having us and listening to our concerns. I'm here on behalf of Classic Bowling Center, and I strongly oppose the 1 and 2 hour parking limits. It's just not feasible for a family to go or for leagues or just go to have a party there. They do a lot of activities, you know, for kids. And when you think of all the kids and their devices that they live on, nothing is better than having them have an activity, gets them up, moving, exercise, as well as the seniors that many have talked about. My family, we actually started going the first week it opened. And we went to a party there about 3 weeks ago. So it's a place that people want to go back to, have fun, and we need to support the fact that 2 hours will not allow almost any patron enough time to enjoy the day there. So I ask that you consider not doing the 1 or 2 hours and just think of what this provides our community. I think it's a huge asset for the community, and people enjoy it and need it. So I thank you.
Thank you, Margie. Next, we have Justin Liu, Neldon DeYogi, and Adrian Pasquale.
Good evening, everyone. I'm the owner of the pro shop inside the bowling alley. I know 2 hour limit is really hard for me to run the business. I want to support our local, all the business in the plaza too, not just me. Even myself, I went to the restaurant and eat. Even sometimes when I have dim sum at the Costa Street, it takes me at least 3 to 4 hours. Because it's like the restaurant is also a good restaurant. Like I say, 2 hours is not really worth for it. I think it's really hurt the classic bowling and also hurt me on the business. And that's all I can have. Thank you.
Next, we have Neldon DeYogi, Adrian Pasquale, and Jason Choi.
Good evening, everybody, Mayor and Council. I'm Neldon DeYogi. I actually come all the way from San Francisco just to bowl. And I used to work in Daly City on School Street as a barber. And it was a release, just like a stressful day of cutting hair. It would be nice to just spend some time with some friends. And we started, during the pandemic, all of our business got wrecked. But I was able to come together with my friends. He just said one day, hey, Nell, you want to go bowling? And actually, that helped out. And actually, my seeing how these guys who first presented are veterans, I too went through OEF and OIF, but not like they did. But it's an intelligent war. So like looking at me, you wouldn't be able to believe who I am. I'm just a mysterious person in a way, but coming together and being a good guy and seeing these kids grow up, I'm just saying, like, I took a kid aside and I took him to Mr. Fong's, and I found out that this guy's could be an NCAA pro, bowler at San Jose State. And I just met him, and he's actually my client now. So, I mean, can you make a difference in the community? Yes, you can. Is it buying food? Yeah, buy it from you guys. And I tell you this, I make my sinigang, I get my mamacita from that Manila's place, I get my star bread, I bring it to family get-togethers, and they're like, where do you get the star bread? I say, I get it at a Classic Bowl, but really it's across the street, across the way. But I spend more than like 4 or 5 hours decompressing, bowling, and spending time with friends who are younger than me. I'm 43 years old, they're in their 20s. What brings us together is this bowling, it's that love. And I came from J-Town. I mean, the guy who taught me how to bowl passed away of diabetes, just like my cousin. My cousin was a bowler at Classic, and he died like in March. That's the bottom line.
Thank you, Daly. Next, we have Adrian Pasquale, Jason Choi, and Tyrone Ariola.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adrian Pasquale, and I'm here in support of Classic Bowling Center. Classic Bowling Center is a place of sanctuary and community for many people of all ages. I feel as though imposing a 2-hour parking limit would be unjust to the bowling center and to its patrons, simply due to the fact that, aside from bowling, especially for someone who bowls in league, it takes more than 2 hours. And also alongside from bowling, many of us are also parked there doing our groceries, laundry, and having a meal. So I just hope both sides can work together to find a solution, because all businesses should be able to thrive together. Thank you for your time.
Adrian. Jason Choi, Tyrone Ariola, and then Leonardo Parawa.
Good evening, Daly City. My name is Jason Choi. I used to work at Classic Bowling Center from 2001 to 2009. I'm a current league bowler there. My daughter bowls league there. I'm all for compromise. Honestly, I'm not even really taking a side. We're about compromise, right? And the compromise is we're setting these parking spots for 2 hours. You have 159 all-time spots. It's not gonna work. I'm sorry, that's all I can say. My daughter bowls league. The big question is the weekends, right? My daughter bowls league Saturday mornings. We get there 30 minutes early just to find a parking spot. I understand parking is hard, but the 2-hour limit is just not enough. And to finish off, not to say I've never had trouble finding parking, but I've always found a spot. It's kind of weird that now I hear all this stuff about, we're gonna institute a time limit. I get it, maybe some businesses are hurting, but if you have these time limits on these spots, you're sort of retiring a business. And Classic Bowl is a family-owned business. I don't understand people saying this is like a big corporation or something. It's not. They're mom and pop business also. Like I said, I'm not here to pick a side. I'm really not. But I'm just saying that the 2-hour limit is not good. Thank you.
Tyrone Ariola, Leonardo Parawao, and then we have Wilson Ho.
Hi, my name is Tyrone Ariola. As a Daly City resident, come here in support of Classic Bowl, and I do not agree with a 2-hour parking limit.
Tyrone. Leonardo Parawao, Wilson Ho. And after Wilson, we'll have Sunny Huang and Edwin Ho.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Supervisors. My name is Wilson. I'm here to speak on the parking issue at King Plaza. When my family and I shopped at the center, it has been extremely hard to find parking. Over the years, I've also observed a few causes, which seem to be aligned with planning. Number one, the bowling center has tournaments and will fill the parking for a lot of extended hours. Number two, There are patrons that park here for more than a few hours. Number 3, residents nearby are using the parking lot overnight for personal use because of the lack of street parking. I've noticed this happening in the morning, which I don't think are employees parking here overnight. These causes have been a real disturbance for us to go and dine at the center. I've also noticed the elderly circling along a long time around the parking who have always been complaining about this situation. For the proposed parking plan, we are not undermining the bowling center. We just want a balanced use for this community to accommodate for the elderly, the kids, and the members of our community. And 2-hour parking is a very standard policy in strip malls. And I think we can all agree on that. Lastly, I hope the council will help us resolve this issue and vote in support for 2-hour parking. Thank you.
Sunny, and after Sunny we have Edwin Ho, and after Edwin we have Stephen Wong.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sunny Kwong. I'm a regular shopper at the King Plaza Mall. Parking has become increasingly difficult, as many people say. Because of that, I'm in full support of imposing a time limit or only a portion of the parking spaces, just to ensure that there will be a reasonable amount of turnover for people to come, find a place to park and shop, and then they finish the business and they leave. I believe this is a very fair proposal. On top of that, this will be good for all the shoppers as well as all the merchants in the plaza as well. Thank you.
Next we have Edwin Ho, Stephen Wong, and Unyi Wee.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen Wong. I'm the small business owner for Thai and seafood restaurant, one of the tenants. I think we're about 20-something tenants there, basically. So our business has been there since more than 8 years, since 2014. So many of our customers have issues with parking, especially during the weekend and the business hour. You know, our restaurant only able to do business during the weekend, so that's how we make the money, basically. Sometimes during the weekend, most of the time, at 9 o'clock, it's all packing. So I get a lot of complaints from our customer, at least a few hundred there, they cannot find any space. That's how we're going to run the business. You told me. So due to parking issue, we lost a lot of customers. Our revenue comes down every year, average more than 10%, and that creates a lot of damage to our business, small business owner. We start with 40 people, 40 employees with part-time, full-time. Now we're down to 20. So imagine how much impact to our business with that parking issue. We agree we have parking issue, that's why we're here today. If we don't fix the problem, I guarantee you, Thai and seafood restaurant will not be there in 3 years. We're going to close down. Our employees lose a job, they lost their income, they lost support their family, they lost their house. And we feel so bad because our business come down. What causes it? Part of that is a parking issue. Well, we have many tenants there, we have parking issue, we talk to our landlord, hey, we got parking issue, we got a lot of complaints, what should we do? It's the landlord to fix it, it's the landowner to fix it, not your neighbor. Any of you guys a landlord? If you're landlord, is your neighbor gonna fix your parking or fix your house? No. It's the landlord, the landowner fixes it. It's their job to put out the rule, a guideline, fair to everybody. Be sure all the tenants equally, include cars bowling. I mean, we need to put certain limit hour, 4 hour, 2 hour. I mean, they need to listen to all the tenant, all the customer, all the feedback to make it better. It's getting crowded and crowded, to be fair to everybody. Do you agree? And also,
if you could please wrap up, please.
Okay. So basically, we have parking issue. That's why we're here today. We got to give it the landlord's right to make it better and better, keep improve every day. If the current plan is not good, we'll come back, fix it again.
Thank you.
And make sure everybody happy and fair. Do you agree? Thank you.
All right, so we have Edwin Ho, Onyi Wee, and Cindy Blackstone. So Edwin Ho? No, Edwin Onyi Wee? No? Okay, Cindy.
Hi,
Good evening. My name is Cindy Blackstone, and I'm here to honor the bowling alley and shed light on one event that they put on for about 10 years right before COVID, and it's called Fun Day. It's also sponsored by the Bay Area of Knights of Columbus, which Ray is a part of, which is great. And this is an amazing event. The bowling alley basically gives free bowling for the whole day to over 300 individuals with disabilities, many of them who are in wheelchairs. A lot of them have all kinds of major problems, but they love coming to the bowling alley. They love being a part of this. And it's amazing that the bowling alley gives this whole day free. They don't make any money off it at all. And we're so honored to be able to be a part of this, and we hope to be able to continue this in the future. And we just really want to shed light on the wonderful things that the bowling alley is doing for our communities. Thank you.
Hello.
I'm Anya.
Hi, Anya.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, everyone. My name is Anya. Finding parking has been a problem for many people, including myself, especially on the weekend. By listening to what other people said, I think some people are confused, thinking that it is taking away parking for bowlers, thinking to our parking will put bowling out of business. But if you listen carefully to the presentation on both sides, I think the parking plans proposed by the applicant has addressed both sides' need. There are 49%, almost half of the parking spaces are unlimited parking near bowling alley. 49%, almost half of the parking spaces are unlimited parking, which designed for bowler. People can enjoy doing bowling without thinking about getting tickets after 2 hours or 4-hour parking limit. With the unlimited parking, people can even go eat or do something else after bowling. And on the other side, there are 46% of the parking is 1 to 2 hours time limit near supermarket, shops, and restaurants that are for shoppers and for people who go to eat, usually take 1 to 2 hours. The 1 hour, 2 hour parking limit is not designed for bowler. It's designed for shoppers and people who goes to eat at the restaurant. I think the proposed parking plans has a fair allocations of parking spaces, and it treats everyone fairly. It is a fair plan for everyone. And most importantly, DBP, which is the owner of the land on which Classic Bowl is located, sold the parking lots to Mrs. Ho. So the parking lot is now owned by Mrs. Ho. So if you need more parking spaces for your bowler, why would you sell it in the first place? How can someone just sell something and now complain about it, about the parking spaces limit? Mrs. Ho does not have to, since it is a private land owned by her, but she is willing to work and come up with a fair plan for everyone. We should respect her and stop bullying her. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyi. Next we have Cora Zacharias, Gary Hoover, and Justin Cheong. Cora? Gary Hoover? Justin Cheong.
Hi, Mayor, City Council. I come here today. I like to go to shop the King Plaza 3 times a week. I always go there. I never got a parking. So I turn around for 2-3 weeks, like 2-3 blocks to go park. And then I go to buy the stuff. So I come in today is I like to support Timmy Ho to the parking limit proposal. That's all I say. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Next we have Emily Ho, Tamlin Murata, and Nolan Capis.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and fellow council members. My name is Emily Ho. My parents, Tammy and Wayman Ho, own King Plaza Center. And tonight, I'm actually here to represent a lot of people. Behind me and around this corner, up the stairs, I have about 49 people that would love to talk, but due to language barrier, cannot. But they have signed this for me to give to you. In addition to that, as you heard from Manila Oriental earlier, they have 900 signatures from their customers that support our parking proposal. In addition, our 16 small businesses that we have in the plaza have signed over 700 signatures as well. That brings us to a total of over 1,600 customers that shop in the center. My mom earlier was saying that when we bought the plaza, we wanted to make sure that our tenants were all small businesses, all mom and pop stores. In addition to that, she wanted to make sure that all of our tenants had the fairness of parking. Yes, our upper parking lot was meant for employees. These employees have families. They come to work, they work really hard for money, which doesn't grow on trees. They go home, they support their kids, and yes, a lot of those kids do bowl. When my mom bought this plaza, I was 14. I bowled at Classic Bowl for fun. And every game that I played with my siblings, with my friends, it was about an average of an hour a game. Leagues take about 3 to 7 games. And that to me, well, when you warm up, play a couple games, then you play your league, then you play a couple more games after, it counts up. But I hope tonight that you consider and vote in favor of our 2 requests. Our parking management plan that allows time parking for 2 hours and our zoning text amendment. Thank you so much for your time.
Next, we have Tamlin Murata, Nolan Kapus, and Ron Murata. Tamlin Murata, Nolan Kapus, and Ron Murata.
Good evening, everyone, City Council. I started bowling in 1970, Sports Center Bowl, 30th and Mission. That bowl is long gone. When I got my driver's license, I went to Westlake Bowl, Daly City, where the Burlington Coat Factory is now. Bowling alley is long gone. Mr. Glenn Sylvester used to bowl for Castle Lanes as a junior. I bowled against Glenn. We had great times when we were kids.
I got it here, so I'm going to make mention about it.
Castle Lanes is long gone.
Yeah.
All the bowling alleys in San Francisco are all gone. Sarah Bowl's gone. Now there's talks that possibly Sea Bowl might be gone. I think Classic needs to be treated a little bit more like a jewel instead of just another business at this point. You know, bowling is a sport that everyone can do to the ripe old age, even from juniors all the way to my age. I'm a senior now, right, Glenn? We're seniors, okay? So I bowl senior leagues. You know, league cannot be done in 2 hours. So what is the alternative here? Everybody who has to park there, are their cars going to get towed away? Are they going to get tickets? If that happens, they're going to stop bowling. Classic Bowl is the largest bowl within 200 miles. They host many large tournaments. Do you think when these tournaments come to Classic, if they can't find the unlimited parking, they're forced to park 20 minutes or whatever, and they get a ticket or their car is towed away, is that tournament going to come back to Classic? No, it's not. So we are talking about the health and the future of this bowling alley. I think a plan, I completely respect Mrs. Ho and what she owns. But a plan must be made that accommodates all the businesses in that center. You know, Classic has more needs because they need more parking. And leagues aren't 5 on a team anymore. There are a lot of doubles, trios. 4-man teams are rare now. So bowling alleys only have to accommodate for about 3 hours to 4 hours. You know, I've kind of said my piece but I think a plan needs to be put in place for everybody here and not just shove this down the bowling alley's throat, because the bowling alley will not survive. And I know you know that. It's not feasible. 2-hour parking does not work. Because when people drive into the lot, they aren't looking for 20-minute or unlimited parking. If you're there to pick up Starbread and the only spot is the unlimited, you're going to take it.
Thank you, Mr. Rada.
See?
We got to wrap it up.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Nolan Kapus or Tamlin Murata? If not, we're moving on to C. Ernest and Dang Yap. Or Ernest C. and Dang Yap.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of my parents, which is all 70 and 80 years old, I'm coming to bring their voice tonight. Like many senior neighbors, my old parents have come to the King Plaza for many, many years already. They drive locally only. And the location is very convenient for them to do their daily grocery purchase, breakfast and tea. However, they are now getting more challenging to find their parking. Here's the question from those senior neighbors, which is more essential to the neighbor: bowling for entertainment or grocery as a livelihood. Please take care to those senior minority who don't bowl but need food. Please take care of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that Ernest or that was, who's next?
I'm Danielle.
Okay, Dang Yap.
They call me Danielle. I'm Daryl Monteverde. They call me Mama D in Bowling Classic. Why are we here, Mayor? Good evening, everyone. We don't benefit if we put 2-hour parking. No one will benefit from it. Why? If we put 2-hour parking, will you enjoy shopping, dining with your family? In the back of your head, you have to go rush outside because 2-hour parking is waiting. Life is already hard, or we'll make it harder. And it's so complicated, why make it more complicated? Bowling, I am a single mom of 3. My daughter bowls since they offered kids bowl free. She was 5 years old, now she's 21. And my other 2 boys attain a lot of scholarship from bowling. And I don't have to worry sending them to college because they're accumulating college scholarship already because of the Classic Bowling Center. Yes, parking. While they're practicing, yeah, it takes 3-4 hours, fine. But I, as a mother, go shop to Oriental, take my time, picking up the correct ingredients for whatever I want to cook, brand compare while they're waiting for them. Or I go to whatever shops, buy food for my children if I can't cook. Or after we bowl, we eat as a family, take our time, update each other what's going on with life. Instead of us walking in and out of that shopping center, why complicate it with thinking 2 hours parking and rush out and not enjoying every savoring meal we eat because we have to go out and parking? If I got a ticket, will they pay for my parking ticket as a single mom of 3? I can't. We need help. Not everyone is fortunate to have both parents to afford anything in life. I work hard. I hope they understand too. Senior citizens, are they able to go in and out of wherever they want to go fast and quick and going out with tickets? There'll be complaints after complaints, pace after pace. I can't afford.
Thank you.
I'm speaking for myself. Thank you, Mayor.
And we have one more in-person speaker, Ryan DeLuna. No, Ryan DeLuna. If not, we'll hand it over to, oh, Ryan's here? Okay.
Honorable City Council, Mayor. My name is Ryan DeLuna. I'm a concerned community member here and I support Classic Bowling Center. I've been going to Classic for 35 years and respectfully ask that you not approve the parking management plan as it would adversely impact the family-owned business and patrons like me. I bring my kids to here to enjoy safe indoor activities, to celebrate birthdays, and other special events. I'm here to ask you to please support Classic Bowling Center. Thank you.
Now I hand it over to Leilani for our guests online.
Thanks, Mayor. We have 17 hands raised. We actually have 19 now. I'll give it a few moments. We're having a few more hands. Looks like we have 21 hands total joining us virtually with the last called speaker, Miss M. First called speaker, Peter.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Your 2 minutes has begun.
Hi, my name is Peter Wong. I am a senior citizen in Daly City. I've been a resident for over 50 years here. And I would like to discuss the parking issues that we have at King Plaza. I think one of the issues we have is the turnover of spaces over there. A lot of times when I go there to park or try to get groceries for my everyday needs, I just can't seem to find a parking space in there. And I understand that the way that you guys are talking about small businesses and how we should support them, I'm a big believer of that, and I try to do that. But it's very hard trying to find parking within the King Plaza. I feel the way that it works right now with King Plaza, it feels like the one customer, one client of yours, the bowling center, seems to take priority over everyone else, and I don't feel that's fair. I think all businesses should be equal in there. I know that the bowling center does a lot for the senior citizens. I've actually bowled there in league many years ago, but there's more senior citizens out there like me that just want to do our shopping, and if we can't find parking, it's more of a burden to us than, you know, someone that's just trying to go out and go bowling. So I feel that there should be a parking, some kind of restriction on parking in there. The rest of Daly City seems to have parking restrictions out there. Other shopping centers do it, so why don't we be fair and have parking restrictions or timed parking at King Plaza as well? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Raymond.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. The businesses in the plaza are downplaying the effect that the bowling alley has on their business. My family shops there, but we never would have been to any of those shops if it wasn't for the bowling alley. With that bowling alley gone, I think all of those shops would suffer. I've dined with my teammates at sushi. I buy Star Bread every week, et cetera, et cetera. There's a fundamental problem with the 2-hour parking that nobody seems to be addressing. While it seems fair on the surface, it's unfairly skewed against the bowlers. We talk about 159 spots. Well, the problem is that the unlimited spots can be occupied by residents, employees, and even the short-term patrons. So where does that leave the bowlers? The only thing left are the time-limited spots, the 1-hour, 2-hour spots. And now those bowlers either have to move or they get ticketed, and all that does is make it more congested and more dangerous. You know, if they have to continually be moving cars around. It doesn't alleviate the problem. We also talked about anti-hate at the beginning of today's meeting. The bowling alley is one of the most diverse communities in the region. I bowl with Asians, blacks, whites, gay, straight, Filipino, Chinese, Hawaiian, Italian, children, seniors, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, I've been going to that plaza for the last 15 years, and honestly, I've never gone there once and not found parking. So I think this plan skews against the bowlers. Again, a shopper can park in a unlimited spot, but if a bowler parks in a 2-hour spot, they're going to be penalized or risk getting penalized. Those upper parking spots are the farthest away. They're negatively impacting seniors, people with mobility issues, and they're frequently blocked by trucks, pallets, etc.
Your 2 minutes have been reached.
Okay, I'll just say my whole family bowls there, 9-year-old, 16-year-old, brother, wife, mother. So please keep the place open. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Stephanie.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening, Council. My name's Stephanie Gattazano, and I am supporting Classic Bowl with opposing the parking imposition time limits. My family's been patrons of the bowling center actually since the early 90s, but we became frequent patrons in 2005, which is also actually when I met my now husband. I also worked for Classic Bowl from 2007 to 2015 as a weekend front desk manager as well as a bartender server. So I'm very familiar with the parking problems across the entire parking lot. However, many patrons of Classic Bowl are not only patrons of the bowling alley. As many of you have heard, after bowling, you know, people will go eat at Mr. Fong's or they'll go across the street and get boba. My son, he's 8 years old, he actually wrote something that he wanted to read, and it details our Saturday mornings. And basically, you know, we get up, he has to bowl league, we get bread from the bakery, he bowls, we get boba. We basically spend our afternoon, our entire day there together. So imposing time limits for the entire parking lot, basically it does skew towards the bowling alley. It's unfair that we do have large events, and to ask people to have to stop and move cars will deter people from wanting to come here. I know that there is a better solution, and I hope that we can all just work together to find what that would be. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have James.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. My name is James. I have been a resident on the peninsula from anywhere from San Francisco down to the San Bruno area for about the last 25 years. I have been bowling to Classic. I've also frequented the King Shopping Center very often. And I noticed a lot of the people mentioning about disabled bowlers, but unless I'm mistaken, I haven't heard much about actual people shopping there being disabled, whereas my father, he can no longer go there because he's gonna have a hip replacement. And oftentimes he can't find parking where he needs it, and he ends up going to other places. And, you know, I go up there, and very often I actually find myself having to go other places as well because there's just no parking. Sometimes I'll even go back to the Plaza Center and see the same cars in the same spot hours later. I do try to go to at different times, but it's just becomes very, very difficult, and I end up having to take my business elsewhere. So I'm not sure if Classic will go out of business. I don't want that. I'm not trying to take sides, but I think also with the pandemic and having little to no income during that, they didn't go under. they probably struggled, but nobody wants that. But there's definitely an issue with the parking, and I think something needs to be done with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Michelle.
Hi, good evening. This is Michelle Magot, and I just want to, express my concern over this 2-hour time limit. I don't think it's a fair solution to all parties, and I disagree with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Daniel.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Daniel. I am a front desk employee at Classic Bowling Center. I have been working there for just under 10 years. I also worked at Sarah Bowl prior to its closing 10 years ago. And I'm not taking sides whether it's for the bowling alley or for the other businesses, because I have gotten to know a lot of our customers over the years. And I know they frequent all the other businesses quite often. I have people who do their laundry and they bowl for an hour and a half while they're waiting for their clothes to dry. Wednesday mornings, our ladies' league, after they finish bowling, they go across the street to the Taiwan restaurant. I have customers that do frequent the Oriental Market on a regular basis. And we are a place where I have gotten to know a lot of people by their first name, and the 2-hour limit just simply would not work, not just for our business, but for the other businesses, because our customers are also their customers. Seeing a 2-hour limit would almost be like trying to herd customers out before they've gotten a chance to finish their meal, finish their game, finish their beer. It just isn't fair, and 2 hours just simply would not work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jason.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So I'm Jason Chung, and I'm going to be translating for my grandfather, Raymond Chung. So he says, it's always hard to find parking for groceries or to go eat, especially on the weekends. He thinks that a parking limit to parking spots would really help more customers be able to give business to all the stores. We need to be mindful for everyone that shares the parking lot. He has been going to Manila Market for many years. There are always cars abusing the parking lot by parking for too long, especially the parking spots that are in front of the store. It makes it hard for those who only need to visit the center for a small amount of time. It is only fair for all businesses and customers if there is some kind of limit and regulation in the parking lot. He is pleading to the council to recognize the community as a whole and approve a parking limit plan. Please do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Christian. Christian?
Hello?
Hi, Christian. We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Christian McGott, and I support Classic Bowling Center. And I don't support the 2-hour parking plan. My father used to take me there when I was younger, and then as I got older, me and my brother used to hang out at Classic. And now that I'm a father myself, I have a 5-year-old and 3-year-old that are starting to bowl, and the 2-hour parking plan just wouldn't be enough time for me and my family to have a good outing out there and also have a chance to eat and support the other businesses around. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Frank. Frank? Frank, your next called speaker. Okay, we're going to move on to the next speaker, Ray.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor. This is and the City Council member. I am Ray Torre, a taxpayer of Daly City. The City of Daly City should adopt a public policy of parking management plan which should be just and fair. I'm speaking tonight which symbolizes the general interest, public welfare, and safety of the consumers as well as the public. Common sense is just needed here, Your Honor. I am for the approval and implementation of the revised, amended parking management plan of the staff of Daly City, headed by Tatum and Michael. Let us not wait for the words of lawyers, court decision, or scare tactics for these things. When the issue of parking and traffic is already burning, it is the role of the city government that we should just adopt a standard policy and procedures of the parking management plan. I don't care whoever shall be affected by your decision, but let heaven, Paul, just make a decision tonight for the general interest and welfare of the people of Daly City, which to me is concern to everybody. Again, as a taxpayer of this city, I would be glad to see this resolved. Nobody should be given special privilege here. Fairness and justice for all consumers of Daly City must be observed. This has been dragging for about 7 years now. Let us be decisive based on truth, justice, and fairness to the residents of Daly City, and not through the lawyers or court or scare tactics again. The local government unit, as a city of Daly City, empowers you to do it, for as long as it is fair and just to all, which is the concern and interest of the city. This crisis must be solved.
Your 2 minutes
Your,
have been reached.
Your Honor, congratulations to the recent victors of the recent election. Use your gift of empowerment for the sake of the people. Again, make a decision tonight, though heavens will fall to all friends and foes alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Sabrina.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Sabrina Balabar, and I am a league bowler and have been for over 20 years at Classic Bowl. I've been to many tournaments and events that happen there. Classic does a lot of community events as well as kids events. It's one of the few places where kids can go and do things in the area. My kids love to bowl. I am also a patron of all the other businesses as well, eating at the restaurant, shopping, etc. But putting a 2, 3, 4 hour parking limitation is not sufficient enough for people to eat or bowlers to finish their games. Not only do bowlers just bowl, they also have a bar where we like to go before, during, and after bowling to hang out. Plus, they also have a restaurant as well where you can order food. For example, my husband, who I met at the bowling center, my kids and I arrive early to go hang out and get a drink from the bar, mingle, and then bowl. Sometimes after we bowl, we like to have another drink and hang out. Having this time limit will only restrict us to supporting the business within. Not only that, if there is a parking time limit, I would have to leave my 5 kids with someone just to move my vehicle. It doesn't make sense to go out and move the vehicle because we would only be there longer to finish bowling. So I strongly oppose the parking limitation, especially the 2-hour parking. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jimmy.
Evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you. My name is Jimmy Lee. I definitely visit the area quite often for the restaurants, and I definitely see parking as an issue. I'm a very data-driven individual as well too, and as that parking consultant showed, there's a lot of red within that whole neighborhood. We already have precedents to show that how to alleviate parking is to have more turnover. Is the parking plan perfect? No, it's for a scarce resource as parking, it's not going to be great for one side or the other because there's always going to be more people that want to come in and just grocery shop and need parking, and there's going to be people that need longer hours for bowling. It feels like what's being recommended is fair. It gives a little piece for everyone, where there's unlimited parking for the bowling and there's time parking for the other patrons for the restaurant, the grocery shoppers. So at the end of the day, I feel like what's being proposed is fair for everyone for a limited resource. And we have, like I mentioned, precedents that's data-driven to how to alleviate parking, and that's by having more turnover. Hopefully, you guys, everyone can make a decision tonight, and whatever is fair for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Chris.
Hello. Can you hear me, guys?
We can hear you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Chris Fernandez. I've been a resident to the area for most of my 40-year life. I've been visiting the center for many years, actually, and I've seen many businesses change and some stay. I've been bowling many times at Classic. Classic is almost a landmark there. I remember going there when I was a teenager and a young adult. I take my family there bowling now, and I also take my family there to eat and shop for groceries. There have been many times where we would have lunch and go bowling afterwards. However, when we do so, we are very mindful and not to park the whole time in front of other businesses. We all saw the parking limit plan. The limits proposed are in front of the businesses and not for Classic Bowling. I came here because Classic Bowling posted on social media to help save their business due to proposed parking limits. After hearing and seeing everything, I realized that this is not about hindering business at Classic Bowling. It's about regulating parking times on a commercial retail parking lot. I see it only being fair to all. I have myself been frustrated by parking on numerous occasions in the center. What proof do we have that any of the parking is being taken by local residents or employees to the businesses? Honestly, with staffing issues everywhere, it's probably not the latter. A regulated parking lot would only help the rotation of customers. Somebody mentioned King Plaza aggressively changing tenants. Are we talking about the recent last 2 years? Because if so, that's probably more so the pandemic that caused businesses to change. On that note, bowling did close down during that time because they are not essential. Now we are all recovering from all that. We need all businesses, essential and recreational. We live in a society. We can only thrive if we are inclusive of everyone. This center provides entertainment, nourishment, and other services like nails and laundry that are all essential to present-day life. It seems that many have missed the point here. I don't see a need to fight 2-hour parking when there's over 50% unlimited parking in front and the sides of bowling alley proposed. I'm asking the council to move forward with this plan to limit parking times. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Chloe.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Chloe, and I am a longtime resident of Daly City. I've had difficult times going to King Plaza, mainly because I can't find parking. As much as I would like to shop at Manila Oriental, it's just easier for me to go to another center when I don't need to drive around multiple times to park my car. The amount of parking bowling patrons take up during the course of the day makes it hard for residents like myself who just want to grab a quick bite to eat from the other smaller businesses, such as the dim sum restaurant, Starbread, the boba shop, Pop Kitchen, and Horizon Bakery, just to name a few. These small businesses also deserve accessible parking for their customers. Bowling keeps mentioning about not having enough parking for their players or people losing out on being able to attend their hobby. But keep in mind, half of the lot is unlimited parking that bowlers can use. Buying groceries and getting food is essential. So I feel having the other half of the lot with limited parking spaces is more than fair. I am excited for this parking proposal suggested by King Plaza, as I would like to go back to Manila and all the other stores for my quick 30-minute trips without circling for parking. I look forward to having the council make a decision tonight so we can help resolve this parking issue that has long been overdue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have a caller by phone. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello. So this is John Daly again. So this is actually rather interesting. This actually sounds like the problem here is the community's passion to eat, shop, and have fun at their favorite places. So that's our problem. Our problem is the community loving these stores and shops and bowling. I recall there was a pending court matter in this case. I don't know what the status update is, but also the panelists, some of the speakers on here, like Miss Tammy and Classic Bowl, and they should actually be panelists instead of just speakers. They shouldn't be limited to 2 minutes. Classic Bowl is fun, arcade, bowling fun. I know for the restaurants up there, if I owned a restaurant in King Plaza, my focus would be takeout. During the pandemic, takeout was the majority of my business, actually all my business. I would promote that. I would promote DoorDash. If I was Manila Oriental, the owner of the grocery store, I would promote delivery. I would promote drive up and go. I think Safeway has that. Bowling alleys are scarce. Sarah Bowl's, as mentioned, Sarah Bowl closed. The one in Westlake closed. Burlington Coat Factory took it over. Now this council and the planning commission has made this into housing in Westlake, which I find to be absurd because it could have been a Manila Orient or it could have been a bowling alley instead of unaffordable housing with a vacancy rate of 50 to 70%. Not top of the hill, but John Daly and Juniper Serra is now an event center, and it could have been a bowling alley or an auditorium. So this planning commission and this council has screwed the city. They've screwed the city out of so many places that we could have had for a shopping center, for a plaza, for a bowling alley, for an auditorium. Instead, they're building housing. So I think this is really absurd. The other issue is, the other thing I want to point out is St. Francis Square, Pacific Super's there. I believe it's being torn down. That could have been another Manila Orient. Skyline Plaza is a disaster because they have Ranch 99, they have Taco Bell, they have all this other stuff. But we need to really think outside the box instead of just thinking in King Plaza. I know everybody loves King Plaza, but maybe business should move out to a different location. Okay? Hopefully that helps. Bye.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Mike.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'll keep this brief. This meeting started off with a lot of talk about inclusion and community. When I think of classic bowling center, those are certainly things that come to mind. Next would be a safe and fun environment for everyone to enjoy. I was there a few weeks back and they had one of their many Special Olympic events and saw a building full of happy people from all different backgrounds. 2 hours simply isn't enough to go bowling and not enough to support the other businesses while you're there. Shuffling cars within the parking lot due to time spaces doesn't help the parking problem. My son bowled for the first time at Classic and can't wait to go back. It's a staple in the community, and I hope you recognize that as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Chris.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi. I don't know what the perfect solution for this is, but there has to be something done about the parking because there's been too many times where I have had to drive my 90-year-old grandmother to go to Manila Oriental, and we've had to walk a few blocks just to go shopping. So I don't know what the best solution is, but something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, we've reached last called speaker, Ms. M. However, there are 6 additional hands that are raised.
I think we need to cut it at Ms. M.
Okay. Last called speaker, Ms. M.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here in favor of the timed parking option at King Plaza. For years, this shopping center has gone without timed parking, and it's not working anymore. Otherwise, we would not be here before you today. The spaces fill up very quickly, and people are continuously taking advantage of the lack of time limit. People occupy the same spot for hours, leaving no room for other customers and thus no turnover. It's discouraging for consumers, and that directly affects the businesses in the shopping center. Personally, I used to visit King Plaza with my family and friends at least once a week for food. Now, I almost never go to King Plaza, and that's specifically due to the parking issue. Time parking is a modern-day solution that is fair and efficient. It is one of the main parking options in any city with thriving businesses. Sure, no one likes to watch a clock or move their car, but that's just a part of life when parking resources are limited. It's called sharing. We as a community have to learn to share the resources. I was an avid bowler for 2.5 decades and was in leagues for about 7 of those years. I get that bowling can take long, but that doesn't make the bowlers any more important than the other customers trying to visit King Plaza. And if the bowling community is as strong as they say, time parking shouldn't affect their dedication. By allowing the bowling alley to dominate the parking spaces, you're stating that all the other businesses are inferior. Classic Bowl shows great concern for how the parking plan might affect the bowling alley, yet shows no care or sympathy for how the lack of parking plan is already affecting all the other businesses in the plaza. This isn't about whose visit to King Plaza takes the longest. This is about being fair and sharing the scarce parking resources among all the customers and all the businesses in King Plaza, not just the bowling alley. It's not like we're asking for expensive metered parking. It is simply timed parking so that all customers have a fair shot at finding a parking space when they visit King Plaza. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That was last called speaker, Mayor.
Thank you. And I encourage everybody that was wanting to speak to submit to the city clerk your messages. So with that, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, we just want to lodge into the record. There have been some public comments that they had left, so we can just note it for the record.
Okay.
These are all in favor of some type of parking restriction or timed parking from David and another person I can't read, someone named Tabby, someone named Tina Yu, Gabin, and another one I'm not sure of, and Vicky Wu. And they'll be in the record.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
I'd like to open this up to my colleagues for any questions, comments. It's been a long meeting. We have a lot of notes. So anybody want to start?
Yeah, I will, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Councilmember Sylvester.
I have a few questions that I'd like to get some answers to. I'm going to be addressing staff, DBP, and one question for King Plaza. I'll start off with staff. Have you received a parking management plan from DBP?
The city staff, through Mr. Hudek's letter, which was attached to the council staff report, identified what was purported to be a joint effort at a parking management plan, which was the proposal where the employee parking would occur south of the Classic Bowl building at the corner lot, and then the balance of the parking would be 4-hour restricted.
Can I ask, when did you receive that parking management plan?
We received that approximately 1 week ago. The letter is dated November 4th.
Thank you. Is there a process to submit a parking management plan through your office? In other words, for it to be considered, are there any fees involved?
No, there's not any fee involved. Had somebody come to us 10 years ago with a parking management plan that was agreed to by both parties, we would have considered it.
Okay.
There's no need to change the zoning or anything like that.
All right. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to differentiate between the two parking management plans, one that we received approximately a week ago and one that you received, I don't know, months ago?
That's correct, months ago.
Okay. Thank you very much. My next questions are going to be directed to the representatives of DBP, who would be willing to. Actually, I have a question of the parking consultant and some other questions. the person who provided, the video, the PowerPoint.
Good evening. So our parking consultant had a time constraint.
Right.
I'll do my best.
All right, thank you so much. In one of the slides, it was indicated in the year of 1990 compared to versus 2022, how it was an increase in food usage.
That's correct. So we have it going from about 50% up to 85% now in food use in the shopping center.
All right. And it was also stated in the PowerPoint that Sarah Bowl closed approximately in 2012?
2012 is when we have it having closed.
Okay. It was also explained that there are 159 spaces to be listed as unlimited parking.
That's in the applicant's parking plan, 159 untimed spaces to serve the bowling center, the employees of the shopping center, and shoppers and diners from the shopping center.
All right. DBP also, through your office, submitted a plan to which was submitted approximately 1 week ago, and I would like to get straight to the point. How many spaces would you like?
We would like to share equally all of the parking spaces in the main lot. But let me back up and make sure that I'm clear about.
My question?
Maybe I didn't answer that just the right way. According to our calculations, which were shown up there on that graph that had the blue line and the orange line, the bowling center at peak on Saturdays needed about 110 spaces. So about a third of the overall parking spaces, maybe a little less than that. And that's at the absolute peak. That's consistent with our figures for when we have league bowling plus 8 to 10 employees. So, if we had 100, if you could segregate them out, 110 or 120 spaces that were allocated exclusively to the bowling center, that would be ideal, but that's not the way that it works, and it's not the best use of the parking spaces for everybody there. That's why 4-hour parking for everybody allows turnover to happen naturally. So shopper comes in, gets groceries, leaves within an hour. Diners come in, they have their dinner, they leave in an hour and a half. Those spaces turn over pretty rapidly. Bowlers come in, they stay for 3 hours to 4 hours, they leave. What's the fly in the ointment there? It's the employees who take up the parking spaces in the main lot, and those spaces never turn over. And you'll remember the pictures that staff showed up there of that upper parking lot at 11:30, almost noon on days. It's virtually empty. What does that tell the council? It should tell you that the employees from the shopping center are parking in the main lot. And we calculated, based on the survey, it's in our record somewhere.
All right, sir.
About 100
All right, well,
cars.
I think we're going off on a tangent here. I just asked a specific question as to how many spaces, other than 159, for unlimited spaces available. I understand the issue about employees, and I'm going to address that later on in my final comments, but I just need some specific answers. Okay?
Yep, sorry.
I appreciate that so much. So basically, what I'm hearing, based upon the plan that you've submitted, you would like to have unlimited spots throughout the shopping center.
No. We would like to have 4-hour parking spaces to allow turnover to happen and to get the employees out of the main lot where they don't belong.
Okay, so 4 hours for the whole entire shopping center.
For everything except the employee lots.
Okay, thank you. One of your slides, you indicated, and matter of fact, you just alluded to it, and I did have a note here pertaining to that. And I'm thinking of dynamic and fluid, and that's why I'm asking these questions. One of the slides presented showed a relationship between, in the header overlay, of bowlers and others. And it was done on a specific day or over a 3-day period.
Sure.
Did any, especially on the weekend, was any data provided that included a date that had a tournament in play?
Yes. So we tried to get one regular day, one league day, one tournament day.
One tournament day, okay. Tournaments vary in different types of tournaments. So my next question is, on a heavy tournament day, what time is the first league start?
Well, can I have Matt?
Yeah, sure.
So we get some operational knowledge here.
Okay.
Yeah, so most of our leagues on Saturday going to start at 10:30. And
On
the
a tournament.
Tournaments could start as early as 10, but it could start as late as 1 o'clock.
Okay, and how long does a tournament last?
As you know, there's different kinds of tournaments. Maybe they're just bowling 3 games. Sometimes they bowl more, so it could go from anywhere from 2 or 3 hours to maybe 5 or 6.
That's for the specific squad times. What I'm asking is, if you have a tournament, how much of the day does it take? Does it go to 10 at night?
It could start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the last wild could be at 9 o'clock at night.
9 o'clock at night, so 10 to 9.
But again, it just depends. It might not be 30 lanes. It could be 5 lanes. It could be 10 lanes. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
All right. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything else from you,
No,
Mr.
sir.
Lester? Anybody else while I'm here?
Oh,
Thanks again for your
thank you.
patience and attention.
From the King Plaza, I guess it'd be Ms. Fogarty? No, I'm only asking the two parties involved.
Yes, Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Ms. Fogarty. I only have one question. It was said in your statement that there were 60 spaces to Classic Bowl. Do we mean 60 spaces or 60 lanes?
60 lanes.
And do we have any information as to how many parking spaces surround Classic Bowl?
That would be on the chart in pink.
Well, I'm not talking about the management plan.
Okay.
Normally, based upon what's there at Classic Bowl.
Well, the spaces at the front of the bowling alley,
In
is that
the
what you're
front,
talking about?
the
Just at
side,
the very front?
right
18.
adjacent to the building.
So the spaces in the front, there are 18 spaces that are on Classic Bowl, well, DBP property.
Okay, and how
So
many is
60 lanes, 18 spaces,
60 lanes, 18 spaces,
spaces.
and that's the way it's always been.
since it was approved, right?
Okay, that's all I have. Did you want to ask a question of King? Because I'm going to ask one more question.
Oh, no, go.
Ms. Fogarty, that's all I have, but you may want to stand by because I think Councilmember DiGiovanni wanted to ask you a question.
Sure.
No.
No, I'm okay.
Oh, okay.
It'll be,
All right.
yeah, go ahead, Ms. Fogarty.
That's all I have, Ms. Fogarty.
Get up, then get
Okay, I know that feeling. For DBP, I forgot to make mention, and I'll make mention in the comment. So we had a comparison between 1990 food use, and we showed increase versus 2022 of close to 50 to 85%. That's what I got thus far. And where I'm leaning towards is, which is going to be in my comments later on, I think we should compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. The bowling alley Sarah Bowl closed in 2012. So how much of a revenue increase did Classic Bowl take on in 2012 since the closure of Cerro Bowl? No, I don't need an answer. I'm just making a comment. And that's a question that I'm going to put in my comment later. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I have a couple of questions. I guess it's from staff. I think it was mentioned that Manila Oriental, that they close at 7 p.m., correct? Yeah. Yes, they close at 7 p.m. So then all that is available. And currently, for Manila Oriental, that seems to be impacted, and there's not parking in the front, correct? The way everything's looking, to where it's not going to be where you see where the colors are, and then how many where they will be with the idea here is on the 2-hour parking is for the people coming in and out to make sure he has customers that are able to get in and out of the Manila market, which has been impacted, one of the businesses been impacted as well, to try to be fair. Because from the beginning, like someone had clarified that it doesn't matter, and that Ms. Ho is here, and she is the landowner, and DBP, it owns the other piece, owns the land that the Classic Bowl is on, correct?
That's correct. DBP owns this parcel.
So it's not, and Classic Bowl leases from DBP, that land. Is that correct? Okay, just to clarify, so that, because I know that everybody need to be like, trying to be like good neighbors and all that, and this has all gotten to where we are today. So just to clarify that Ms. Ho is the landowner of that parking lot. And we can't go backwards on what Classic Bowl at the time, and it wasn't you, I'm sure, Mr. Matthew, but whoever at that time did not build the parking garage or whatever the underground parking that was supposed to be, that parking was sold, correct?
That's essentially true, yes.
So then Classic Bowl was there, and then they didn't have any parking legally, but Ms. Ho acquired her parcel. Go ahead, Tatum.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful about how we answer that question. The land that contains the parking that serves Classic Bowl was sold. We're not commenting as to the right to access.
Oh, no, I'm just trying to clarify.
But to clarify, when the bowling alley was built and the shopping center was built, it was one parcel. So
Oh, yeah, I remember that. It used to be.
Different phases,
Yeah,
but
right.
it was all under one owner.
Correct, and I think that was Mr. Wu or someone. Okay, I'm just trying to clarify. And then the places that we're trying to get the turnover is not necessarily to punish or anything like that Classic Bowl, because we want to keep Classic Bowl, we want to keep everybody, and I think that's Ms. Ho's, I don't want to speak for her, Ms. Fogarty, intention, if you don't mind me clarifying, that it's not to cut business from Classic Bowl. The intent here is just to try to find something fair, and that Ms. Ho is trying to take it and to give some sort of parking and to try to make it fair for everyone in the King Plaza.
That is exactly right, Councilman.
Yeah, so I've heard from the gentleman that owns that business, the Manila Market, and some other businesses as well, and that's the idea. So if we take the employees, whatever the number is, and then they go to that area to make maybe, I don't know, designated employee parking or what have you, so that will take that part. And then try to make it fair, because no one wants to close down. I want to be very clear. No one, on my council, but no one's here to close down anyone, period. We are a community, and just like you heard earlier tonight, when you're standing united and say, we stand united for everyone, do not want to hurt businesses. That's clear. Just trying to be fair and trying to figure out something, that's all. Right, Ms. Fogarty?
Yes.
Is that the intent?
And if I might, I just wanted to make a comment about the issue of restaurants because it seems to be a concern. In the zoning code, restaurants are there as a matter of right, and bowling alleys are there as a matter of use permit. And it should be noted also that the bowling alley has a restaurant and a bar. So when you talk about restaurants, keep in mind that one of the reasons that the restaurants are there is because they can be under the city's zoning code. They're in that code section, restaurants are there as a matter of right, bowling alleys are there with a use permit.
So that was, I was going to try to clarify, and I think Councilmember Sylvester alluded to that when they were saying food users versus retail, to clarify the fact of that the food users, which have the right, as you stated, just to clarify that when it was on that. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the clarification, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for right this moment. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Sylvester, for those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have questions if before you sit down. The question I have is, for the upper parking lot, how would the employee parking be monitored? It sounds like even to this, or from the photographs that staff had provided, that there wasn't a lot of usage up on that upper parking lot. And so I'm just trying to understand how employee parking would be monitored and ensure that the shift of usage would go to that top area versus the whole parking lot. I just want to understand the implementation piece of that.
That's a very good question, and there are several answers. So one of the answers is one of the changes that your staff has recommended that we've agreed to is to make a condition of each lease that they have their employees park in that lot. And the staff will get a pro forma copy of the lease so they can see that it's in there, that requirement is in there. Our parking management consultant has suggested license plate readers so that the employees will report their license plate to their employer, the employer will report that to the owner of the shopping center, and that's how we'll make sure that the employees are parking up there, because if they're parking in the main lot, we'll know that because we'll have a license plate reader. Now, beyond that, that's the stick. The carrot is the transportation demand management programs offer some great incentives, and this is only a long block off of Skyline, and there is bus service in the area, but there's also van pools, carpools, et cetera. So that's the other piece of this. We've talked to the Transportation Demand Management Agency. They have some good ideas. We're looking for approval here so we can get those good ideas to the employees so they get some benefits actually from not driving their cars.
Thank you. Yeah, my main concern is trying to see where the shift of behavior, parking behavior, would move to that upper lot, and because it seems pretty vacant. And so you're saying that there would be a license plate reader that would...
One of the recommendations.
One of the recommendations. I see. Thank you very much.
There were, if I might, some other recommendations too, which is signage, for instance, so that employees are directed there. There's, employee parking sign on the lot. When we talk about 159 spaces that are unlimited parking, there are 60 of them in that lot, 100 of them around the bowling alley. So when they say they need 100 parking spaces, there are 100 parking spaces around the bowling alley. Okay. Any other questions?
No, that was it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Maybe I could start with staff. So there's been a lot of talk about who owns the actual parking lot, not the classic bowling building, but the actual parking lot, the parking spaces. So am I understanding that that ownership of the actual parking lot belongs to Ms. Ho? Is that right?
That's correct. The land belongs to Ms. Hines.
Now, in the use of the parking lot, does bowling or DB, do they pay or lease or contribute anything to use that those parking spaces?
It's our understanding that they do.
They what?
It's our understanding that they in fact do.
They pay for the use of it?
They paid toward the maintenance of the lot.
Okay. And who controls the CCNRs for the maintenance of the lot?
I don't know that there are recorded CCNRs that do that.
Okay. And well, let me ask you this. When it comes to the operation of the businesses there, you said that Manila Mail, they close at 7 p.m.?
They do every day, 7 p.m.
What time does bowling close?
I'd have to look that up. I'm not sure exactly.
Do they, actually,
I'm sure Mr. Vincenzi
I
can.
thought that they are open as late as 1 a.m. Is that true?
Fridays and Saturdays, yes.
And then, give me your hours.
So Sunday we close at 10, Monday we close at 11, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday we close at 12, and then Fridays and Saturdays we close at 1 a.m.
Okay. So you close at 1 a.m. and at 12. Has that been consistent, or have that changed?
That's been pretty much since we reopened from the pandemic. That's pretty much been our hours.
Was that,
It's pretty been the same since pandemic. Before then, we were actually open later, before the pandemic. But since the pandemic, the hours that I just said, it pretty much have been the hours.
okay. And so my understanding of the history is that there was a responsibility to come up with a parking management plan. How many years ago?
It was probably installed in the early 90s, probably 30 years ago.
All right. And were there efforts to bring a parking management plan before today?
There was some review in the late 1990s of a plan, but there's no evidence that we see in the record that it was approved.
Okay. And when it comes to as Councilmember Manalo was talking about with the employee parking, so it is sort of the hook or the enforcement side of it. Are you relying on the lease, and that if the lease is not, if they find out that employees are parking, what can happen to the lease?
That's a good question. The hook's going to be kind of limited, and we're going to rely on a good faith effort on the part of the shopping center to enforce this upon their leaseholders.
Okay. And then when it comes to the CCNRs, so right now there's no requirement of CCNRs with them jointly?
There's currently in the zoning a requirement that they share CCNRs for the purpose of maintenance, and the applicants proposed amending that in the PD zoning.
Okay, and then so I noticed when you were making your recommendation, you didn't include that. Why not?
There's no particular reason. We're highlighting the main points of the proposed changes.
Okay. And is it, when this matter came before the Planning Commission, did any of the planning commissioners say that the parking management plan as proposed was not fair?
I don't think they used those words. I think there was a thought that maybe there should be more analysis and study that went into it before a decision could be made by them for a recommendation to the city council.
But I guess my question is, did anyone say it was not fair as it existed? It's no one said that, right?
No,
I don't specifically recall those words being used.
Were there people on the planning commission who said it was fair?
not that I recall.
Didn't Commissioner Velma say it seemed like a fair plan?
I couldn't respond to the use of specific words. My impression, I believe, Villanueva's comments, she did request a continuance on the item because she did feel that it did require additional data collection. She felt staff had done the best review that they could and that it was an attempt to compromise, but she did support further study be done.
But in the end, when the Planning Commission discussed this, they did not want to come to a decision, right? That's fair to say?
Yes.
And there was the same sort of public discussion about what happened, or what's happening in this issue, right?
In essence, yes.
And it seemed like in watching that meeting, at least at the Planning Commission, they just wanted to punt this issue to the council. They didn't want to make a decision, meaning that at the Planning Commission, there was talk about, there was this pending lawsuit and things like that, right?
That's correct.
And that's why they stayed away from making a decision, right?
It was a part of the decision.
Yeah.
But I don't think the intention was to punt it to council, though, because I believe they felt that tabling was stopping the action.
Well, but they felt that tabling it was so that the lawsuit would continue.
That was one of the contributing factors.
Yeah.
Right, that a court would make a decision at some point soon.
Right, but isn't it our responsibility to make that decision?
The city's within its jurisdiction to approve a parking management plan, yes.
Okay. And then when it comes to the CCNRs, who makes that decision about the CCNRs?
Which decision, whether to approve or
Yes.
whether, it's so what the strict reading of the zoning is that the city attorney reviews the CCNRs with regard to maintenance.
Reviews, but does it need to be approved?
I can respond to that. So typically, all of the CCNRs are reviewed and approved by the city attorney's office. Essentially, CCNRs are just to make sure that the decision of the council with regards to zoning is consistent with the zoning. And so it's further implementing what the council has decided with regards to the land use. And so that's why it's more implementation and review.
The applicants have applied to rezone the land, essentially. There's not an application form for approving CCNRs. The city attorney's office reviews, just as Ms. Zimmerman's indicated. They review CCNRs to ensure that the CCNRs are consistent with zoning, but typically it doesn't go much beyond that.
And so the staff is recommending this exact plan, right?
We're recommending this plan with some changes.
But as far as the allotment of the time, and the time restrictions.
Yes, except that they would end at 7 PM and that's probably the most significant change. At 7 PM, all parking hour restrictions would be lifted.
So,
Which is to say that you could park in a 2-hour spot at 5 PM and
Yes. So, yes. So the idea being that there's a lot of competition with the businesses there, correct? So we looked at the Manila Market hours and determined, well, when Manila Market's closed, that's a significant amount of the parking field that opens up. So there's no reason for limitation after 7 PM. So theoretically, anybody could arrive and park in the 2-hour spots at 5 o'clock. And then at 7 o'clock, the time limit lifts, and then they can be there until all the other businesses close.
Or they could get there at 3 in the afternoon in a 4-hour spot and
This plan doesn't have a 4-hour.
Yes, that is correct.
But that would be exactly correct if it was a different amount, and similarly with the hour, if you parked at 6.
So it's lifted.
That is staff's
So then
recommendation.
everything is open. I don't know if the people realize that.
well, half the spaces are unrestricted, although included in that half are this employee parking lot, so that does need to be said. The other half are time restricted, and yes, the restriction, essentially
Is over.
is over, definitely at 7.
So then the bowling alleys that's when all that business at night, he's not impacted.
That's correct, but it sounds, and based on all the testimony, is that the real challenge and the demand is on a weekend during the day. So lifting the parking at 7, it doesn't help the league bowl on a Saturday for the bowling alley. So to be clear, the lifting at 7 does release a significant amount of parking, but the demand for parking that seems to be the most competitive is on the weekend days.
So for the lifting, it would be 7 PM Monday through Sunday. I mean 7 days a week.
Yes.
But there's still that open parking, right? All the time. The open spaces, which is around the Classic Bowl.
Everything in pink or salmon is unlimited parking.
And then the time limit is over at 7. Interesting.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
Based on staff's recommendation, so to be clear, the parking management plan considered the parking limitations essentially 24 hours a day. So it's staff's recommendation to lift the parking limits at 7 o'clock. I believe the applicant is amenable to that suggestion by staff.
We're wrestling around a little with how to enforce the employee requirement, and that was a question that,
Can you put like a tag or something on it? Employee?
well, yeah,
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
true.
So in regards to the parking for disabled parking, there's a total of how many? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Is that what's required? I'm thinking of like our older adults and seniors that have spoken up and said that, you need closer parking. So I just,
It looks like the number is 8. I don't know if that meets the current building code or not, although I know that the shopping center did do some work to improve that condition, I thought, as a part of a recent building permit.
is that the minimum amount?
It's probably the minimum.
Typically, the minimum ADA spaces are provided because of the restriction, because what would actually be interesting is could folks with a ADA placard not be subject to the time limitations. That hasn't been something that's been discussed. So another consideration could be that, and I'm really just brainstorming right now, but could somebody with an ADA placard, just like on our city streets, they're not subject to the time limitations.
They wouldn't be subject to the time limits.
Right, so on a city street, my understanding is that if you have an ADA placard, that you're not subject to the time limits.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think
But I
on a private lot, they would be subjected to it either, right? I mean, yeah.
I'm not sure. The parking, I don't know the answer to that. The parking management plan would probably need to indicate.
So just to clarify, so the pink shade of that plan is unlimited.
That's correct.
And you're saying how many, can you tell me exactly how many unlimited there are in that plan?
There are, let's go to the next slide.
I believe it's 159.
It's 159, yes.
Can you go back to the graph? I want to see it again. Okay.
We should mention, though, just to point this out again, that does include what we're trying to turn into an employee parking lot, essentially, at Callan and King, which is 71 spaces.
Oh, so there was a caller or a speaker that had mentioned the issue of the handicap spots. Are the handicap spots, has that been improved, or is it the status quo? What is the issue about that?
Handicap was approved by the state, and I did hear some of the boards said I took away the handicap, but it's not me. I hired engineer to upgrade my handicap about 5 years ago. And 6 years ago, which is I upgrade the whole parking lot and the handicap. The engineer worked with state, and we submit the plan approved by the state and the city. I am not the one to say where to put the handicap. It's the engineer work with the state.
I think it's a fair statement to say, as far as the city's concerned, the parking lot meets EDA.
It's complying.
I don't know any difference. Or complying with the.
Okay.
I have a quick question. Has there ever been talks about just putting a parking structure? Or anyone, Tammy or?
I'm sorry.
Has there ever been a conversation about putting a parking structure, like a multi-tier parking structure?
I have to talk it over with my attorney.
Oh, okay.
No one's approached the city with such a
Pretty pricey, isn't it?
Well, I just want to know, like, maybe we can have somebody, one of the lawyers, one of the representatives. Okay.
And it's her property, right?
I'm Steve DeVincenzi. We did look through different types of corrective measures, one being a parking structure. We also looked for off-site parking. The parking structure that we presented wasn't approved because of cost.
It's expensive.
We also looked at off-site for the Caltrans lot that's across the street and also in the schools. So we've tried to explore everything and find a solution.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go right ahead, Vice Mayor.
It's midnight. And I think we need to come to a decision. And I'll go ahead and start and let you know my thoughts. I think it's time to act. I think this is the end of the road for us to keep this issue at bay. And I think this issue has been fully vetted by the staff, by us, by the community, and thank you all for coming out here and sharing your thoughts several times over from different meetings. We truly appreciate it. And I will also say to, all the businesses, bowling, Tammy Ho's businesses that are there, her tenants, we're trying to come up with the best solution for this site. It's been a problem for years, and it's time that we make a decision. And I recognize it's not going to be happy for everybody, but what strikes me is this. I do believe there should be some limits, and let me give you my reasoning. Time and time again, I think we have heard, honestly, from the people and the customers of bowling, Classic Bowl, that it's about 4 hours, right? And so I get that. It's about 4 hours for you folks. The problem is, that's really what the status quo is. So if it's the status quo and we give you the 4 hours, we haven't fixed the problem. And so I don't see us going and just keeping it the way it is. And so I think, and when we talk about being fair to all the businesses, the 4 hours, we have to look into consideration about the other businesses as well. There are plenty of businesses there, big and small. And so I think, though not perfect, I think that the plan as presented is a fair one. And I do believe we should adopt the staff recommendations, and hopefully this will lead to some improvement in the situation. And my hope is going to be fair for everyone. And I say this with some trepidation because I know that there's going to be some risk to this. But it's not perfect, but I think this is about as close that we can get to being fair. And so those are my thoughts, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to make a comment from me.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mentioned the words earlier as dynamic and fluid. And I take that to mean that there are constant changes. Over the years, there have been many changes. I don't know the secret to success, but I do understand the path to failure, and that is trying to please everyone. I want to start with bowling because I think that's the most positive, at least it's been the most positive thing in my life. Thank you, Ron, for coming up and mentioning my name. It was 1970 when we met, and we used to bowl at Castle Lanes. I was in the Travel Junior League. What that means is you travel to many bowling alleys and you compete in tournaments. I remember 19th Avenue Bowl, Sports Center, as you had made mention, Ron, Westlake Bowl, Sarah Bowl, Japantown Bowl, Novato Bowl, Sea Bowl. And as the speaker said earlier, going to a bowling alley adds a certain dimension in that you are part of a family. You meet, you get married, you go on cruises together. You do so many things, and that's the uniqueness that I find in a bowling alley. As a matter of fact, the person I used to bowl with is the owner of Bel Mateo Bowl. And to the lady who spoke, says she's been bowling since 1962, I applaud her. I gave it up a few years ago because of physical aspects. And thinking about the bowler and being a bowler, if there's one thing I hate is having to schlep 6 bowling balls in a bag and walk across a big parking lot. And if you've ever done that, it's difficult. And that is something that I will never forget. But now let's talk about dynamic and fluid. The increase of revenue has come about to Classic Bowl as a result of the closure of Sarah Bowl. I don't have those numbers. I don't know how much the business was going to be affected, but where did those bowlers go? Where did the bowlers go when Westlake Bowl closed down? There's now Burlington. Where did they go? Did they go to Classic? What I'm getting at is dynamic and fluid. Things change. And that is what has happened to Classic Bowl. We heard this evening about the disabled. One person spoke of they pull into a disabled spot. I believe there's 2 or 3 of them in front of Classic Bowl. Well, that spot does not belong to Classic Bowl. Anyone can park in a disabled spot, providing they have a disabled placard. Now, it sure would be funny if someone parked in a disabled spot and they open up their trunk and take out 6 bowling balls and go inside Classic. But who am I to judge as to what your disability is? So that's a disabled person wanting to bowl for 3 or 4 hours or have access to that spot. But the disabled carries a whole gamut of disability. We heard from another person who just wants to shop there, and he or she cannot find a disabled spot, let alone any sort of spot, because they're all taken. So, I do want to make mention that we have some issues involved here. And I believe if we move forward with this parking management plan, the following will occur. We will solve some issues such as overnight residences parking there. With the LPR and the tracking of a database, we're going to find out. And maybe we may alleviate that problem of overnight residences taking some of the spots. What we'll also require is behavioral changes. You have what you have, and this is what we have. So what are we going to do to change some of your behavior? Somebody talked about a van dropping off kids. Well, I'm sure a kid is not driving that van. So basically, you drop off and you move the vehicle and go put it somewhere else. Another person says that, at least this is what I would do, is, and it's happened to me many a times, especially at Costco. You go to Costco and you see those lines all the way queued up down the street. What do you think I do? Yeah, I move. I come back later. But you can't do that with bowlers. I understand that. But it calls for behavioral changes. If you are not in an unlimited spot, can you not have a teammate, a friend, or a spectator move your vehicle? That's what I'm talking about, is behavioral changes. You have restrictions, but you're going to have to change your behavior to comply with those restrictions. If you did not have the restrictions, you can care less, would you? And that's what I'm definitely concerned about. So staff has recommended, as part of a modification on this parking management plan, I'm going off the top of my head because I wrote it down here somewhere. Number one, to designate employee parking.
Yeah.
And you must find a way to enforce that. Don't depend on the city to enforce it for you. Give us something to show that you are taking an active effort to make sure that employees are parking where they are supposed to be parking. Number two, employee parking. Number two, lift the restrictions at 7 p.m. so that anyone can park there. I forgot what number 3 is. Can you help me? There was 3 that we were supposed to add.
Overnight parking.
Overnight parking? Is that, no.
Residential parking.
Nope. Nope.
Was it the ADA?
Nope. There was 3 of them. The final recommendation, it's probably on your slide. If you
right here.
scroll down in your slides,
I think it's right here.
Mike, Mr. Lunghausen.
About the delivery?
No, it was specifically 3. I'm sorry. I take so many notes here and I can't understand my own handwriting.
The first is related to the leases, the second's related to the 7 PM end. The third is that the large-scale evening event shall be stricken completely. The fourth is related to the striping of the delivery parking lot.
The striping for a specific delivery, I believe that's for Manila Market. Because before they have to park up on top and then at the.
Well, this is for the lot that's at the intersection of Callan and King. We want to have a very clear striping.
For the employees.
Designation. Right.
For truck deliveries, because there are some of the larger trucks that need to occupy a number of parking spaces temporarily, and we need to have those delineated so that people that are using that lot don't park in those spaces, or they're not blocked in by trucks that are delivering. It's sort of a dual use thing that happens in that lot, and what we need is to have some sort of a way to make sure that everybody's knowledgeable about trucks are there during certain hours.
I found it. I got lease violation.
Yes.
And towing of vehicles. A plan for the towing of vehicles with proper notification, clearly marked striping.
That's right.
Okay.
The towing of vehicles would be site-wide, and there will have to be proper notification of that.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, after all I've said, it boiled down to one last issue with me. And that is, as a landowner, who owns that parking lot, which we have been advised throughout the evening. And to ask the owner of the parking lot, of the land, to acquiesce and give up at least 50% of the parking, I think it's more than fair. So that's the end of my comments, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you very much.
Are there any other comments, questions from my colleagues? I just have a few things to say. First off, I just want to thank everybody that came out here This is a very pressing issue that people have remained here till 12:20. I think out of all the years I've been in council, this has been the most, one of those intense issues where people have stayed all the way through. So first off, I just want to say thank you. The second thing I want to say is, has there ever been just like a collaborative like plan? Because to me, it just feels like this plan comes from one-sided. Is there, and I'll ask staff.
According to Mr. Hudak, there was a collaborative plan developed, and that was an
That was the
attachment to
4-hour.
his November 4th letter to
So the-
you.
And that plan was that 4-hour parking in the interior and all?
That was employee parking at the south side of the Classic Bowl building and at the intersection of Callan and King, and then the rest of the block would be a 4-hour time limit.
Okay. So the 980 King would be strictly for employees, and then everything in the interior would be 4-hour parking?
That's
Or like
right.
this X section?
All of that would be 4-hour, yes.
Okay. And that was like a form of collaborative plan? That's as close as collaborative as we got? No. No?
There may be disagreement about whether there was collaboration. According to Mr. Hudak's letter, that was a collaborative plan that was developed between the shopping center and the bowling alley.
Okay. Go ahead, this one. Sorry about that.
So there was in fact a meeting of a previous consultant for the shopping center with the consultant for DBP. When we talked to that previous consultant, this was before I was involved in the 7-year litigation that's gone on. When we went back to him and said, did you ever sign off on this? And he said no. And he certainly was never authorized to sign off on it by the Ho family, right, King. The other issue we asked him is, did you ever agree to this 4-hour idea? And what he said was, he would agree to the 4-hour issue with regard to parking for employees. And he thought that's what the 4-hour referred to. So that's what that consultant told us when we inquired about it. And I have to say, King Plaza never agreed to that. So it might be called collaborative because the two consultants talk to each other, but the owner of the land never agreed to that because it's so destructive to all of the other businesses in the shopping center. You heard people after people say they can't park there, they have to go somewhere else. They have to walk their 90-year-old grandma from 3 blocks away to go get her groceries. You know, that doesn't work for the shopping center.
If you'd like to respond.
It's just so troubling. You have a written report in front of you. Gary Black stood here several hours ago and said he and Mr. Thanay, the expert hired and retained by the shopping center owners, were instructed to get together and come up with a collaborative plan, and they did. And if there was some question about whether Mr. Thanay agreed to it, understood it, or bought into it, well, they could have brought a letter from him. They could have asked him to be here tonight. He could have shared his thoughts, but that didn't happen because what's in that report that went to both lawyers from both experts was the best solution that they could come up with as experts and professionals. And that should mean something. I hope it does. So that's all I can say. You have a copy of the written report that they generated. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's just been a very good, complicated process that, you know, ultimately the hope would be to have a collaborative plan instead of one person just coming in like, this is what's going to happen, this is what we're going to do. And my heart extends to the bowlers and the folks in Classic Bowl and all the businesses that are around there. I know we talk about anchor business this and anchor business that, But if you look at the ecology, the or the financial ecology of that system, they all work interdependently of one another. The boulders go, they patronize and all the different businesses there. Folks go there, do a laundromat. Let's kill some time. Go to the laundromat. Or we go get some star bread. You know, so for me, I feel like I would love to see a lot more collaboration and coming up with a solution where all the parties involved from all the businesses can all agree on something, or at least have some sort of compromise. But I guess with that, this is so complicated. I don't know that we already have some comments from all of our my colleagues here, but it just, when we talk about like equity or is fair, it just, and I know a person that came and spoke, he said it's a very structural problem, and I believe it is. You know, like these things evolve, they've changed. But with that, there's also has to be a way of changing the ways we think about parking, you know? And so we're stuck in this spot. So.
Well,
Go ahead. Okay. May I, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Okay. First and foremost, before the evening ends, I want to thank everyone that has come and spoken up virtually, via telephone and in person this evening. I know it's past midnight, we're turning into pumpkins, but it just shows the passion, commitment that each and every one of you has brought forth. It, as the mayor mentioned, this isn't, it's not necessarily an easy thing, but it's something that I think has come to our table because there has been issues around parking, and we've heard it from everyone actually around issues of parking, and so at this juncture when things change and there's different, as mentioned, flows around needs of businesses, and there's all of you that are businesses within the plaza, I think that we need to see if there's a way that we can try something different, but also I understand that there, as the mayor mentioned, there is obviously support for businesses interchangingly, right? As far as eating and leisure, buying food from Manila Oriental Market. And so I think for me, it's always an opportunity to see what could work and to see what can happen as far as, is there a chance to see if there can be a shift around, you know, and staff has put a lot of time into this. My main concern was similar to what has been said on here around behavioral changes. Like, I see that there's an opportunity where the employees can park, as that's an issue if employees are taking up most of the parking. And so for me, it's moving into a direction of how do you ensure that there is not going to be more employees parking in the same place. We can create a plan, but if everything stays the same and there's no implementation, then we're gonna be stuck in the same place where maybe people are not shopping in different areas, right? So I think that the plan provided is something that is well thought out, but I do hear people in the audience that are talking about their leagues and tournaments and the time frame that I've heard in the audience. There's 159 spots that have no limitations on there. If we're looking at the numbers, can you please put up the numbers from staff? It's 159 spots that have no limit. It's not stating that everything is going to be 1 hour or 2 hours. So when I look at this 159 spots that have no limit, that's 159 parking spots. And and so I think that that's, hopefully ample enough spaces. And if we're talking about equity, Mr. Mayor, then there needs to be also equity around all the businesses around. I think, I think that's fair, 159. One piece that I don't know, I would be willing to move on is on the 2 hour limit, is maybe move it to 2.5 to 3 hours. That's where I'm at. But the plan itself is more than fair. That's where I'm at. So, thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. We can continue to provide comments, but I think in order to address a comment, we should at least have a motion and we can have further discussion. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the parking management plan.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Now we have discussion.
All those in favor say aye.
No, discussion.
Discussion, my bad.
No comments.
Actually, can I interject? We have a zone tax amendment that comes first by way of ordinance, and the resolution is regarding the parking management plan, which will come after.
Oh, yeah.
So we do have some changes and amendments to the actual ordinance. So we would request, if you're agreeable to the changes as recommended, that does not include the parking management plan, you can make a motion for the city attorney to read by title only, and then we can address the motion for the parking amendment.
Well, in light of the city attorney's recommendation, I was premature in providing a motion. If we want to be more specific, I would make a motion that we approve the parking management plan with the suggested changes recommended by staff.
Second.
Discussion.
Then we have discussion.
Okay, so for clarification through the mayor, we have a motion on the floor for the resolution, not the ordinance, for the parking management plan. Is the motion to approve the staff's recommendation, or is there any amendments to that?
Oh, I thought that was I'm sorry. I thought the recommendation was with the amendments. No?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay.
It was,
With the recommended staff recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the additional changes,
right.
as recommended by staff.
Yeah, so I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call on that?
Ms. Di Giovanni,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
And Sylvester, aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
I abstain.
Okay. At this point, we do have an ordinance with zone text amendments that is also before the council. So we would request for those zone text changes that a motion be made for the city attorney to read by title only on the introduction.
Can we get a motion for the city attorney to read by title only?
Glenn Sylvester, motion.
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Daly City, amending the Daly City zoning map by amending ordinance number 1316, Plan Development Standards for PD 47. At this time, we will entertain an introduction of the ordinance.
Glenn Sylvester, I'll gladly entertain introduction of the ordinance.
Thank you.
Move on to the next item. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was just looking at the staff recommend, we don't need to do anything with CEQA and the findings?
That was a part of the resolution.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 17. Introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Daly City amending Chapter 2.04 of the Daly City Municipal Code, subject salaries of city council members. And I'll hand it over to Natalie and Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make the presentation in regards to this ordinance. It is recommended that the City Council consider and introduce an ordinance amending Section 2.040.055 in regards to council member salaries. By way of background, the government code does set the standard for maximum salaries allowable for increases up to 5% from the operative date of the salary adjustment. The City Council's current salary is $707 biweekly, and that salary has not been increased since 2008.
Sorry. Rose, can we
Yes, sorry.
pause right there? Excuse me if everybody can, excuse me? We're not done with the meeting, so if you can please take your conversations outside, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, Rose.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the government code does allow for the base salary of city council members to be adjusted up to 5% annually. The city council has not received a net salary increase since 2008, and since it has been 14 years since the council has approved a salary for the city council, the council is authorized under the government code, section 36516, to increase the salary up to $1,201.90 biweekly to be effective when the new local officers of the City Council take the oath of office for the new term. Staff is available to answer any questions that the mayor or the City Councils may have at this time.
Thank you, Rose. I'd like to open up to my colleagues, if y'all have any questions, comments.
Yes,
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So just to clarify, Rose, this issue was, when was the last time this issue was discussed and decided?
So the last time we did have a public hearing was back in 2006. The council was due to have a raise in 2008 and had decided to put a hold on that in regards to the Great Recession that we were encountering in 2009. So in 2009, the council froze salary, and since then has not had any discussions about salary increases. They, in fact, put a hold on their current salary and benefits in 2009 as a result of the recession.
Okay, so after 2009, did they have opportunities to raise the salaries, was it every 2 years?
Yes, that is correct. So the the city council is authorized under the government code to increase their salaries within every 2 years at the point of a new council, mainly when we have a general election. In fact, the council did consider, and they were authorized, eligible to receive a salary increase prior to in 2020, and had again decided against it as a result of the COVID pandemic.
Okay, so the council, so let me see if I understand it. So 2009, they froze the salary, and they did not entertain any increase on it until the year 2020. But then in 2020, they decided against it because of the economy and the COVID situation?
That is correct. And in fact, I'll interject, so I guess I've been here this long, but also in 2015, the council also discussed having salary increases and again decided against it.
Okay. And in these years from 2006 to 2022, even though the council didn't get any increases, did the council still obviously give increases to the other groups?
Yes, they did.
And it was the council that was excluded from all of those?
The council did not receive any increases during those contracts.
And then the increases to the other groups, what percentage would you say on the average, what was it?
I will defer to our finance director as well as our HR director on the numbers.
Good evening.
It's morning.
Since the last raise of council in 2008, the council has approved contracts for labor unions, and in 2015, during the Great Recession, increases were not given to bargaining units. And in 2015, a 1% raise was given. And in 2016, a 3-year contract was given where there were 3% annual raises, 3% per year for 3 years. And we just concluded another 3-year contract of 3% raises per year. So for the last 7 years, there's been a total of 19% increases for the bargaining units.
May I have a clarification, please? In 2016, we approved raises of 3, 3, and 3. That's 3 years. What did we do in 2019 after that?
Another 3-year contract with 3% per year.
And then we just concluded another one for 2020, let's see, 19 plus 3, 2022.
We are currently in negotiations. We have settled some tables at this point. We're still in negotiations with one final bargaining unit, and the first units that we have settled with, they are 3-year contracts at 4% per year.
If I may, Vice Mayor had the floor, and I have some additional questions.
Go ahead.
In 2009, pay raise?
2009, I believe, was 0%.
2010,
0.
2011 should be 0, because that's usually we negotiate on a 3-year period, 3 years, so that'd be 2009 is 0, 2010 is 0, so, and I assume 2011 would be 0, because we negotiate on a 3-year basis.
That's correct.
2012,
I believe at that time, though, just to clarify on the 3-year, even though I wasn't part of the city's bargaining team at that time, in the aftermath of the Great Recession, I believe those decisions were probably made on an annual basis rather than a 3-year basis.
Yeah.
I don't believe there were 3-year contracts given at 0% per year. I think that was,
Yeah, it was 1 year, wasn't it?
just for clarification, I don't know the exact contract terms, but there were no raises given during that time period until 2015, when the 1% raise was given on a 1-year contract, and then 2 3-year contracts in the past 6 years.
So from 2009 to 2015, there were no raises.
That's true.
Thank you.
If I could just clarify, I know I'm looking at the numbers here, Natalie. Is it true in 2015 that the 3.7% was restored? Okay.
So if that's the case, what does that do to the calculation of the 19%?
I'd have to ask for clarification from the city attorney. In terms of the restoration at that time, was that from prior takebacks?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, according to numbers that staff has put together, in the aftermath of the Great Recession, there were furloughs instituted, so there were cuts to wages. So in those years where we discussed there was no increase, there was a decrease at in the 2011 timeframe.
Yeah.
And in 2015, there was a 1% COLA and also 3.7% restored from the prior cut. So if we were to look at the furlough, which would have been a negative 5.3%, and a restoration of 3.7% in 2015, in addition to a 1% COLA, and then taking into account the 18% over the last 6 years, of 3% per year for the last 6 years, the net of all of that is 17.4%.
Thank you, Mr. Devon. I'm getting conflicting numbers here. In 2016, it was 3, 3, and 3. That's a total of 9, 3% a year.
Yes.
In 2019, it was 3, 3, and 3. That's 3% per year. And I'm not counting compounding, because compounding brings in a certain dimension. Actually, it might be a little bit more. So I'm just going with the actual percentages, but I know compounding brings out more. In the 2022, we stand close to 4, 4, and 4. So that's 9, 9 plus 12 is 21 from 2015 to estimated 2022, which would be 21% over a span of 7 years. So to my calculations, that that computes to 3% a year since 2015.
Could you review those numbers again?
Yes,
In terms
sir.
of the,
2016, 3, 3, and 3. 2019, 3, 3, and 3. 2022, 4, 4, and 4. So I got 9% for a 3-year period ending in 2019, and from 2019 is another 9% ending in 2022, and right now on the table is 4, 4, and 4, which is to take us to 2025. And that comes out over a 7-year period commencing, I didn't even count 2015. That brings us up to 21%. 9 plus 9 is 18. Oh, 9 plus 9 is 18 plus 12. 18, 30%.
30, I understand that calculation, yes.
Okay, so 30%, and if we divide 30 by 7, because we're talking about a 7-year period, 7, that'd be 4, that'd be 4 and 2 sevenths.
I guess the only issue, if we're talking numbers, you were talking about 3-3-year contracts, which is actually 9 years.
Yeah. Yep. 3.
Okay? If we take 9 and divide that into 30, that comes down to 3 and a third.
3 and a third.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Thank you, we're still here. I have a quick question. So what impact does it have if the council did like the 3%? What is the impact on our, on if that was chosen? And also, what is our status as far as we are currently in a recession? So what's the status? I know you can't go into details tonight on this because this is about this, but overall status, I mean, our city is in a recession, correct? Soft recession or?
Our economy?
Yeah,
or
our city budget, like
our city
currently for our
budget-
city.
Our city budget, we have, as we discussed
How are things?
previously, some projected deficits with revenues projected to be lower than future expenditures. So that's correct in terms of a deficit forecast.
Okay, so we have a deficit forecast and then we'll probably be hearing about that. When will we hear that about?
We are finalizing the numbers currently with our auditors
Okay.
for last fiscal year, and I'll be bringing those results to you.
So the reality is we are really in a, I don't know which term you use, is it, because you're finance, soft recession?
We did experience an actual deficit at the end of fiscal year 2020-21, and that deficit was covered by built-up reserves. So we utilized built-up reserves. We lowered our reserve level to cover the deficit from 2021.
So, and how will that affect our reserves?
It decreased them by the $7.7 million deficit, and our reserves went from about $53 million down to $45 million, where they currently sit, and then we're looking at closing 2022. Which
Okay.
again, I'll bring a full report back to you when we
Sure.
officially close the year out. That is showing that we are not in deficit for 2022, and I'll explain to you the reason for that. And then one of the main reasons will be that I'll show you the one-time ARPA funding that we did receive and recognize in 2022, roughly $8.3 million of ARPA revenue that came from the one-time funding from the federal government, which enabled us to not be in deficit for 2022.
Okay, so then. it's
But our
gonna-
future forecasts are still the 2023 budgeted number
Correct.
that I brought to you.
We'll be asked to make some decisions, right?
had a deficit that was projected for that. We always hope, once we do a budget, that revenues will come in slightly higher than predicted and expenditures will come in slightly lower. So when we do the budget, we hope that by the end of the fiscal year, we can sort of close the gap on that projected or budgeted deficit.
Okay. Well, even given that, that's what I want to know, this, our current status. But just for example, if it's, when it says in the report, up to 5%, if it was a 3%, what number is that? What impact is that?
Well,
I don't
I
have the
guess
chart.
if we talked about the percentage that we're discussing this evening
Tonight.
for council, really what maybe I could give you a number on would be, what would the total percentage
Sure.
increase be? So, for example,
Impact.
if council was discussing, well, I could start at the top or the bottom. We could, as the city attorney mentioned, 5% per year for the last 14 years where council has not received a raise. You could do a 70% increase, and as mentioned, the current biweekly salary is $707 per council member. Going up to that highest number of 70%, the biweekly salary would be $1,201.90 per council member. It would be an increase in expenditures on an annual basis of just over $64,000, a relatively small number relative to our budget. If we look at a number that is, let's say, 30% in terms of increasing, the biweekly salary would increase from $707 to $919.10, and it would increase general fund expenditures by about $27,500. Again, a relatively small amount compared to our overall general fund budget.
And just for the clarification, because people need to know, that's just based on the salary, not have anything to do with benefits.
Sure, there would maybe be a small additional increase in benefits, but not to a large extent.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments or questions?
Yeah. I myself was not on council in the years 2008 to at least 2015 when we started making the raises. Again, I feel that I don't want to give a raise, especially if we are discussing a 14-year period to include retroactive pay, to which I was not on council. If I don't think that looks good, and I'm definitely in support of taking the 14-year off the table and start from 2015 until 2022, whatever that amount comes up to, which is approximately 30%, divided by 7, 3.33 per year. I think that's reasonable, and if I'm not mistaken, prior to the ordinance in 2009, council was deserving of a minimum of a 3% per year. That was the previous ordinance prior. So we have to come to some sort of equity and agreement, and perception is the key here. And my main issue is giving raises retroactively. I think a fair starting point would be 2015 and above. And if we had to change the ordinance moving forward, the government code section, 36515 indicates that we can go up to 5% a year. So that I'm looking at the fiduciary aspect for the city of Daly City, because you've given figures as to the additional amount it's going to cost us. A figure I heard was $27,000. Now, we're looking at 5 council members, and it's not my money, but it's the taxpayers' money, and I feel, one, we should not be giving ourselves a raise over than what we've given to our employees.
Correct.
And two, if there's any changes moving forward, I would recommend a minimum of the CPI index that is stated, but in no case to exceed 5%. But a minimum moving forward would be a CPI increase, whatever the CPI is of that time. I feel that that would help protect our city. So you do recall what happened in Downey, and where folks was just overpaid, and I think that's what precipitated having to create the government code section 36515.
I just wanted to make one additional comment related to just specifically to the $27,000 figure that I represented. Earlier, we were talking about a per council member biweekly salary of $707, increasing to another biweekly number. The $27,000 is representative of the total increase for the entire council, not per council member.
I got that. Thank you. I got that.
Yeah.
I got that. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. So it's in total, all 5 of us council members combined would be 27,000.
27,500 approximately on a 30%.
On a 30%.
If we didn't do 70, if we did 30%.
Correct. Correct.
So what's on the table is the 3.3, was that? Councilmember Smith?
What's on the, I haven't made a motion, Mr. Mayor, and
you're
up for discussion.
wanna make a
What's
point
up
as
for,
well.
what's on the table right now, as listed here on the agenda, is a pay increase, which amounts to a calculated amount of 5% for the past 14 years, and 14 years.
Right.
So that's what we have to discuss.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that Councilmember Sylvester is bringing up the 2015, since it's, we were on the council prior, but I do know that we do have a senior council member on here that has been on since 2012. So I just want to recognize that we may have been on in 2016, 2018, some folks, but I just wanted to provide that information as well.
Thank you.
So in 2006, there were no raises either? 2006?
There was raises in 2006. That was actually the last raise you received, that you were entitled to receive again in 2008. 2006 was the last ordinance we had.
What was that, do you know?
I believe it's the current salary. It's 707 biweekly. And councils, prior to that, just so you know, they received 5%. They did not receive less than 5% under increases. They've always received a 5% increase.
You're saying historically?
Historically, yes. I do want to note, I mean, just, you probably know this already, since the council has not received any raises for 14 years, the raise that's set this year for the new council member will be the raise. It will no longer go back 14 years. It will start, the next raise will start from the time that you receive the next eligible raise, which would be this year. So if the council is considering a raise, it's eligible this year for the 2022 2023 new council members, but the next eligible time a council members as a body can receive a raise would be December 2024.
Okay, so if we did the 3%, am I understanding that would be the equivalent of 27,000 something for a budget, right?
That $27,500 figure was actually for a 30% raise.
30%.
Today, yeah.
Okay.
Or when, the effective date. That would be for a 30% raise. That would be an additional 27,500 on an annual basis for the entire council.
And you said we can go as high as 60%.
70.
Is that what you said? Or 70%?
70.
That takes you to 2022.
And in terms of the budgetary impact, that 70% raise would represent about just over $64,000 on an annual basis for the entire council.
And that 70% is being figured as a 5%? Okay. And the last sort of negotiations we're having is around 4%?
On an annual basis, what we are currently negotiating or have negotiated with many bargaining units was 4% per year for the next 3 years. Council contracts are different in terms of there's no contract.
Right.
It's that you have an opportunity every 2 years to set a new.
What if we did 4%? What would that figure look like?
A 4% raise, the biweekly salary for each individual council members would increase from $707 today to $735. It would increase, if you multiply that by the 5 council members, it would increase by about $3,700 total.
That's only 1 year. It does not account for 14 years, which is on the table.
So-
if you account, okay,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
if you accounted for the 14 years,
At a 4% per year.
yeah,
So that would be 56%. That would be, the biweekly rate per council member would increase from $707 to $1,103 approximately. The total fiscal impact would be about $51,500 for the entire council.
51,000, okay. I think that's probably where I think is fair. Because if that's 4% and, I don't know, based on what we're trying to do with everyone else, and the fact that we haven't done it in 14 years, and that it's traditionally a 5% increase, the fact that we're stepping down, I think that's fair.
Yeah, because you said ever since it's 5% historically.
Historically, it's always been 5%.
Are there any other comments by my colleagues?
No, I hate to ask, could you repeat the number again? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I apologize, Mayor.
Sure. So for 4% per year for the last 14 years where there's been no raise, that would represent a 56% increase from the current biweekly salary. The biweekly salary would increase from $707 today to $1,102.92, and that would be equivalent for the entire council, all 5 council members, approximately $51,470. on an annual basis.
I mean, from my end, I think that's fair. I think it's like 4%. We're not trying to maximize. I think that given the historical context of the sacrifices that past councils have done and coming up to now, I don't think it's a huge significant bump. I mean, $51,500 amongst 5 council members per year in relationship to the city budget. I think that's a reasonable number.
Well, I have a problem in the sense that I haven't had a chance to compute it out for 14 years because basically the number I'm getting is not compounding. So if we were to take 707 from 707 and multiply that times 4%, which is it's on the table right now, that figure, and then you take that figure and you multiply that by 4% and keep going for 14 years, I believe that's not going to calculate out to $1,101. You know, because I just did it on 3.3% for the past 7 years, and I'm showing what compounding, it comes up from 707 to 885. I would like to be absolutely correct as to what the figure is with compounding taken into effect.
Just for clarification before Mr. Nevin goes into the calculation, for calculations for council salaries, there is no compounding. It's just simple calculation, 14 years times the percentage for each calendar year that you could receive a raise.
Thank you very much, Madam City Attorney. So am I under the impression that if we were to take 707 and multiply that times 4% and you add that amount, the next time we're looking at 4%, if we agree on this tonight, we don't do 4% of the 707. We don't do 4% of the 707 times 4%, but we maintain from 707 throughout. Is that my understanding?
Until 2024.
That sounds right, Tim, but maybe you can clarify that part.
I'm trying to make this.
I just want to say there was no compounding, so however that comes out.
All right, so 707 times 4% is 28.28. So if we add plus 707, that brings it to 735.28 with year one. With the second year at 4%, we don't use 735, but we're going to add the 28.28 again, which was what we got the first year at 4%. Mr. Nevin?
I don't have the calculation with a compounding factor in
Yes.
it. After having discussions with the city attorney regarding the
Right.
maximum allowable and that being not compounded, we
Right.
did simple calculations based on number of years times various percentages.
Well,
So the maximum allowable percentage increase
right.
is stated as 70%. There's nothing above 70% that's allowable.
Well, pardon me, I don't want to confuse, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Because if it's non-compounding, then, so 14 years times 4% a year. 14 times 4 is 16,1, that's 56. 14 times,
4 is
yeah, 14 times 4 is
6%.
56%.
Correct.
So if we take 56%, no compounding, that's 707 times 56. And what number is that?
Well, I did it as a 56% increase on 707.
Oh, okay,
Which is
all right.
1102.92
Okay,
on a
thank you.
bi-weekly basis.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Did it come out the same, Councilmember?
No, I trust our finance person. I think I put it out there as to all my concerns, and that was, I was not on council. I do appreciate the vice mayor being on council for so long, and if we go through with this, we all benefit based upon his tenure and the resolution that was passed in 2009. I believe the resolution that was passed, the council members were thinking about the city, and they created this resolution to protect the city. However, I feel that, again, dynamic and fluid, things changes, and things have not changed in 14 years.
So with that, can we have a motion for a 4% increase?
I'll make the motion.
For clarification, through the mayor, can we have the finance director give us the exact number on the biweekly with the 4%?
Sure, a 4% increase
Okay, hold on a
over
second,
the last
please.
14 years would be a 56% increase. The bi-weekly salary would increase from $707 to $1,102.92.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, if we can just open and close the public hearing.
Motion to open to public hearing?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There's one public comment. All right. Go ahead, Leilani.
Okay, we have one public comment. Call in by phone. Please press *6 to unmute. You will have, oh, we have 2 hands raised. Last called speaker will be Ray. Caller by phone, please press *6 to unmute. You will have 2 minutes.
Good morning, community. It's John Daly. Hey, so I listened to all the formulas going back and forth and the percentages and something. One thing I did not hear is really critical, since we are actually paying the bills, is the approval rating factor. So really want everyone to take a step back and think to themselves, perhaps, what is your approval rating today? What you've heard in the past, say, year, maybe 18 months, and really take a step back, because from our standpoint of view, this is one of the line items that we really looked at tonight, was your approval ratings are very dismal. The trust factor is not there. The lying, the racism, just the whole dynamic of 5 individuals sitting on council really isn't working out. In fact, we really determined that you guys are not a good fit for any city council, and we're looking to perhaps replace you with others that really want to work with the community. So really want to think of your approval rating as being very dismal. I don't know if you've ever really asked the community what their thoughts are about how you're doing your job, but keep in mind that the taxpayers are actually paying your salaries, are paying your rather small salaries. I mean, some of us make in excess of $275,000 a year. So we see it more of a effort by students. An 18-year-old can actually do this job. That's a voter, a residential voter. So it's not really a position for somebody maybe in their older years, but something to consider again is that approval rating. So really want to make sure that you guys are aware of that and take a look at that and consider consider where you stand at this point in time.
Comments. Last called speaker, Ray.
Hi, good morning, Mayor. I'm here again. Well, I'm up full accord with the salary increase of the council. It's about time, you know. But as a budget officer myself, normally we do a salary standardization scheme. We normally have to study where, because Daly City is a very expensive place, especially San Francisco. So it could be higher than what the budget officer of Daly City is recommending. So there should be a pattern wherein we could compare your income to another city, so you can have so-called standardization of salary, wherein there is a salary grade for you, and every year there should be a corresponding increase. So I fully agree with the standardization of salary. It might be higher. It could be 65,000 a year, could be 70 because of the standard of quality of life here in San Francisco or Bay Area. So it could be higher. You have to have a study first. Don't rely too much on compounding or 4%, 3%. It's not that easy to. It's based on consumer price index and inflationary rate. Multiply that, could be 7% annually, because we are different place here in the Bay Area. It is more expensive. So I would say that the budget officer, Mr. Nevitz, should study this carefully, not just because of 4%, 3%. No, this is not accounting on numbers. It should be based on standard of living, standardization of salary. Normally, I do that in my office. So we have really to study carefully how much is really the basis, how much is really the standard here, especially in Daly City. Because if you can increase all those personnel there in the city, how much more of the city council? Because these people are spending also a lot of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes public comment.
All right, thank you, Leilani.
Motion to close.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Can I get a motion for city attorney to read by title only?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Daly City, amending Chapter 2.04 of the Daly City Municipal Code regarding salaries of city council members, and we will entertain an introduction of the ordinance.
A point of clarification. This is for our finance manager. My computation comes out to 1102.92.
Correct.
Thank you.
Is that? I'll go ahead.
I'll go ahead and introduce the ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 18, second reading of the ordinance, number 1460, subject unlawful possession of a used catalytic converter.
Thank you. This is the second reading of ordinance number 1460 regarding unlawful possession of the used catalytic converter. This is for adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
So,
Motion is second. Let's have a roll call vote.
yes, roll call vote, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye. Okay. Moving forward to appointments and board commissions, membership committee appointments. Are there any appointments? Seeing none, we'll go down to reports, council committee reports. Are there any council committee reports?
I'll pass for next time.
Okay. All right, moving forward to item number 20, are there any city council reports? I'll just do this real quick. I just want to say, on October 29th, I attended the Kapwa Cultural Center Cafe, which was one of their first events that focused on Filipino American youth and mental health. And they were had a focus on social enterprise and building financial literacy amongst youth. And that was a successful event. And then right afterwards, I went to the Bayshore Block Party.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful event. I think that was the most people I've seen since pre-pandemic. Shout out to all the folks at the Bay Shore that put that together. And then on November 4th, I went to the Daly City Colma Chamber of Commerce Turkey Bowl. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for inviting. And then on November 5th, I went to the DCPLA Art and Lit Festival, and it was lit. We had a lot of artists, vendors. My son got to play the bongo drums, played with a lot of circuit breakers, and I hope there's another one next year. Such a fun event. And then also shout out to Park and Rec for putting out the video for the Veterans Day video. Thank you for putting that together. All right. So moving over to number 21, staff report.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead.
I have
Justin.
one.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. On November 9th, there was a closing of, I want to thank staff for assisting with art, closing for honoring Larry Itliong. And we had Carlos Gonzalez, who is an artist that let us have the art piece right here in City Hall. And he was drawing all his life, grew up in San Francisco's Mission District, and he's been blessed to experience the movements and activism in politics, art, and music from the 60s to today. He learned to paint by participating in community mural projects, and he became very passionate about art and eventually made it to SF State as an EOP student. He worked his way through college as a youth advocate organizer at the Real Alternatives program, and while at RAP, he assisted veteran muralists Choi Campesano, Ray Patlan, and Mike Rios on mural projects with at-risk youth. After acquiring his ethnic studies degree in 1990, he became an SF juvenile probation officer and used his mural experience to help gang youth seek positive change. And he retired in 2015, and for almost 50 years has been painting murals and serving his community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to item 21, are there any staff reports?
Nothing from staff, Mayor.
Which leads us to adjournment. Are there any adjournments in memory? I want to just do one in memory of a Westmore High School biology teacher, Brian Nase, who was my daughter's biology teacher. And some of the words that my daughter said was that it was just so weird to go to school there for 3 months straight with one of the nicest biology teachers she's ever met. And I'm gonna read something from an Instagram post from a Westmore High School teacher, Joel Vargas. And he said that Brian Nase, beloved science teacher of 20 years at Westmore High School, colleague, mentor, friend, and father, has suddenly passed away on October 25th, 2022. Both the Westmore and JUHSD community are deeply saddened by this tragic loss and are actively seeking monetary donations to financially support his family. Please donate whatever you can to Venmo at Monica-Casey-5. No amount is too small. Make sure to write Brian Nase in the memo. 100% of the donations go directly to Brian family. We greatly appreciate your consideration in this time. With love and gratitude, the Westmore family. So with that, I want to offer a moment of silence for Mr. Nase. Thank you to everyone for staying this late. I think it's a record for all of us. Everybody enjoy your beds and go to sleep.